Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
If I had nothing but myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh, 'cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I had a nightmare. If I
to it. Yeah, the money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot stop for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's help. When it's time for action, headlines and caption. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all they reaction. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot stop for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
I thought I told you once, but I'll remind you. There's certain things you're not supposed to do. I saw you in my dreams and you were falling. No way to know if it will all come true. Let this be a war. I want it, but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. But let this be a time and time again. I've seen you around here. You're playing with fire, don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear, a cloud is forming. The storm is heading right in front of you. Let this be a but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning. Let this be a warning.
just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give saying you won't admit that you want me close. I know your needs, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try, but never find someone who's loving. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try, never find another me.
this world didn't play.
It's a cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it. I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg, so I tell you. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
If I had nothing but myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh, 'cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I had a nightmare.
to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just hide to it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there's no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt. Hey, when no one's help. When it's time for action, headlines and caption. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all they reaction. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just hide to it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there's no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
I thought I told you once, but I'll remind you. There's certain things you're not supposed to do. I saw you in my dreams and you were falling. No way to know if it will all come true. Let this be a war. I want it, but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. But let this be a time and time again. I've seen you around here. You're playing with fire. Don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear. A cloud is forming. The storm is heading right in front of you. Let this be a but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Ashes divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. Fires keep burning.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the summer split of the PCS. Day 2, Week 1, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. I'm of course your host Vishian, and alongside me my good friend Shock.
Yeah, good to be back. Day number 2 here. Day 1 had a bunch of one-sided games, but today's game lineup looks a lot better. I think we did have one very good game yesterday, the Frank vs PSG rematch, but I'm really looking forward to today's games because the lineup looks good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think notably game number 2 and 3 we have Frank vs CFO as well as PSG vs DCG. So I think those are probably what we're looking for some exciting games. But alongside them, I think we get a better chance of understanding sort of the power level of what seem to be the weaker teams so far. Obviously, only been one day. We can't really get a good grasp yet, but I certainly think we will, especially in some of these games where the losing teams are facing against each other, we might get a better idea of where they're at.
Yeah, that would be nice because we are kind of guessing. There's been a lot of roster changes just across the board, and for teams like Impunity especially, where they just have an entirely different roster, it is hard to know kind of, the relative strength of these. And even with some of the games yesterday where it's, we've subbed in a couple members, but with us not really knowing how the teams stack up against each other, it kind of remains to be seen whether or not these were positive changes or not.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think after day 1, you have to say the standout of the league, almost season MVP possibly, is Shall See. Only one game being had, but God, was it a good game.
Yeah, if you guys haven't watched that game, the game where Chelsea played Blitzcrank yesterday was a banger. Yesterday's results are on your screen here. For the most part, it was just expected results really picked up across the board. The only game that was really kind of a close one was that last game there with PSG taking on Frank Esports. And PSG, they did clean it up pretty convincingly. It was close for a lot of it, but ultimately did take them out. The standings doesn't mean too much for now. As we can see, it will be the top 6 again that goes to playoffs and those 2 LCO teams that round that out. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm excited today to find out sort of what about West Point, because they do only have Relia that has remained, and the rest of the team is entirely new. Now they are coming up against Beyond, who came off a real massive game. I think Betty, in particular, on that Kaiser really performed quite well, and be interesting to see how these two teams stack up. As you do see here now, it will be the first game of the night. But again, as we touched on, it is going to be Frank vs Flying Oyster and PSG against DCG, which I think are the 2 games to look towards for tonight.
Definitely, yeah. I think games number 2 and 3 look very, very good. It'll be interesting, I think, especially the CFO Frank. It is that 2nd versus 3rd rematch from the playoffs last split. I think Impunity versus Dewish team might also be a good game. Sort of hard to tell. Again, Impunity have changed their whole roster, and Dewish team, it kind of remains to be seen whether they have leveled up during the off-season or not. But yeah, hopefully we have a bunch of good games today.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as well, we want to see Hellpigs have a better performance than yesterday, because they kind of just got rolled. But on your screen now, you do see, obviously, West Point in our first game of the day. As I said before, Relia is sticking around. There's 665, Nuli, Prage, and Char. Now, Char has managed to find a team after being the substitute for DCG last split. And so far, we haven't really seen much out of this team. They kind of just got rolled yesterday. But again, we're looking towards them playing better here and hopefully doing a little bit better against BYG. Maybe find themselves their first win, only the 2nd day in. Maybe a bit better than last split, I believe.
Yeah. I think I'm still expecting this one to go the way of Beyond, but I am expecting a better performance than yesterday. In their game against DCG yesterday, West Point, they kind of just lost the game really, really early. Their lanes were getting pretty hard gapped, and it was kind of a jungle masterclass, as there was that Maokai gank Sejuani gank onto the mid lane very, very early. And Nuli, I feel like he didn't really get to show what he was made of yesterday, so hopefully this time you'll get a bit of a chance. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think that's something to look forward to, is seeing how Nuli can do in this matchup against 1116. 1116, not typically your stronger laner, and so maybe here we'll be able to see him do a little bit better than he was able to do against Mission, which is definitely, I think you really want to be able to see that, otherwise it's not a good look for your team in general.
Definitely, and here on your screen, the Beyond Gaming lineup, they have changed their bot lane. They've got Betty and Carriers, which you have to say is one of the best, maybe potentially the best bot lane in the league. I mean, Betty and Carriers, both extremely good players, and that could be exactly what Beyond need to kind of propel themselves into the those top 2, top 3 spots.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something exciting to keep note of, is especially Carriers coming from what was the last place team in the spring split to now he's on what could contend to be the first place team, in all honesty. Depends how good you'd have to say that Betty is, knowing that Kongyue already was one of the best junglers that we saw. He should be able to maintain his sort of abilities and whatnot, but Betty coming in from the LPL could change this team entirely.
Definitely, Betty has had many good international performances, and as a reminder, it is the top 2 PCS teams, or playoff teams, excuse me, that go to Worlds from the PCS and LCO this year. So that could be beyond, joining the likes of PSG. We'll have to see. And I think, as I said before, I am kind of expecting Beyond to come away with this game. I'd be very interested to see, though, can West Point put up a more stable early game. Obviously, DCG, even when they had an ST, were quite good in the early game, and with the addition of Mission, even more so. Whereas Beyond, at least last split, was a lot kind of, if Kongyue didn't get the ball rolling early, no one else really was. Potentially pretty different now, though, with their new bot lane. We'll have to see whether or not they kind of put on that same pressure to West Point that DCG did.
Yeah, and that's quite an interesting point, I feel, because Fing, in his own right, was a really, really strong AD carry. So, I mean, you've definitely upgraded to have Betty now, but kind of interesting that they weren't able to continue through Kongyue. Definitely have to see how Betty and Keres are able to do that better. But we are now obviously into the champion select. It is Vi Cassante, some staple bans on the patch, as well as Nico LeBlanc.
Yeah, so the Nico was a bit low priority yesterday. Not too sure why, but it is getting the respect it deserves here in game number 1. Will we see this Maokai or Sejuani targeted? Kind of feels like Vi, Maokai, Sej are those 3 best junglers. They ban away the Jax. So I guess that Lakai is kind of known for playing Jax. He did play it a lot last split. And what are Beyond going to match that with? You have to see. Because banning one jungler, I feel like, is kind of a mistake. You want to be able to trade them. But what do you go for instead? I mean, you could just ban another target ban. I'm not sure what it'll be.
Yeah, I think it's possible that Beyond are okay to give over the Sedge, pick the Wukong. Kongyue is one of his best champs, is that Wukong. So taking away the Maokai almost certainly does mean that will be what we see. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Sejuani locked in immediately here for West Point. They had to verse it yesterday. 665 playing the Wukong instead, and now they're going to get the other side of that jungle matchup most likely.
Yeah, so would not be surprised at all to see the Wukong locked in. I'm not sure I'm sold on the Wukong into Sejuani yet, but we have a pretty small sample size, and Kongyue is an absolute beast on the champ, so if he picks it up, I won't be upset at all. They do take away the Renekton, want to deny that Sedge-Renekton combo, which is extremely powerful for early skirmishing. Hovering the Annie here, but would be a little surprised to see it picked up. Yeah.
1116 has typically played quite a lot of Annie, so not that bad. And I feel like him as a player generally likes to be a facilitator more than the standout carry. Obviously, he has had performances on the likes of Jace as well as Ryze, but in general, the majority of his games, he does try and play around the jungler more than play for himself, so not overly surprising. Nah, definitely a pick that is seen quite a lot here over in the PCS, but not one that Relia has often opted towards. Generally, he's gone for more of let the other team have the Gnar, and then he picks himself a sort of counter pick. But we will see him now picking up that Gnar into the Renekton. Should have a lot of pressure in the early stages of the lane for the most part, despite the Renekton, being noted for his presence.
Yep. Pick up the Jace as well. Works very well with the Sejuani, and I think it does pretty well into the Annie as well. Gives you a lot of range, and you can just kind of poke her down in the mid game. Gragas being the hover, but it really should be that Wukong locked in here. If you drop your jungler now, you're going to be really grasping for jungle picks. And Kongyue, as we said before, an absolute menace on the champ. They do lock it in. And something we've seen very, very often from a lot of the teams yesterday was just dropping their bot lane. So it kind of seems like that's the meta at the moment, as both teams here have dropped their bot lane again. Milio is the ban, so kind of getting rid of that Lucian-Milio combo, which is extremely powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think based entirely around sort of how the pick bans are now, with your bot lane coming in 4-5 generally, it kind of leans towards possibly blue side being stronger, because how bans are, you're not really getting 2 OP picks on the red side, you're more just trading 1 for 1. And so it feels like blue might have the advantage in draft, at least for the current stage. But we'll have to see if BYG can pull out something, perhaps in the support role. It could always be Annie support, although that's really fallen out of favor ever since late stages, of the Spling Spirit.
It is possible. Yeah, but I'm not sure what they would pick into Jace instead. And like you said, there hasn't been a whole lot of Annie. To be fair, there just hasn't been a whole lot of Annie mid in the PCS at all, though it still remains fairly popular internationally. They ban away the Xayah, which is something we've seen over and over. When you are playing these more engage-heavy comps, taking away the Xayah, it makes a lot of sense. It shuts down your engage very easily. And also means that if they do go for a Rakan, it's not quite as powerful. Now, the Aphelios is the other ban, so wouldn't be surprised, BYG, to see them pick up the Kai'Sa. Betty played it yesterday to great effect. I think it was 9-0-6. It does lock it in.
He ended a 9-0-8 because they had that shenanigans at
that's right.
Fountain.
Yeah, I keep forgetting.
But yeah, again, I think we said this yesterday, Kai'Sa definitely one of the AD carry champions that if you're a good AD carry player, you can really show the limits of this champ, and it's so exciting to watch. So definitely happy about that. Varus Braum tends to make me think it's probably going to be the on-hit Varus this game. Just having that protection from Braum generally lends towards that direction more so than the lethality.
Possibly, yeah. I think it is pretty hard to play on-hit Varus in this game, but at the same time, we've kind of seen PCS teams struggle a lot when they play double poke. So if you have the Varus and the Jace poke, I don't know, if you can play around it, it's good. It is quite difficult to execute. Worth noting though, they do have that Sedge Braum combo, which is really good for any early game fight, and honestly good at team fighting as well, especially against, you know, the likes of Renekton and the Wukong. Now, the Rakan is the last pick, so it does pretty well into Braum, kind of facilitates the rest of the team, adds on to that engage. Overall, I'm not too sure which team I like more. I think a lot of it comes down to what the Varus ends up building for me. I'm really not happy if it's another double poke game, but I'm not sure how well you can play an on-hit Varus into this comp.
Yeah, I think the on-hit Varus relies a lot on the Braum and how the Braum plays, as well as the Sejuani. And if Rallia plays Gnar as well, anything like Solo Kill was able to, then we might see some really good team fighting, and in which case it sort of does lean towards you'd rather have the on-hit Varus. Because as we sort of saw yesterday, you can have the poke champs, but if you're not able to land enough poke before the team fight, then you just lose the team fights anyway. But at least if you have that consistent DPS coming out of a Varus, and Varus with on-hit is definitely one of the highest DPS champions there are in League of Legends, so we'll have to see. Obviously, I think the Keystone Rune will give away what this Varus is headed towards, and I think that, as you said, will tell what kind of direction these teams will look towards in the game.
Definitely, and I will be real interested to see if anything happens at level 1 here. With the Sejuani Braum, you do have the potential for some sort of level 1, but being on the blue side means, you know, it's not often that you invade the enemy's blue buff at level 1. Not sure if we'll see that, but it used to be extremely common that if you're playing Sejuani and Braum on red side, that you would invade the enemy bot jungle and just take away their red buff at level 1, which would make playing the game around bot side very, very difficult, and something that could be, you know, it could be a way in, I suppose, for West Point if they look for it. But again, taking away that blue, not sure how good that feels.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here we go. We are now into our first game on day number 2 here, Summer Split PCS, between West Point and Beyond Gaming. Now, very interested to see how this game goes, what the Varus builds, where the level 1s go, where Jungler's path as well can tell a lot. We did see actually PSG putting a lot of pressure around top and into that Renekton. See if Beyond Gaming try to do that. Keystone is going to be lethal tempo, so actually most likely will be AP, I've just realized, because they do have the Jace, the Gnar, so they are lacking AP damage here. Against the Wukong, definitely don't want to be doing that, so might actually be AP Varus.
Yeah, it could just be a Shiv AP build as well, something like Shiv into Nash's. We'll have to see. We've also seen, you know, previously when it was Varus mid with AP, the kind of Nash's Riftmaker build, but I think it is a bit better with Shiv. And both mids going for first strike. You're going to be making a lot of money there. It's kind of interesting that Nully went for the D-Blade. You see most of the Jaces pick up that longsword refillable just to kind of get a head start on their build early. But wants a bit more of that laning power. As it looks like 665 here on the Sedge. He is going to solo start. Kongwei, he's forcing his ball into leash.
Yeah, greedy jungler, but we'll have to see if that means anything. It should say that West Point will have a lead early on in this lane phase, being that they are at the minion wave first, should hit level 2 first. And it will change how Beyond have to play this bottom side.
Definitely, and both junglers will be pathing to the top lane, kind of know that Gnar Renekton matchup needs to be played around early. Very gankable, obviously, for the Renekton side, and Gnar wants the ability to just kind of push and not be impeded there. Mid lane remains fairly even for now. Most likely just going to see farming. It's very hard to actually push Annie out of lane. As I say that, 1116 is walking Nully off the creep waves, doing a very good job in this matchup.
Yeah, Lakai as well, getting a nice trade there up on top against Rallia's Gnar, and Nully not having any of it will go in, but definitely lost that trade there in terms of health and mana.
Yeah, maybe not the start he was looking for. Obviously, at first strike, Jace does scale pretty well. Jace isn't the super hard lane bully that he used to be, that just no champ can contest him. He's still very good in lane, of course, but not the level he used to be. has made up for it, though, with some very nice scaling. When we often see in the PCS, when the Jace hits those 3 items, really starts to come online, especially against teams that are sort of lacking in the lifesteal sustain department.
Yeah, Lakai.
Yeah, he has a lot of prio here. Is just going to be able to spot out the top jungle. Does not have himself a ward, though. I believe he used it at level 1 or maybe very early into his lane.
Yeah, it looks like nothing will come of it, but he did search around. He knows that Sejuani hasn't done that Gromp yet, and we see a fight start out on bot that is going to be flashed now down already for Prage on the Varus.
Very nice there. You know, BYG's bot lane, they have that level 3 advantage, and they look to push for it. Kyungyue, he's going to try to secure this top crab. They do have the top priority for now, and with that leash should be a little bit further ahead in the clear, and it looks like he's going to be able to get this away before 665 even enters the river. He's got it.
Damn, Lakai. Oh, Rally is so low. You have to think he has to back now. Kyungyue actually uses Clone to go over this wall. Are they going to be able to hit him before Meganar? Because that could really turn around this dive.
Have to flash.
Yeah, Relia is going to use that flash. It's now Lakai taking up, but he flashes forward, gets the stun. First blood now for Lakai.
Well executed there from the side of BYG. They do have to commit 2 flashes, but ultimately it ends up with first blood over to Lakai, which is extremely important. And I think in the Gnar-Renekton matchup, you know, if Renekton gets a lead, I think Gnar eventually still wins, but it slows it down a lot. And Renekton's a champ that snowballs incredibly well. Bot trades seem to be going the way of BYG, although need to be a little careful with 665 in the area. The ward should spot him out. Nice dodge there from Betty.
Yeah, gets away from any real danger from this gank here, and it is just the advantage to BYG. Good foresight by Kyungyue as we see Char getting chunked up. That shield will stop any follow-up damage, but lane advantage heavily in favor of Betty and Kyrus, despite having a leash, as Char has to flash away. I don't know if he had to, but playing it safe and making sure he doesn't get tagged up by that W.
And what an absolute clinic being put on here by the BYG bot lane. Not only did they leash, but now they're 2v3ing on the weak side, which is very impressive. Really showing how good they are in this bot lane. It could be partially due to matchup. Obviously, have the Rakan versus the Braum, but still, given the advantages that West Point's bot lane had, you would expect them to be the ones in control. But maybe it's just a class of that BYG bot lane. Kyungyue, he uses that mid and bot priority, takes away the big Raptor. And 1116. Now he's TP back to mid, has himself the Lost Chapter. And I have to say, he's going to be stronger than Jace, at least at this point. You know, Jace has gone for the tier, does not have himself the Dirk since he started with that D-Blade. Maybe now looking around mid is Char. He's just going to spot out these pinks. Looks like they'll be able to take this one away. That'll maybe prompt carriers to come through mid. Kind of need to regain a bit of control, allow your Annie to play aggressive. And I think one thing that kind of goes underrated about Annie in competitive is it's very hard to take cleanse as a mid laner in competitive. You kind of need teleport. And Annie is, you know, hard countered by cleanse, which is why you see all the ADCs take it against it. But playing a mid laner at 6 against Annie without cleanse, it can very often just result in your death if you walk up at the wrong time. So having that vision control around mid. Betty, though, he's going to take a lot of damage here. Cleanses early. Still takes a lot of damage. Prage.
Kyrus and Kyungyue here. Kyrus looking for Char. Prage actually. Flash forward. Knock up lands. But there's no one in range just yet. Kyungyue will get there. Braum shield will not be enough. Kyungyue sits him down with that pole.
He does. He has a Sheen, and he just does so much damage to him. I thought Prage was maybe going to make it out, but unfortunately did not. And that's a huge creep wave lost. Very costly death. And it's going to snowball into more as they're going to take both the Scuttle Crab and the first dragon away. Getting this first drag as well before the Herald spawns, always a very important timing to make sure you can get back to topside. And 665, he's not even able to take away the red buff because this happened a bit too early. So really just no good trade the side of West Point can make. Aren't as far behind early game as they were against DCG yesterday, but once again, not the start they were looking for.
Yeah, absolutely not. And even topside, we have Lakai up almost 10 CS at this stage, and bot lane very much the same, as well as the kills for each lane. Well, actually, Kyungyue has picked up one of the kills, but advantage definitely in favor of BYG this early on.
Now, Herald spawning, 30 more seconds here. will Kongyue pass straight to the top side, or is he maybe going to try and protect bot lane? It looks like he's pathing out bot side. A 665. He might go for a lane gank and a dive here, but without the mid priority, I can't see this working. They know Betty doesn't have cleanse. That's maybe a window, but this looks extremely difficult to me. They're going to try.
Oh, Glacial Prison will land here onto Keres, but he's got another dash. He's fine to get out. It's Kongyue now looking down here.
Now, unfortunately, Betty did use his flash. I think he would have been fine without it. But either way, better safe than sorry. They managed to avoid this very crucial window. They're still going to be able to pick up all that CS, and it kind of remains to be seen. Will West Point find a way to punish this flash being down or not? They are going to have to wait probably for that Sejuani ult to come up. And this is going to give BYG's bot lane agency over that bot wave. They can probably push this and look to move Keres up to that Rift Herald. You have to feel like skirmishes should be going in their favor at this point, especially with Keres just hitting level 6. Char, only level 5, will not want to be able to move to that Rift Herald just yet. Now West Point, they're going to enter the river here. They have this Jay Sejuani, very strong 2v2, but it feels like all they can really get is that bot side control. They would much prefer to have control around the Herald, but unfortunately just too behind. Especially in the top lane now, a full Gore Drinker for Lakai. You do not want to mess with that guy right now.
Yeah, Meganar coming down now too from Rallia, so won't have that available to him. Interestingly, it is just going to be 665 looking for some jungle camps down here, but will be spotted out by Keres. Keres looking to defend it.
Yeah, BYG's bot lane being this strong is making it so difficult for 665 to trade anything meaningful.
Char though, oh, Chain of Corruption dodged there, and it is going to be 3-man dive onto Betty. He does go down. The Sejuani picks it up, but nice quickness there. We'll find 665. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1 trade. I still think it's better overall for West Point. It would be nicer if it could just be a 1-for-0, given that they did have to give up the Rift Herald for it. And Newly, he's the one who pays the price. Being zoned off this mid wave, loses some plates. He's almost down 20 CS as well. I think that might just be off the back of 1116 CSing extremely well. 103 at only 10 minutes here. Although it is an extra 4 CS grabbed from that Rift Herald. And we'll get a replay. A second look at what happened bot side. Betty probably should just let these creeps die. Knows he's getting so much top side and just really needs to not die, but thought he could outplay it. And to his credit, almost does, but it was a lot of sums used, the double sums and the ignite from West Point's bot lane. Keres, though, he manages to come in, gets a kill, and Sejuani even wasted the flash there. So maybe in terms of gold, better for West Point, but in terms of sums, massively favored for BYG.
Yeah, managed to get all 3 there out of 665, Prage, and Char, so definitely an angle here, but Glacial Prison comes in. Nice flash to get away from that. Definitely would have gone down if it had it connected.
It's just a nice respect there from 1116. Obviously didn't have the Merc Tread, so wouldn't have been long for this world had that connected. And next Dragons in another minute. Herald has already been dropped on mid lane, and we'll likely see Annie, you put that gold to good use. If you can get that Mythic on the Annie before this Dragon fight, would be pretty big.
Oh!
It's going to take a lot of damage on the way out. Has himself some magic resist, so isn't taken down, but it's a nice little bit of first strike gold there for the Annie.
Yeah, managing to get half HP without any real items, but fight going out on top lane. Rallia is going to be able to disengage with that Nah.
Yeah, it should be too hard for Lakai to chase this down. Doesn't have any boots to speak of up against Rallia's tier 2 boots, so despite having the Gore Drinker, just can't really close the gap.
Kongyue looking, flash, Cyclone. Prize not long for this world. That's another kill here for Kongyue, as Keres will land the knock-up, but Braum not going to be able to be found.
Very nice pickup there. Prage, unfortunately, is hard punished for using that flash in that previous play. Now Char, he could be getting
looking. They do have Kaiser ult, but with the CC missing,
that was a few missing picks from the BYG side. Not sure where that Braum ult was going. Maybe he thought that Wukong was going to go on him from there. If he did, that's kind of big brain, but unfortunately, Kongyue, even bigger brain, decided not to go for it. And look at all that CS dying. I mean, that's so much for Prage to lose, especially if he is going to end up being kind of their solo AP threat. They do have that Sejuani as well, but it's not a huge amount of magic damage. Does force out the Merc Treads, though, as you can see Keres picks it up against that Jay Sejuani. Second drag, now going to go the way of BYG. Only 12.5 minutes here. Going to have themselves a nice win condition early.
I want to come back. I think that's an extremely charitable take on the Braum ult there. looking for Kongwei.
You think he just misclicked?
Surely, because Kongwei was nowhere near that. It seems like he would have had to have flashed there. Anyway, it happened, I guess, but static shift picked up as well from Betty. Massive, massive damage spike here on that Kai'Sa.
Yeah, nice acceleration here. Only 2,000 gold ahead, but you can kind of see that even with a relatively small gold lead, it often has these breakpoints which are really important, right? Like you can see the item picked up on Kai'Sa, not picked up on the Varus. You know, same in the top lane. Oh, 1116.
Another attempt there. He's turning it around. A lot of damage is being found onto 665. He's just going to go down. 1v2, manages to find one. Now Kira's coming in. Betty comes in as well. He's looking for Nuli. Nuli's going to go down. Wow, what a sequence of play.
Yeah, what an absolute excellent punish there from the side of BYG. You have to question, 665, I think, going for the initial ult onto the Annie. If it hits, probably does work out. Unfortunately, though, had just overcommitted to it, as we'll get a replay of this. I think they kind of know that this should work. Maybe they should have waited a little bit longer for Braum to be nearby. Yeah, missing it was pretty costly. I think if Sech hadn't used the W, 665 probably could have just walked this out. Unfortunately, though, taking that tower aggro kind of seals his fate. And Betty, with that bot priority, is just able to move up and take out Nuli. So, I don't know, West Point, they're making a lot of good plays, but unfortunately, they're just not being executed well enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to say, based on, obviously they took Sim9's spot from last split, but being this proactive, even though it hasn't been working out now, does look good. As we see Praise looking for 1116. He has got that stopwatch for now. Trying to get the stun off. Will he get the cooldown? And what doesn't look like he will. That's a kill now found for 665. But with Lakai coming in, Praj is not long for this world. 1-for-1 trade in the end, but it does cost teleport there for Lakai.
Yeah, now can Relia punish that in the top side? It doesn't look like it. He's just going to push in the wave, and Betty's now going to get even more gold. 665.
665's in trouble. We'll be able to get over that wall.
And Kongwei was not expecting him to be there at all, and maybe he could be looked at for a dive here. It is pretty hard to dive for Wukong, though. Looks like he will just clear this one out. And 665, he's trying to find avenues back into this game, but they're being closed off pretty quickly. What was only a 2,000 gold lead is now doubled up to 4,000 here for BYG. Pretty important item spikes coming through across the board. Mythics completed for those carries on the side of West Point, as well as now on BYG. And 2 minutes on the third drag. I feel like whenever you can get these drags stacked up very early, it forces your opponents into a pretty bad position. West Point, they kind of have to contest this third drag, but will they want to? I mean, it's tough, especially where, again, I wouldn't say they're more of a poke comp this time, but they still have poke elements to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And very, very shortly, it looks like Kai'Sa will be getting Ludens online. I think that's going to have to be a Ludens, right? And at that point, you are going to be so behind, really, when it comes to any objectives as West Point. But for now, they're trying to contest this Rift Herald. Teleporters, committed here from Nuli.
Yeah, this is going to end up being a straight 5v5, and it's one that I think BYG should clean house on. No Mega on Rel here either. I don't think West Point want this fight.
Oh, flash forward is going to land. Relia going down immediately as there's a huge chunk of BYG members killing West Point. 2 found, 3 found. Are they going to be able to get 665? He is extremely tanky, but flash away. Lakai looking for that stun is going to manage to find it. Now just Nuli left up. Should be fine to live. Actually manages to get a turnaround shutdown onto Lakai. Nice bit of gold in the pocket of Jace.
Was a nice trade back there from Nuli, but unfortunately, BYG just massacre Team WP there. And we'll get a replay of what happened. I'm not sure you want this fight at all, especially once your Mega Gnar is gone. You haven't really used your Jace to land any poke before, and the fight is so disjointed. Relia one shot on the side, and the rest, once again, stacked up in a 4-man here. Just AoE down, and I think that's the really easy thing about playing an engage comp, right? Is if your opponents do misplay, if they don't have the correct setup, it's so easy to punish. Nice shock blast there. Unfortunately, bad to worse for the side of Team WP. Now have to try find a way to get back into this game. Most likely will have to just give over this third dragon. Definitely not in position to set it up. Can't trade the Baron either. So what are your options? You kind of maybe you can find some poke with the Jace if Nuli can reach his kind of 3-item mark. Although, so they didn't have the damage for the Baron, but they do have damage for the Rift Herald. Can take this away, but are they even going to be able to get it? I mean, maybe BYG can just delay going for this dragon and look to fight again.
Teleport available here. It is 1116 coming in to that mid tower. 4K left on the Rift Herald as Betty's trying to send out any Ws he can. Kongwei over the wall, will not get this smite there. So there is some compensation for 665 picking up that Rift Herald.
Yeah, they got the top tower as well. I think that was kind of a heist from West Point. I'm not sure they should have been able to get that without taking some damage, but they do manage to. And now BYG will set their sights on that third dragon. Was delayed a little bit to try and contest the objective. Unfortunately realized too late that they wouldn't be able to get there in time. So now this really puts West Point on the clock. I'm not sure if Nuli can reach 3 items, kind of that real Jace power spike, before that 4th dragon has to be 4. Really feels like BYG, they kind of just need to put the finishing touches on this game. If they can win another team fight and start that Baron, we'll be in a very good position. But hold that thought as the Rift Herald has dropped mid. Unfortunately, they can't even get anything else with it. Just chunk on the mid tower.
Yeah, didn't manage to get that tower as Kongwei eventually finishes up that Mountain Dragon. 5 minutes, 24 minutes will be the timer on that Dragon Soul fight. Kongwei will not be able to heist this red away for now. Nuli doing a good job to defend it.
But he has completed himself the Nashers. See if he goes towards the Ludens or the Rage Blade here. He's got a dagger, so probably is going for that Rage Blade.
I think that might be the boots upgrade.
Could be, yeah. Could be. Now they're going to work on, looks like the top tier 2 here. Would be nice if they can break some of these tier 2s before the Baron. If they can't though, maybe you can find some sort of engage. It's not going to be easy for the team of WP to defend their towers. They're going to try though, looking towards that top tier 2. BYG so in control though, have so much vision, so much just suffocation in this top side. It's so hard for WP to enter at all. You can see Kerez, he's positioning just so aggressively, which is really annoying. You know, it makes West Point take the long way around every time. Kind of means you lose some CS here and there. You can see Sedge kind of forced to clear some of those creeps mid.
You have to be so careful now. If yesterday was anything to go off, if you make a mistake here, lose Baron, you lose the game. As massive chunk found onto 665.
Ooh.
These Ws are doing so much damage out of Kai'Sa now.
Yeah, good damage onto the Varus as well. Could they look at Baron? I think if they were really bold, maybe with those chunks, they could have bursted down. They do have a lot of DPS on it. But they're going to play it safe. Probably know that if they just wait 3 more minutes, can just play for that Dragon Soul. And now, Lakai, he's been having a bit of a quieter game, you know, after his lead he got there in the top side. Isn't a whole lot I think you can do to really hard snowball as Renekton versus Nara, but has been doing well for himself, getting a lot of priority, has those 2 items and is going to be very difficult to deal with in those team fights. There's not really a good champ, except for maybe the Varus, at dealing with this Renekton, and I think Lakai realizes that, grabs himself a Hex Drinker, you know, one of the most efficient MR items you can buy without fully investing into a full tank MR item.
Yeah, Kira should be able to spot these guys out now and fall back, but keeping control over this river is so important because if you are able to find something, having immediate safety around the Baron obviously leads to a very accelerated end. But again, 2 minutes until this dragon, which BYG should be comfortable just waiting for.
Should be, and West Point, maybe they're positioning for a fight.
Yeah, Glacial Prison goes wide though, so that's a massive tool gone. It's Kongwei dancing in and out, finds a 2-man Cyclone, but disengaging and going back in. That's a 3-man, Prager's down, Biddy's coming in. Ralliant running for his life, got a lot of movement speed from Triforce. 1 HP, he is going to escape, but now the attention turned towards this Baron.
Yeah, should be the Baron just going the way of BYG. Nuli's going to try something though.
Yeah, Lakai should be able to find Nuli here, maybe not quick enough, and Nuli does get away, but with him gone from the picture, it is now going to be this Baron picked up, which should mean a bit of pressure around the towers and eventually the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, I think from this point now, very difficult for WP to come back into it. Very sizable lead here. 4th Dragon on the cards and the Baron. BYG, I think they should be able to clean this game up in the next few minutes. I have to see though, so we're going to replay of what happened. I can kind of respect WP looking for this. They see Renekton showing on the top side, so kind of want to make something happen. Unfortunately, the Sedge ult does go wide. There was no cleanse up, so if that had hit onto Betty, might have been able to kill him, but after that, just really way too overextended in this fight. You can see poor Praj, I think even had cleanse there, but was just instantly taken out. There's just so much engage, and Rally here, he lived with probably about 10 HP. Nuli, he tried what he could to stop this Baron, but it's so hard at this point. There's just so many things that can block you. Even the Annie ult here is quite annoying to deal with. Did manage to get away with his life just barely.
Oh, now we're going back to live. Betty is in between the inner and inhib turret. He's getting low, a lot of CC onto him. He's still surviving for now. He's getting away, but there's going to be Nuli who shuts him down. Kongyue now looking for that payback, but Nuli might just be too fast again. A lot of 1 HP survivals, but it's not going to be. Kongyue closes him down. In the meantime, down bot, Rallier also getting picked up. Just all around the map beyond finding wins.
It is, and such a Betty thing to do, to be between the enemy tier 2 tower and their inhib. Kind of crazy, man. But now 4 members down for WP, that 4th dragon spawning as well. I don't think the game will be picked up just yet, but it's getting further and further into BYG's favor. They have just such a stranglehold on the game at this point. You can see reflected in that gold difference. Have been ahead pretty much the entirety of the game. Never really slipped up any. And I think the Mountain Soul as well is a very hard one to deal with, because the shield's just going to be there, as well as just the extra stats makes poking so hard. And we'll see. Betty, I guess he hit a W here, which would have chunked quite a lot. We'll have to see. Oh, he's just man enough to just chase him down. Even cleansed early. Look at him go. The killer instinct ties between the towers and managed to get out here for so long. He bought himself a huge amount of time. Unfortunately for him, Nui did come over and just flash to take him out, but did basically everything he could. Played it very well.
Yeah, Kongyue obviously eventually managing to get that.
Man,
having a laugh.
Yeah, he was pretty happy with that one. Now 5 minutes on the Elder. We'll see if it goes to that or not. There's still 20 seconds on this Baron, so that could maybe be one more wave top. Maybe look towards that. There's quite a lot of poke that can come out from the Kai'Sa. Now has herself a Ludens. And with that poke, you can kind of force people off the tower, even without Baron.
Yeah, and it is going to be the Ludens picked up here for Betty, so if one of those Ws manages to land on either Nuli or Praise, it could just spell the end of a team fight even. Kind of ironic, the team with Varus and Jace are the weaker team at poking.
Yeah, Kai'Sa W, it goes wide. And I'd be surprised if BYG can get a whole lot done without this Baron. There is still a fair amount of wave clear. If they position too aggressively though, maybe West Point will get engaged on, and then that could allow BYG the opening they need to kind of break open this base. Right now, I'm playing 3 lanes. Ooh. So I do have to be respectful. Ooh, another one's going to hit. Oh, so close.
If that hit, I think he just goes in on the other side of the wall and is able to finish him off. I think.
You think he'd do it with no sums?
I know, he went in between 2 towers just before.
He had sums that time.
True.
He'd be very brave. But
We'll never know anyway.
We'll have to ask him.
All right. Back to the game. I mean, there's not much really to do, you don't think, until maybe 2 minutes time when Baron's up, and at which point there's no realistic way for West Point to win that fight. So you have to feel like if once Baron's up, it should pretty much be a done deal.
Yeah, you are kind of thinking that. Now, I think the one hope for West Point is that Nuli now has that 3 items. He's very strong, has been kind of, actually having a pretty good game for himself. Was unfortunately a bit team gapped in the early game, but is online now. Has managed to pick up himself a couple shutdowns. If he can hit some crucial poke onto Betty before the fight starts, there could maybe be a way back in. But you're really grasping at straws.
Damn, that was aggressive.
Yeah, does manage to get back over the wall. And Baron spawning in 1 more minute. Most likely won't see any action until then. Everyone kind of knows that we're just waiting for that to spawn. They look for
Glacial
Kerez.
Prison goes wide, but Kerez going to be okay to just jump away, and massive cooldown gone now for the Sejuani. It's 1-1-6 fighting Rallier, who's just blowing up And now it's a three-man Cyclone. The fight continues. Nice Glacial Fissure to try and disengage, but Kira's coming in. That quickness will find two. Char's 1 HP. Prize is 1 HP. He's going to get sniped by Betty, but oh my goodness, the knockback from Nuli will save him until he's sniped. Betty finds two. This should be the game, but still a few structures to work through first.
Do have a couple of inhibs that they need to take out here, but there just really isn't enough members from the side of West Point to keep this one up. Now I have these last two towers remaining, but can they survive? I don't think they can. One tower's about to fall, the second one not far behind.
Yeah, looks like this should be it. Nuli might have to die one more time. He's going to. And this should be the end. BYG looking again for some more fountain shenanigans, similar to yesterday. Doesn't look like they'll be able to. This is three pretty tanky members of WP, but here we go. I might have spoken too soon. It's Relia going down. Kira's getting himself a kill.
Yeah, so it ends up being a fairly one-sided game with Beyond picking it up. I think was kind of expected. BYG, they look like a very strong team. At West Point, we're starting to get a bit more data on them. Maybe not the strongest, although admittedly have had to take on what could be two of our top 4 teams at this point. So we'll have to kind of see how they continue to go. I will say that I think Nuli actually played fairly well for himself. I think, unfortunately, games sort of fell apart around him, especially in the kind of jungle and bot lane. So, how much can you really take from them? I'm not sure. I'm sure they'll go back and review it. On the side of BYG, though, once again, looking really good across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, importantly, it wasn't really Betty's doing this game. Obviously, he had some crucial team fighting in there. I won't take that away from him, but 1116 had so much jungle pressure against him, actually managed to find a turnaround kill at one point, as well as just so many engages were actually found by him on that Annie. And I think, credit to him, I think it's not easy playing the Annie, even into the Jace and having the Sejuani constantly in your lane. I think he only was found once to a gank, and maybe it wasn't even. I remember he flashed away from one, and the next one he got a kill, so I think he did extremely well. Also, Lakai up in top, they found the early dive onto Relia, got him ahead, and I think all around the map they played extremely well.
Yeah, have to agree. I mean, bot lane was even 2v3ing for a lot of that, so have to give credit to them too. I'm not even sure who I would give the MVP to for this game. I feel like Kongyue, maybe. I mean, I think he found some very good engages, and that top lane dive early was pretty impressive. So, yeah, I'm not too sure.
I think you could give it to Kira's.
Yeah, possibly.
I think Kira's played extremely well in the Rakan. I didn't really notice any time where he was doing anything out of place, and he always seemed to be where he needed to be at the right time. I think I would choose Kira's for this one, but again, I also think 1116 or Kongyue could also be selected.
Yeah, definitely could. And I think something I want to bring up is this Varus. I think in PCS, Varus has been a bait pretty much all year long, and I feel like it's not so much that the champ's bad, it's more that Varus is being picked in situations where it's very hard to be a Varus, right? Like, I think if you're playing against, the likes of Rakan and Wukong, if you're playing on-hit Varus, you have to position so well. And if you play like the poke Varus, then suddenly you've got a very difficult to execute composition. And I think that's kind of the punishment that you have of dropping your bot lane. And honestly, I don't really like it a whole lot. I would much rather teams kind of, tend towards those more, I don't know, safer crit ADCs.
Traditional even?
Yeah, maybe traditional. I mean, again, I don't think the Varus is bad. It's just the places, they're kind of getting forced to where there's just not many AD carries left, so they go towards the Varus, and it's just, how can you play? I mean, he's 0-7, you can see he's just getting engaged on across the screen. It's just so difficult.
Yeah, I even think like Varus, while in lane, might be strong against Kai'Sa. I think when it comes to team fights, she's just another champ that can gap close onto you and immediately kill you before you can really answer. I mean, you have to land a chain of corruption. But even then, she's probably not going to ult onto you until that's gone. But let's take a look at the highlights here. This is going to be around that second Rift Herald.
This was so weird for me from West Point trying to hard contest this. I think especially with no Mega Gnar, they really don't win this fight. I mean, BYG's comp is built for this 5v5, whereas I think, the side of West Point, they kind of want to poke down, kite back, that sort of thing. Instead, though, they just take the 5v5 brawl and they get massacred for it. Nuli, he did manage to trade one back off the end, but I don't know. You can really see the strength of just picking those 5v5 engage comps, which time and time again have proven themselves to be just so solid here in the PCS. And taking a look at the damage was Betty's show again. He does have a lot of poke, right? AP Kai'Sa is pretty disgusting.
Yeah, I think importantly, though, the poke that he did land was all pretty meaningful.
Yeah.
I mean, other than maybe landing it on Sejuani might be a bit inconsequential, but we saw him landing it on Relia over and over again, Praise over and over again, as well as Nuli, not so much, but a couple of times. And so it always sticks and it's on the people that it needs to land on, and then they can't really play the team fights how they'd want to. And it's already hard enough being, as you said, the Varus in a team fight and playing it like that. It is going to be Betty who picks up that MVP, and I think, again, just the amount of damage he was putting out and leading up to those team fights, it is fair, but I do think possibly Kerez was robbed.
I think there were just so many MVP candidates. It is really hard to choose, and so it seems like when they have to make a decision, they just take the one who did the most damage. So we'll keep that in mind for our predictions in the future, and we'll get a look at Betty's Killer Instinct here. I want to see them. Oh, they're not showing the one where he's in between the towers. I think that was the most impressive one. Here was just kind of quick scoping people, though. I think he managed to hit almost every single W here, if not every single one.
He hits one on Praise here again.
Yeah. The cooldown is so low if you manage to hit it. Just has it up every few seconds.
Yeah, impressive. I mean, that is sort of the payoff with Kai'Sa. If you don't land it, then it is going to be on a really long cooldown. But here we go. Have a look at 116's highlight. And I think this was really well played. I mean, if that ult lands, 1116 probably goes down. But the fact it didn't, and he was able to turn around a kill, really, really impressive.
It was, yeah. And Betty, he comes and picks up the pieces. Feels good. Goes straight back to bowling. Gobble up some more CS. And yeah, 1116, I feel like a little bit of unsung hero in that game. Did dodge a lot of ganks onto mid. I think he did eventually go down to one, but it was after, you know, he'd like flashed one, got a kill on another, stopwatched one, and then he finally got taken out.
Yeah, I think he might have died in the stopwatch one
I think so
eventually. But like, anyway, he bought time and team came and cleaned it up. It was very impressive by him. I think it sort of is understated. Like, he didn't get the respect he deserves, I think, there with just how much pressure he alone was drawing. Because basically, whatever lane Sejuani chooses to go to, they have to play so safe. Otherwise, they're almost certainly dead. It was a bit of an exception, obviously, this game for 1116, but that's mainly due to his play.
Yeah, and he was my choice for most improved player of the split. So let's see how he evolves over the rest of the split. But that is it for game number one. Coming up next is Frank taking on CFO. It's sure to be a very good game. So join us again very soon.
Second shift's the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in a frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give anyone make you feel. I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you will be close. I know you need, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try to try, black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Summer Split, day number 2 of the PCS, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. And if you're just joining us, pretty exciting game where we saw Betty really test Kaiser's limits, especially when it comes to poke on the Kaiser. But I think more importantly, coming up now, we have Frank versus CFO. Both teams now having an addition from the LPL in Chelsea and Kenny Chan respectively. And after yesterday's game, I think this looks to be the most exciting.
Yeah, this should be a really good game. It is a rematch of the second versus third match from the last split, and I'm not too sure who I think is going to win. You know, Frank, they fell to PSG yesterday, and it was, I think, fairly one-sided in the result, but I don't know, the game was at least stable for the first 20 minutes before PSG kind of really blew the game open, and I think that CFO, they're a team that, you know, similar to Frank from last split, you know, very early game focused. And so when these teams kind of came against each other, you would see a lot of early game action. Whether or not that will be the case in split number 2 here, we're not too sure. If I had to give a prediction, I think Frank will win, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning the same way. I think one thing that's most exciting actually is getting to see Kaiwing versus Chelsea.
Yeah.
Chelsea looked, I mean, so exciting on that Blitzcrank yesterday. But then Kaiwing, at least last split, looked to be the best support we had in the region. And so seeing those two come up against each other looks to be really, really exciting. I want to say yesterday as well against PSG, Frank did seem to have the stronger bot lane for the most part. Then they fumbled one dive, if you remember.
Yeah.
And after that dive, it really turned around. But if they are able to sort of tidy that up, it looks to be like they might be one of the stronger bot lanes as well in this region, alongside Shun and Chelsea.
Could definitely be, and one thing I think you always have to consider when you're up against CFO is those early dragons. They play like that every time. Just get ahead early, secure all the dragons, and then suddenly at 22 minutes, that 4th dragon is knocking on your door. Taking a look at our team lineups though, it is Frank Esports running it back from split 1 with the addition of Kenny Chan in the jungle. And Kenny Chan, you know, again, he didn't take away the win, but he was up against Junji, and I think he still played a pretty solid game for himself.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to see what this guy is like, really, because obviously yesterday we saw Sejuani versus Maokai in that jungle, which is a fairly unexciting jungle matchup, but that seems to be what the matchups we're getting every game anyway. It's either Sejuani Maokai or Sejuani versus Wukong, so it is pretty boring jungle meta, and so when you have someone that's coming from the LPL, they don't really get to showcase exactly what they're like mechanically, but how he moves around the map can say a lot about his sort of style of jungling as well as how good he is, because it feels like for this team, you can kind of generally leave solo kill by himself in the past, and he'll formulate his own sort of advantage. He'll get really far ahead. Obviously, he didn't do that yesterday, and it's something we've seen out of solo kill. He tends to beat everyone except Azer at this stage, so maybe that's just a sort of player counter there more than solo kill falling off. But having a look here at CFO, it is the tried and tested 4 there with the addition of Chelsea. And I mean, in their game yesterday, we already said it, Chelsea kind of 1v9'd as Blitzcrank.
Yeah, it was an extremely impressive performance from him. And we'll have to see if he has anything cooked up for this game. It is CFO on the red side, so do have access to that support last pick if they want it. Maybe we'll see, you know, one of his hook champs coming through again. I believe it was the Nautilus, Thresh, and Blitzcrank was on his player card yesterday.
Nautilus was his most played, but the worst win rate out of the 3. Thresh being like, I think it was like 47 games, 60% win rate almost, which is extremely good knowing that he has played over in the LPL. And then, I mean, Blitzcrank, I want to see Blitzcrank again, honestly. I think after yesterday, it's just left me wanting more and more. So we'll see if he's able to get it. It could also be something that Frank has watched and now decide they don't even want to deal with it. It's just, Blitzcrank's just one of those champs. It's kind of feast or famine in general. It can either do really well or really bad. But even if it's doing bad, sometimes it finds one hook late game, ends the game from that. So maybe Frank just opts to ban it. We'll have to see as we head into draft phase in a moment.
Wow, just like that.
Yeah, there you go.
We're in the draft phase. is the Varus and LeBlanc taken away. Varus' first 3 is kind of an interesting one, but Shun has played it a fair amount in the past. Kennen taken away from Res did invent the Heartsteel tank Kennen in the previous split. LeBlanc Nico on the red side, second time we've seen this today. So it kind of seems the way at least the top team to thinking the draft should be played. Now, third ban, I mean, blue side definitely feels like they get more options with their bans. Kind of does feel like that LeBlanc and Nico should be perma-banned. And what's the last one they're going to look for? I mean, another target ban. Maybe ban away the Vi is something we've seen a lot. They take away the Iron instead, and I think Iron's an interesting one. I think he is really strong on the patch, but it requires a special type of jungler to play Iron. Not everyone can play it, and Gemini must be one of them.
Yeah, and it definitely has looked stronger since its change. And one thing that kind of surprised me with that, they've added a bit of damage to the Ivern, but they're taking away his sort of what he was known for and giving the double buff away after level 5. So that's just a given now in League after the recent patches. Kai'Sa will round out the draft though, taking that away from Eminem definitely seems to be a wise decision. One of his best champions, but now we'll look what the first pick's going to be. I think what we've seen pretty much every single game has been the first pick of the jungle. Vi being left open, which we haven't seen a whole lot of. We did see it yesterday once, Halpix picking that up against CFO, to no real effect.
So with this Vi first pick, I would like to see Xayah picked up in the first 3 for CFO. I think picking Xayah makes Vi's job so difficult. If they actually pick it up in the first 3 or not, we'll have to see, but I really think it shuts down Vi a lot and removes what makes her such a absurdly strong pick on the patch, because you can just pick pretty much any mid laner that synergizes with Vi and then engage support, and it just makes the job for the enemy AD carry virtually impossible. We'll see though, maybe Sedge Renekton could be the lock in here. Don't really need to take the Sedge just yet, but probably would want to pick it up third alternatively. I think pick the Sedge Renekton, Xayah on 3, or the Xayah now, Sedge on 3 could be good as well if they're worried about it being taken away.
You definitely don't hate it. And it might force your start of draft to be different for Frank too, maybe looking to take away Rakan earlier than perhaps you'd want to, although the switch over to Jace now, definitely a Jimmy staple at this point, played it yesterday as well. But with that lock-in, you have to feel like it's more likely for Shun to head towards one of these AP building AD carries now.
Most likely will be, yeah. You kind of feel like with those first 2 solo laners locked in, it will be Sejuani on 3. That's going to mean that Xayah should be getting banned out in the second phase. Let's see what Frank picked though. Most likely want to pick follow-up engage, stuff that can chase with this Vi. They lock in the Ahri. Maybe you take a top lane pick here before they get banned out. Cassante and Jax could be options. Let's see what solo kill. He kind of tends to prefer the Jax, I think.
He also was probably the most impressive looking AP Gragas top as well.
That's true.
Which is a fine pick into the Renekton. In fact, I'd say it's a good pick into the Renekton, but again, he's also a Jax player, and Jax being one of the premier top lanes on the patch, not surprised to see this locked in at all.
Oh, well, they actually go for the Maokai over the Sejuani. I mean, it could be. I think Sedge works so well with the Renekton and Jace, but Maokai obviously a very good power pick in his own right, and maybe there's an argument that the Maokai is better up against the Ahri, so we'll see what they end up going for. I really don't think there is a wrong choice in the jungle right now between the Sedge and the Maokai, both just extremely competitive picks here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see this locked in. Offers a lot around objective play with both the Saplings and Nature's Grasp on the ultimate. And we'll be locked in here, so the top side of both teams now has been selected. There will be looking towards, I'd have to suspect... Ooh, it actually might be hard, because you could take away 80 carries that build AP away from CFO, and they're going to struggle in the rest of this draft.
I mean, they still do have the Maokai. It's not a full AP threat, but it does bring a fair amount of magic damage. I wonder, though... Okay, so they ban away the Realm. Maybe just try and take away engage supports. And then if you pick up something like a Thresh, maybe that can be a good way to counter the Vi. You have to feel like Xayah should be banned here from the side of Frank. It is just by far the best pick at dealing with the Vi. What else could they ban? I mean, they could ban some of these hook supports if they wanted, but I feel like there's enough of them available. Okay, the Xayah ban, pretty much a guarantee. I feel like CFO now, the next safest ADC is to go for Aphelios with Thresh. We'll see if they end up looking for that or not.
Definitely plays into Chelsea's strength as well, being the hook champion, so I guess wouldn't be too surprised to see that come out. I do worry though as this game extends about the magic damage. I know you said that Maokai offers quite a bit by himself, but is it going to be enough when this game sort of gets a little bit later and some items, armor items especially, can come through, and maybe you just get one sort of, you know, item that can get both, maybe even Jack Show on someone. Well, there's no one really to build Jack Show yet, but there's a lot of items that you can get that offer both magic resist as well as AD.
And we will see. So Philos is the second ban here. Now, Shun's options really limited. There is the Draven up. I'm not sure you'd want to play over his Vi, but it's something that he's gone to time and time again. Really don't think this would be the game for it, though. I would like to see them pick an ADC and just last pick their support counter. Shall see, you know, very good with that counter pick with the champion pool he has. Jinx is the hover, and it's a tough game to be a Jinx. I think if you get a reset, can play out the rest of the fight, but there's always the opportunity that you can just get flash ulted by the Vi. So now, what do Frank pick? I feel like should be engaged support, Nautilus, Leona, Rakan. Something that can follow up that Vi. Tristana is the hover. Would be a bit different. I mean, there aren't a lot of AD carry options left available.
You could even take away the Thresh, because it seems like that's the only real safety offered to the Jinx here. So if you do pick something and pick a Jinx alongside it, it's going to be really, really hard for Shun to play safely in fights.
Ooh, they go for the Ezreal. I wonder, are they going to go for a double range lane and just really try put on the pressure? I wouldn't like it that much. I mean, it is good against the Jinx, but at the same time, really feel like you need to accommodate what Vi and Ahri are looking for in the team fights. And Kaiwing, you know, much more of a melee support player. Question is, which one? I mean, Nautilus. Yeah, Nautilus, Leona, Rakan. Those seem kind of like your normal ones, but would you want them with Ezreal? Instead, they go for the Braum. It is good disengage up against the Renekton, but I feel like it's a very strange 4-5. I think I would have much preferred something that can really kind of hard pressure with that Vi and the Ahri. And now the Thresh, like you said, it offers the safety that Jinx needs. Maybe don't need it though. You know, with that support going for the Braum instead, you can pick something greedier. And shall see, he picks the Tarn, which I think solves a lot of their issues. Is going to make it so difficult for Vi. And, you know, I have to say, I think Frank, they started off with an excellent 1-2-3. Really not sure about their 4-5 though.
Yeah, I'm leading the same way. I think Tarn there was a really good pick. Obviously, if Vi ever ults, well, whoever she ults, if she tries to ult the Jace, if she tries to ult the Jinx, can just gobble them up, give them a massive shield, and won't be able to find that knock up onto the AD carry. It will knock up Tarn still, so there is the possibility of just bursting him down, but with how Tarn works, he'll be really tanky, pretty hard to take down. I do like CFO's draft here. I think the only question mark is if this game does start to stall out, how much damage can they really do when they've only got really AD damage threats? I mean, the only AP damage really coming out is Maokai, and even then, has to come out of saplings, and he has to build Demonic, which makes him a little bit more susceptible for getting caught out and dying quickly in these fights. So I think CFO have to execute pretty well for this to pay off, and they do have to sort of close out the game earlier than perhaps you'd expect having the Jinx and Jace. But we do know CFO, they tend to like these 6-minute dragons and scale from there, so wouldn't be too surprised to see that work out all fine for them.
Yeah, we will see, and, you know, shall see. He built an Everfrost on the Blitzcrank yesterday. Who knows what he's going to build on Tahm Kench. Could see, you know, a Dark Seal or something picked up. And I think that, you know, obviously while there isn't a lot of AP damage, there's also not a lot of huge armor builders on the side of Frank. You know, it's not like you're super worried about the likes of, you know, an Ahri or a Braum, you know, getting particularly tanky. So I think they'll be able to manage it. We'll see, though. A lot of this game, I think, for both teams does rest on that early game. You know, just from the nature of the way they play as teams, but also whoever gets ahead in this game should have an easy time snowballing it further, as we will head on to the Rift for game number 2, Frank versus CFO.
Yeah, all right, I want to ask you, I asked you this yesterday in one of the games, but who do you reckon's getting first blood in this one?
Ooh. Let me look at the lineups again. I think I think Rest Renekton might get it. What do you think?
Do you reckon that comes from a gank, or do you think?
Yeah, I think it comes from a gank.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I was thinking Kenny Chan. I think Vi often finds herself first bloods. Press the attack, Vi, though. Probably not something I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, he wants to get stuck in. A little bit of invade here on the top side. They do drop the ward. Gemini is aware of it, though. Wasn't able to clear it in time. And it looks like this will just be a regular Ezreal build, not going to be the first strike Shiv AP like we saw yesterday.
Yeah, so Soul AP on this Ari definitely should be fine. There's not a whole lot of tankiness that can really come out from CFO.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll go Leandry's or Luden's though, because there are some healthier targets at the same time. Having more damage with the Vi could be better off. Although Kenny Chan, he's going to be leached on this red, while meanwhile Gemini is solo starting the Raptors on the other side, which was warded out. And going to be opposite pathing.
Chelsea getting some early damage there. Looking Braum up.
It's not a sentence I've ever heard before.
What happened?
Now, CFO's bot lane, they did get to start in lane, so should be the ones getting priority over that lane. And that feels good as a Tahm Kench, right? Normally Tahm's weakness is that laning phase, but up against the Braum, is it going to have a big issue? You know, it's really the range supports that give it to Tahm. But it gets a fairly free lane here against one of the other melees.
Yeah, I think actually in this lane, if Eminem's not able to find a lot of poke, it should actually be CFO winning if there is any 2v2s, because Braum and Israel shouldn't really be able to take out Tahm and his 2 health bars, so have to be careful of that. Tahm also, it isn't the easiest way to find setup, but can definitely set up for a jungle gank as well, especially when you are setting up for the likes of a Maokai.
And Shun doing a great job building up that bot wave, getting a lot of pressure onto Eminem. There is no jungler around, so won't be able to force a dive just yet, but building himself up a nice advantage already. And again, you know, maybe makes you question that Ezreal Braum 4-5. Really don't think it was the best. We'll have to, we'll give them a chance to prove us wrong. And then mid lane, Pretender and Jimmian, 2 mids that have been very strong in the last split, especially towards the tail end of it. And we have a lot of good Jace players here in the PCS, in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think 2 of the best ones are facing each other right now.
They certainly are. I think Jace is one of those champs that in some of the other regions has been a bit lower prior. You know, got played at MSI by Knight, which kind of brought it back. But the PCS has been prioritizing Jace for a very long time in that mid lane.
Even some top lane Jaces have come out, but Kenny Chan looks like he might avoid any wards here, and Rest does have to be careful. Solo kill will not land that stun, so maybe a disengage coming through. Gemini, however, looking for Pretender here. Jimmy quite low on mana, so don't suspect anything can really be found.
And most likely will just look across. Can they defend the Raptors? I mean, Jimmian does have prior over mid, doesn't have a lot of mana though. And Kenny Chan, I think he can get these and get out. Although Gemini, he's going to do his best.
Oh, okay, he does get it, but Gemini now looking for a fight. He does manage to proc phase rush. Blocking that Q there is finding a bit of damage. Still chasing. Jimmian will land the shock blade. Oh, the flash a bit too late. It looks like First Blood might be coming in here. It is going to, and Jimmian picks up First Blood. Nice setup from Gemini, and just Kenny Chan overextending, being a bit greedy with that flash.
Yeah, I think, like you said, nice play from CFO, but feels like it was a big misplay from Kenny Chan. I really think there's a couple things he could have done better. You know, either you can flash early and Q after, you can flash the shock blast, you can flash earlier. I think even here, it might have been better to wait until after the phase rush was gone before channeling the Q. So it kind of feels like Kenny Chan just mis-executed on pretty much every level here, and unfortunately was punished very hard for it. It was very nice ward coming out of Gemini to make sure he had vision, and that's going to mean blue buff and First Blood going over to Jimmy and on the Jace.
Yeah, wow. Not really what you expect out of Kenny Chan here early on. But CFO should be extremely happy with that, and now they're going to have to look for somewhere else to find some advantages, because it's going to be hard for Vida to make up for that, as Giant's Bout already picked up 4 Gemini on this Maokai.
It's going to be very hard to skirmish against the Dirk Spike, as well as that very tanky Maokai. And especially with the blue buff, Jimmian should be getting a ton of priority over mid. Ari shouldn't have the wave clear until around level 7, level 8, level 9 to really be able to fight back. And it is a nice CS lead here for Jimmian as well. They're just kind of ticking all the boxes at this point. They have themselves a lot of control in the bot river, and CFO, they are a minute late on their dragon, but it does get started up.
Yeah, it should be okay to find this. Looks like bottom lane at least is saying somewhere in the middle of the lane, as is the middle lane. But of course, with that First Blood being picked up, Serrated Dirk on the Jace, he will be a lot stronger if it does come to a skirmish. So Frank realizing this and just giving away the first dragon.
Yeah, not much they can do about this, unfortunately. We'll just be grabbed here. And now, CFO, they should have a pretty clear game plan here. They can just look to play for the Herald next as well, especially given that their top side is spiking already. And Kenny Chan, he's maybe going to look to invade this top side, knows he wants to trade something, but
we've seen this before.
We have. I feel like I'm reliving the past as... Oh,
he's queued in. This is really, really bad now. Rest has acknowledged this. He's coming down to try find this Vi, who might just be looking for an execute.
Oh, she's going to risk going for the base, and maybe not expecting Jimmy to walk the whole way, but...
Yeah, Jimmy will be able to find him. Doesn't land this slow. Kenny Chan doing his best to get out, but flash available for Gemini. Will be able to use Twisted Advance, lock up Kenny Chan. Another kill going over to Jimmy as Kenny Chan greeds for the Raptors once again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Kenny Chan is up to. I think maybe he should have skipped one of his top camps to get into that top side earlier, because you have to know the Dragon is getting started up there, but unfortunately gets in to that top side too late and then chooses to queue in. So, not too sure what the decision making was there. And if you are going for these, maybe just need a higher prio, mid laner, because Ari's not going to get prio in a Jace early game. You can set up ganks, but you can't get prio in the 1v1. And I feel like Kenny Chan, he's not playing around that very well.
Oh, and this is pretty dire, because if your Vi's getting this far behind, and she's the one that's trying to ult into someone to start a fight, really, and she might just get blown up before having any impact whatsoever.
Yeah, it can be extremely squishy, especially with the PTA as well. Feels like might just go in and give Shun a free reset. Gemini starting the Herald on the spawn here. And I feel like this should just be going over for free, although Frank Esports bot lane is deploying mid out of base, so they're at least making to contest, but I feel like there's just no chance. Probably should just start running bot. I mean, it's already so low.
Yeah, definitely no opportunity really here. Yeah, we do see now Eminem headed towards that bot lane. Massive wave building up, so actually Shun will be losing a bit of minions as the wave pushes towards Frank, but nothing that big in comparison to being able to pick up that Rift Herald.
Now, fighting the top side. Ooh, the ult comes out from Rest. Had that level advantage. Didn't quite have enough Fury. Maybe you guys are going to look for more. The E is down, I believe, for solo kill.
Yeah. Did manage to use that to dodge out the stun, which definitely was what he needed to do. Otherwise, possibly does just go down there in that 1v1. Should be safe now, though. Doesn't have teleport available for him, though, so has to be careful of Rest trying to get some poke damage as he slice and dices through minion waves. Nature's Grasp coming out here. Both sums available for both bot laners. Braum's going to tank up that Nature's Grasp. Knocked up here by Chelsea. He's getting low. Flash is going to be used. Nice block on the dodge there by Eminem to make sure Kaiwing gets out okay. But ultimately, it is now Jimmy coming down. Kaiwing 1 HP as Eminem trying to do what he can. Looks like trying to save Kaiwing has led to Eminem's death. And another kill picked up for Jimmy, and he's 3-0.
Jimmy just really using this lead that he got early to take over completely. Has that mid priority, runs down bot, kills Eminem, and he loses so much from this. Lost a couple plates, the Herald's being dropped, lost a wave. And I thought this was going to be a game that was going to be extremely competitive, but so far, CFO, they're just destroying Frank.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say, a lot of that has come off the back of Kenny Chan getting caught out twice at the Raptors. It's just led to such a tempo lead here for CFO at every objective, as well as any gang timings.
It is tough, and now second drag spawning in a minute. It's far from over here though for Frank. I mean, they still have win conditions in this game, but having your Vi this far behind is a big problem. Ari's going for the Everfrost build, which I think is kind of a mistake. I think this should be a Leandry's or a Luden's game. Needs to put about more damage than this. There's a replay of Kenny Chan doing the Wolves. Not sure what we're looking at here.
All right.
The Wolves were done. Taken out in short order.
Gonna get blue buff even.
Oh my.
Okay.
Now onto mid lane.
All right, Chelsea's running into the bot lane now. Oh, we went a bit too far back. Here it comes. The Nature's Grasp.
Yeah, this was a good ulti. It was
definitely.
Popped very early. I think Kaiwing actually played this pretty well. Like, he played this basically as well as he could have. Saved the exhaust a long time. Got out. I think they just needed a dip here, though. Unfortunately, Jimmy was already bot by this time. I think Eminem probably should have just kept walking.
It went between the minion wave.
Yeah, it was very nice there. Unfortunately, Eminem, it's very costly when your ADC dies. If the support dies and the ADC lives, it's not too bad, as long as you can pick up those creeps after, but unfortunately, just isn't the case there. Demonic, now completed for Gemini.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Triforce here on Ezreal this game.
Yeah, it should be.
We'll add a bit more damage to the build, especially when it comes up to trying to fire Qs into both Gemini and Rest later on, as well as Chelsea, shall I say.
Oh, and they could be in trouble here. Gemini, he has that ult up, the Nature's Grasp. Isn't going to go for it, though. Jimmy needs to reset, so without that mid priority, they decide to slow it down, at least for now. And Jimmy, he needs to be a little careful. Kenny Chan is around mid and wisely playing extremely far back.
Stopwatch available, though.
Yeah, I think very smart there by Jimmy, and did not have jungler nearby. Didn't know where Kenny Chan was and just stayed under his tower. Managed to not give anything over, and I think you're right with that stopwatch as well. Makes him so hard to take out here in the early game.
I think solo kill could be a point of sort of their strength here for Frank. He is staying even against this Renekton as the Jax, and we saw there, even though Rest is trying to play aggressive, solo kill coming out better in most of these trades now. And it only will get a little bit better for him as soon as he's able to pick up the Divine Sunderer.
Yeah, you're right. Could see that being the way back in for them. Especially if they can get Ari or Vi to gank that lane, start speeding this up. Second Dragon is now live, though. And CFO...
Ooh, Pretender does dodge out of that knock-up, which is very nicely done, but no one there to proc that Braum passive. Nice Glacial Fissure, though, and Gemini getting so low is going to be altered away by Tam, but 1 HP now on this Maokai. It is a potential for Kenny Chan to look towards this Dragon. Jimmy in as well. If they are able to find them, that's a 300 gold shutdown, which could do a lot for the side of Frank getting back into this game.
Yeah, everyone kind of walks away bloody and bruised from that one. Just not a lot of HP or ults remaining. So it looks like that second drag will be delayed, at least for now. Still though, it's 4,000 gold lead here for CFO. Have to feel good about their position in the game. I think if you're Frank, you probably want to give this dragon up and just wait for Triforce on the Ezreal. I think fighting before that point probably would be a mistake. Maybe play towards what your Jax wants as well.
And I think with Ezreal and how cheap his items are, by the time next Dragon's up, you might even have the Mirror Mana as well.
I could see that being the case, and now solo kill. He's doing all right for himself up here in the top lane.
Triforce is purchased now by Ezreal.
Ooh, okay. So maybe they can fight this. Maybe their setup's a bit too late, but either way, we'll be able to fight the next one, which is very important, obviously. And yeah, with Kenny Chan not on this side of the map, it should just be the dragon going over.
Maybe a fight over Rift Herald could be a possibility, though. That is spawning in 10 seconds here, and Kenny Chan being on that side of the map, as well as bot lane being in the middle.
I think they need to find a pick, though. I don't think they can go for a straight 5v5. They need to either get this Jinx or the Jace. It's a bit harder to get the Jace, so he has this stopwatch.
Yeah, and looking for the Jinx now would be the time. There is still roughly 20 seconds left on Tarmalt on that Devour, but Rift Herald now being started up. It looks like it's uncontested for now, but Rest will scout this out, and we'll see what the answer is. Teleport available for Jimmian.
He has the TP, but should be sitting on a lot of gold. I think CFO probably should just give this one over. I don't think there's a whole lot that can be done with this Herald anyway. So it is given up, and CFO will use this time just to keep gathering themselves some more gold in their lanes. Gemini secures himself that red buff. And I think we're kind of going to enter a little bit of a lull state here. Wouldn't expect a whole lot to happen, at least until this next dragon comes up. That being said, there's still a fair amount of engage from both sides, so if someone does misposition, it could be punished, but there's also a lot of disengage, right? The Tahm Kench and the Braum, both champs that are kind of built for disengaging, peeling back, making it difficult for the enemy team to speed up the game.
I want to get your thoughts on the Vi Merc Treads. Obviously, it is fairly likely that she's going to be snared up by this Maokai, but most of the damage coming through would be AD and auto attacks at that.
Yeah, it's a little strange. I feel like the Merc Treads, I can kind of understand it for the Renekton as well, but given that she's got PTA, she probably has tenacity in her runes, so maybe you don't need it anymore? I'm not sure.
We'll have to see if it comes into play. Obviously, as I said, likely to be the target of Twisted Advance from this Maokai, so could be very effective. I believe we're likely to see how effective in about 3 minutes' time as Cloud Dragon spawns, but Going up top, Solo Kill and Rest going at it. That is going to be Dominus used. Doesn't manage to land that Q, so it should be Solo Kill fine to run out just the ult trade.
And Kaiwing, he wants to try and regain this area, but can't quite do it by himself. Now CFO, they're the ones with full control over this mid and bot side, invading the jungle, taking away this ward. On the other side though, Kenny Chan, he's looking for a play on top. Rest needs to play safe. He does not have the ulti. And it looks like he's wisely going to back off and respect. So far though, CFO just kind of playing it slow and steady. Frank is slowly closing this gold gap. But it really will be this third drag that I think we're all looking towards. Eminem, I wonder if he can complete the Muramana before Dragon. Do you think he can get enough gold? 2 more minutes.
Well, at this stage, I think he only needs like 1k.
Yeah.
Maybe not even that. So I think definitely it is a possibility. It depends how much he's got already. But Muramana is one of the cheapest items to complete.
Hopefully he can. Because you really would like to be able to contest this third drag here. I still think it's going to be a difficult fight no matter what. It's so hard, I think, when one of the carries has a stopwatch and the other one has a time kinch. It's just very difficult to be a Vi in this game, especially when you've fallen behind 0-2. Maybe they can use this Rift Herald, though, to help them get the drag. You know, Herald mid or Herald even the other side of the map, just to try and give yourselves a bit more control around it. Solo Kill's been doing a good job, and the top side has been pushed up. I think is getting some turret chunk. Maybe dropping the Herald for him could speed things up.
Yeah, I definitely want to see what amount of gold Eminem's sitting on. But I think that is a crucial part of what could possibly come from this coming team fight.
He is running out of time to base, though.
Yeah, so with that, maybe he can get one more wave. If he can get this next wave and back quickly, might be able to stall long enough to be able to find that. They are going to have teleport advantage too. Rest further away from teleport than Solo Kill is.
Now, I don't think Eminem's going to be able to reset, so I'd be curious to see if Frank try and contest this, because I think without the Muramana...
Okay, he is recalling. I think he'll have it.
Yeah.
I think he'll have it, and he should have enough time.
Maybe.
Because running through jungle, he'll get the Cloud speed boost.
Yeah, he does have it completed. There is a lot of control here for CFO, though. They dropped the Herald to try for something out.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, this should end up being a 5v5. I mean, Shun went for a late reset as well. Completed his Gale Force, I believe it was.
Even then, for it to be a 5v5, I think Rest has to start walking now, because Solo Kill does have teleport, whereas the Renekton does not.
Yeah, maybe he's just going to play to cancel. We'll see. This might not get started instantly from the side of CFO. I think they do probably just want to wait for that TP. And given that they're the ones with the control, it takes a little while for Frank to regain this. Herald is dropped bot, but it does draw Jimmy down here, which means that control should start going the way of Frank.
Yeah, both top laners walking down now as well, so it will be just a straight 5v5. I think it's important to see if Eminem can land any poke before it does manage to get the Guardian, which can be quite crucial in team fights. Ooh, that could be huge. Actually lands it onto Shun, so Shun loses about a quarter of his health. As Gemini, forced to use the Nature's Grasp early, has gone onto Kaiwing, who's got that shield up, and it's going to be a huge fight breaking out as Pretender goes into the middle, finds one, stopwatches, Rest now, healing all of his health back with that Court Drinker, but so far, it's going to be a reset for Shun. There's a lot of low health bars here, and Eminem's doing his best. Q goes to Narnia, and eventually CFO will find the team fight win.
Yeah, I think, can they get more, though? There's 2 on low HP. Jimmy, and he's very strong. I think he can get 1. Or the flash is forced out, but Pretender is taken out. And Frank, I mean, that fight looked really good for them, but unfortunately, you know, Gemini managed to live for so long, which forces Pretender to dive in.
I think Eminem kind of trolled.
Really?
I think he could have kited backwards instead of flashing into the middle of 3. He was looking for Shun.
Yeah,
I understand that, but he could have, I think, just kited back. He was still full HP.
We'll have to see in the replay, but the way this starts out, I think, isn't the best for Frank. I feel like they get chunk on a Shun, which is good, but I feel like ulting the Maokai after he's already dropped ulti is pretty pointless. Even if you get the kill, I really don't think it matters. I think saving it for the Jinx is better. And then Pretender diving in, I think you're right. Probably just kite back with the Ezreal and don't even go for this in the first place, because I think they just kind of dived in gave recess to Shun, and
But right here, I think he just kites back and it should be fine.
yeah, he can probably get out at least. Instead, tries to go for the hero play. I think would have died no matter what. So just went for the 1-for-1 and didn't even get that. But
Yeah, it was close though. And honestly, with what the gold lead was, it was closer than you'd perhaps expect.
yeah,
So
I think
that is-
definitely.
that is probably good signs. I mean, Pretender, as he gets more items, Gemini dies a bit quicker because Gemini isn't going to be able to opt into tank items. And the Dragon wasn't taken. So, importantly, there is an opportunity again for a fight. And with no sums on Shun, it should make the fight a lot harder for him. Whereas Israel does have the safety of that E.
Kenny Chan just used Q though. It's going to be difficult for him to get to Shun.
Solo Kill is looking for a flank here. Is going to find a lot of damage onto Rest actually as Glacial Prism comes out, but it is Pretender going down early. Solo Kill now running, but it's the ult coming onto Shun. There is nothing to save him, and Eminem finds him. The turnaround though, both Eminem and Kaiwing are found, and it is a disaster. Frank going down, it's Solo Kill now, trying to fight against 4. He's never going to win that, and it's a clean team fight. Only Shun going down for CFO.
CFO, unfortunately, for the side of Frank, are just too strong at this point, I think. Kind of just wallet gapped them, had so much gold, and I hope we do get a replay of that fight. I think the Tahm Kench eat was wasted, and that led to Shun's death, but otherwise, it was just an extremely clean team fight from CFO. They just kind of played it better. They were all grouped up, managed to deny engage on the right people. And we'll kind of see that here. I mean, Solo Kill, he's in a good position to flank, and there is some poke put down. But the problem is it's so hard to go on Shun. I think Kenny Chan, he's using Qs early, which means Shun is just really safe. And you can see here, they're trying to find something. The Charm does connect, but the Vi can't follow up immediately. Tahm Kench was used extremely early, as you can see here, and that's what allowed Kenny Chan to go for it, but there just isn't a whole lot of follow-up, right? It's really Eminem is the only follow-up at that point. He has to dive in, has no way of getting out. So look, he did what he could, but just really wasn't enough, and it feels really weird, right? Because we said in the draft that normally when you pick Vi, you pick lots of follow-up for it. And Ezreal is a champ that tends to kite back instead, but he is constantly being forced, or maybe just, I don't know, mind-controlled into E-ing forward, which I can understand it, right? He wants to follow up his Vi, but it's not really what Ezreal wants to do, and I think their comp is just, it's honestly not that cohesive.
Yeah, I think Israel, if you're ahead or even and you can E forward safely, that's pretty much the optimal way to play him. But in these team fights, when you're E-ing into 4 people, it is by no means safe. And he is just getting taken out. And look at the player gold. Eminem the top of his team, but even then he is about 3k behind Shun, 2.5 behind Jimmy. Things are not looking good at the moment for Frank. It is, again, by no means over. Even if they are to lose the soul, it is only the Cloud Soul, which isn't too big of a deal. Obviously, Maokai having that as well as the Renekton is pretty extreme. And Jace can use it anytime it's off cooldown as well. So not optimal, but it's not game ending.
It's not, no. And kind of coming back to that point where we talked about the lack of AP on the side of CFO, it really just isn't an issue at this point. I mean, there is very little armor that can come through from Frank. They just simply don't have enough gold to move towards those more situational items yet. And Jimmian being 3 items already is really going to put the hurt down.
Kaiwing should be fine to block this.
Oh, TP flank from double TP.
Yeah, 2 TPs coming in behind. Shun is in trouble. Chelsea does have Devour up, and it's a lot used. There's a double stun. Shun's found before he can be devoured, and now it is Kenny Chan getting that stopwatch off of Jimmian. Solo Kill in the middle of 3. He lands 2 stuns. Rest is getting so much shielding from his teammates though, and he is actually stunned up eventually. It is going to be 3 found for Frank. It will be Baron. What foresight to use both teleports and find that win. The double stun so crucial.
Yeah, extremely nice double TP there from Frank. Very decisive, and they should net themselves a Baron off this. I really hope we see the replay, because I'm 90% sure the Tahm Devour was used, but it was on the wrong target. I think he ate the Maokai. CFO though, they're going to try and stop this. I don't think they can.
Yeah, that will be Chelsea just going down, and Gemini, if he does stay around, likely to go down as well. Twisted Advance out, and this will be Baron now for Frank, and it is now anyone's game. Oh, solo kill.
Yeah,
wasn't in the shop.
He saw it coming. And wow, we've got a game on our hands now. Frank, they're not going to go down without a fight. They find that really good proactive play and now get a hell of a lot more. Have got that Baron gold lead almost completely equalized. Will have to fight this 4th dragon in 2 minutes, but they've really come online. 3 items on the Ezreal now. And I think watch the Tahm Devour. I mean, there's that ward behind that isn't swept out. But I think this Devour not being used on the Jinx, it was just a misclick. You can see here, the only thing you can be thinking about is, okay, how do I save this Jinx? And unfortunately, I believe the Maokai was just stacked on top of him. Eats the Maokai. Oh no.
As the Maokai was using his root too. Important here, I want to see who gets this shutdown on Jimmy because that could be really important as well.
I think it was solo kill, but yeah, let's see. Oh, maybe
Yep.
Eminem got it?
Oh, I'm not sure. It's not telling us just yet.
I think Eminem might have got it. Yeah, can't tell though.
I think depending who got that could be really important. If Eminem or solo kill got it really, that is probably optimal as solo kill opting to head towards the Zhonyas on Jax. We had saw that in spring quite a lot and solo kill was a bit of a connoisseur of the build. Now they also got one thing more important is they got Jace's stopwatch as well as killed him. So anything going on now, if they do use the Viol on Jace, if he's not going to be devoured, it is going to be a lot easier to kill him.
Very true. And I think with this Baron, they should just be able to keep the waves pushed up enough that they can kind of deny CFO any chance at looking towards this fourth drag. Although Pretender, he's going to have to base top to match Jimmy-In. They don't have any TPs, so maybe Jimmy-In can actually use this to contest that fourth drag. They have a lot of ground that they have to regain, though. And CFO, they are choked out of their jungle. I think they are probably just going to give this dragon over. Just let this Baron expire and try go back to a more even game state.
Yeah, it's crazy to say even game state after how this game had started.
It was pretty crazy, right? I feel like CFO was sort of running rings around Frank for the majority of the game, but one ward that they didn't sweep in mid, and suddenly the game completely flips on its head. Can Frank get anything more done with the Baron? I think maybe the tier 2 mid could be a target. They've got 40 more seconds. But with resets coming through, looks like that will be all. They at least buy themselves a bit of time and quite a lot of gold. Still though, I think it is going to be hard now. Shun has a stopwatch, which means Chelsea can probably ult someone else.
It's going to be hard to deal with solo kill now on a side lane though. He does finish that Zhonya's up.
Yeah, now the armor is starting to come through and it could be more of an issue. Although there is armor pen already for the CFO carries. We'll see. And Baron is about to fade here. Pretender is on top side. It's kind of shadowing solo kill. There are a lot of CFO members here as well, though. And look at those saplings. Ooh, nice block from Kaiwing.
I want to say Kaiwing's usage of that Braum Shield have been extremely good this game. I think they probably look even worse in this game if not for his ability to use that.
It could be, ooh, maybe looking here. Throw out some abilities, but nothing else comes of it. And solo kill should have a very good time in the side lane now. Maokai is actually building a Fiendish Codex, so maybe going towards some more AP, something like a Cosmic. Which I think is a good choice, honestly. Ooh, poke lands on Eminem.
Does have a Vamp Scepter, so if he is able to get onto that wave, should be able to sustain a little bit, but Rest here definitely losing the trades against solo kill quite handedly now, but ultimately Kenny Chan going to be found out. He's going to use stopwatch. Huge fight should break out. Glacial Fisher finds 4 and the charm lands. Now there's a huge stun from solo kill. Finds 3. Lots of shielding coming out from Rest. He's going to find 1. Reset given to Shun. Are they going to find more? And solo kill going in again. They find 1, but he goes down. Low health bars everywhere. Eminem trying what he can, but it's going to go down as well. Now Pretender dives in, doesn't find the damage necessary, but Kaiwing quickscopes Shun on the back.
Yeah, Kaiwing sniped Shun. I'm not sure if Shun had a shutdown or not. But that goal going on to Braum wouldn't be the best. And Jimmy-In, such a consistent performer in this game, 9-1-7. I have to say it is a bit of a mid difference, although, to be fair to Pretender, Jimmy-In did kind of get 2 kills off Kenny Chan early. And I really want to take another look back at that fight because I feel like, I'm honestly not sure. Like Frank, they're chasing into a difficult position. They start off good chunk on the Rest in this 1v1. Solo kill was getting the better of him in these trades. So Kenny Chan, he queued pretty aggressively over this wall, but with the stopwatch, he manages to buy himself a lot of time. And it's looking good with the Jax flank, but Shun also has a really easy time just free hitting. You know, once the Jaxi is used and the flash also used, there isn't a whole lot of threat left on the Shun, and he is just free hitting the entire fight, which feels like not the best way for Frank to play it. They try go for a re-engage. Shun wisely flashes the jump. Eminem, he almost gets him, but is just constantly eating forward, and every time he does is very hard punished for it.
Yeah, so many attempts on Shun's life, and eventually the Winter's Bite will secure it. But again, a very close call, really. And if things go slightly different, it looks a whole lot better for Frank. So it is important. Shun has now completed his Guardian Angel, as has Jimmy, and so that will make these fights a little bit harder. But again, just a little bit better execution, and these fights go to anyone, really.
Yeah, definitely is an execution game still at this point. Only a slight gold lead for CFO, and gold you have to feel like not super relevant at this point anyway. 2 more stopwatches come through for CFO in their top jungle. There's no stopwatch on Shun though, and he doesn't have flash either, so it could be a fight that's he becomes very vulnerable in. Now full build on the Jace. It's going to be so strong compared to only 3 items on Pretender. Oof, and a lot of poke coming down. Oh, another one.
Oh. Eminem trying to answer back a little bit.
What is the cooldown on this? He's shooting 2 per gate.
Yeah, this is pretty obscene. I guess yeah. I mean, every single item he has does offer cooldown, so except GA, I suppose.
Oh, and this is being started up with the chunk landed. I'm not sure if Frank can be here in time to contest. Pretender's going to have to TP.
Chan is, and there is going to be TPs committed from everyone, so Baron actually really, really low, and it is going to be Frank inside the pit, but the fight going to happen first. Glacial Fissure already committed. Solo kill does go in, as well as that cease and desist. It's Jimmy and extremely low in the background. Kenny Chan getting low. GA popped. It is rest in his stopwatch, but the team fight going the way of Frank. 3 kills found. Shun finds 1, gets the reset, but what can he do? Jimmy trying to find any damage he can. 1 reset could mean everything, but it's going to be his Guardian Angel popped. Jimmy goes down. Shun going to go down. It's an ace. Only solo kill going down, and Frank looked to try end.
I think they might be able to. They're going towards bot lane. Still 20 more seconds on Gemini, but maybe it's too late. Instead, going to turn around and go back towards Baron and Dragon. And this game just keeps going. I think Jimmy in there might have misplayed that fight pretty heavily. Was kind of caught out very far up, very early on into the fight, and the eat was used onto him from the Tahm Kench. And after that, things fell apart very, very quickly for the side of CFO. And now, Frank, they're going to find themselves in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they have to get a recall in to be able to contest this Dragon, though. 15 seconds on the carries of CFO.
So this has started up very early by CFO, and I'm not sure how good it is. Shun takes a fair amount of damage tanking it. You know, starts the fight in a, say, 70% HP Jinx. And then I'm not sure what happened to Jimmy in here. Somehow he ended up, you know, very deep into this fight. Yeah, it's just kind of frontlining at this point.
Oh, Everfrost hits.
Yeah, I feel like he was positioned way too far up. Just has so much CDR. He can keep poking. And after that, I mean, the CFO frontline falls apart a lot quicker than the sides of Frank's, and with their carries starting the fight on lower HP, it's not long until they're cleaned up afterwards. There was a lot of damage put out by Jimmy, to be fair to him, but maybe not the best start to the fight to CFO, and they really got punished for it.
Yeah, Shun going down. Come back to live. I wonder if they have been able to secure that Dragon. Kaiwing looks pretty happy with himself.
He is. Now, can they look to end the game with this Baron? They got 2 more minutes, and this Ezreal is very, very strong now.
Yeah, Guardian Angels are down across the board as well, so another important cooldown that we'll be missing, but Pretender getting absolutely rocked here by Jace Qs.
Wonder how much damage Jimmy's dealt. I mean, now that he can Q twice for every gate, he can just really put in the pain. And actually forcing Pretender to base is a pretty big deal, because now they have to try pressure with only 4 members here. Pretender used TP at the Baron before, so can't get here in time. And
look at Jimmy.
That looks fun. Now, both solo laners from Frank reset. So couldn't do anything to break the base. Maybe they can get this tier 2 tower top, but I don't think they can get any more inhibs here.
Definitely does look hard. They can look to maybe try and sort out a fight. Obviously, Devour being up makes that a lot harder. Kaiwing standing up front, putting up that shield. Nice bit of poke there. Gets out that resource from Xiaoxi.
And I think if you're CFO, you just let this tower drop. Only 45 more seconds on the Baron. It's really, can Frank break the base?
Lilico looks to be almost getting his minion wave there to try and look for this inhib mid. But Kaiwing quite low now, so we'll be a little bit more scared to just stand up front with his shield.
Yeah, so it looks like at least for now, the base will hold. Whether or not that actually matters, though, it's hard to say. I mean, obviously would be nice if you could get some inhibs with it, but at this point, whoever wins a team fight probably just wins the game straight afterwards. Death timers are long enough by this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
3 minutes on this next dragon, which you could definitely see being the kind of deciding fight at this point. I feel like the soul isn't even a huge factor anymore, but just the fact that it's almost a guaranteed fight and both teams are going to want to be there kind of means it's probably going to be the finisher. Although Baron spawns 10 seconds after, so wouldn't be surprised to see that 4-4.
Now, Guardian Angels are almost back up, and I think having those up will definitely favor the side of CFO, as there is only really Kenny Chan's Guardian Angel to answer the 2 carries of CFO.
Shun, he can probably complete his last item. I wonder if he's going towards the BT. Could be nice to have some lifesteal up against the Ezreal, though not that much poke has been hit. He more got poked from the Baron in that last big engagement. Now, want to regain control of their topside jungle ahead of these objectives. I think it might even... If you're CFO, I think you just give the drag and play towards the Baron. You're not worried about Frank picking up the 3rd drag. And if you can get a Baron, especially with how strong the Jace is, could maybe play for an end, take some inhibs.
Right,
Lots of members bot.
Oh, yeah, they're looking for this bottom inhib turret, and they are successful. So I think with that, they should be able to likely look for this inhib. Although fight coming out, Kaiwing getting caught is going to actually commit that glacial. Ooh, Nature's Grasp landing onto Kenny Chan. Nothing really more to come. They are able to pick up the 1 tower, but that's it for now. Bunch of cooldowns expended, which should be up by the time Dragon respawns. But I was going to say, peak Ari items.
Yeah, she's got a Magi Eyes, but I'm not a fan of the build, I have to say. Not a
What
lot
about
of
if
damage.
that gets to 25?
Look, I like the Magi Eyes. That's the only part I like.
Yeah, not the Shadow Flame?
Well, the Shadow Flame was bought 3rd, you know?
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, true, it was.
Not a fan. I'll have to have a word to Pretender after. But now, just a minute on these objectives. Currently, though, Frank are the ones with all the control. They have control over both sides of the jungle and are on the map very early. CFO, they're going to have to try walk out through mid probably to regain this. Both GAs, 3 GAs actually up for the side of CFO. Even a QSS on the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, a lot of utility and items now coming through for CFO. There are 2 Zonyas as well as a GA and a QSS for the side of Frank as well, though.
Yeah, there are just a lot of tools available. 20 seconds now on this Baron. I think CFO should, again, set their eyes on that Baron. And Frank probably can too. If you're CFO, maybe send 1 member to solo drag. Although instead, they're going to have to commit members topside to push solo kill away. Side lane definitely goes in the Jax's favor at this point, especially with how much armor he has. And I feel like CFO, while they might be able to win a straight up 5v5, they're going to have a pretty hard time regaining this control. And Frank, they're very good at playing from ahead. They should know how to play this out.
Jimmy was able to chunk Eminem a little bit, but with his items, should be fine with that Ravenous Hydra to sustain up here off of Baron.
Ooh, now CFO, they want to regain control. Double flank from Pretender, although he goes around. Solo kill has the other side. Jimmy and should need to make sure to avoid this engage. They're doing a good job. Yeah, very nice job. They find both the flankers early, which is very important. Pretender gets chased out on the side. I really like how CFO are playing this. They're not giving the opportunity for those 2 flankers to get set up.
Every single item and every single summoner is available for this fight, so it really does come down to execution.
Ooh, Jimmy's going to solo the drag. I think he'll be able to get it. CFO just need to kind of show presence
They
here.
know.
Okay, they've seen him now. They should start up the Baron, and Jimmy's going to need to do this and quickly TP.
Yeah, how quickly can he get there, though? It is going to be tried to snipe away. Imagine if he got that. Okay, solo kill on the side, dealing with 4 members at the moment.
Jimmy did not
3k
TP.
health is left here, so it's going so low. Looks like it will be picked up now from Frank. And what comes now? Pretender extremely low, twisted advance onto him, and Jimmy's there. This should be Pretender going down, although flash away. It's now Kenny Chan the focus. He's low as well as Rest dives into the pit. Recalls are trying to come through here as CFO looks to stop them. Pretender dodges out of that zap, but it's going to be a reset for Shun. Can he find more? They are continuing forward. It looks like it will just be the one pick as well as that Dragon Soul found from CFO. Look how fast Jimmy's running around the map.
Jimmy with that Cloud Soul was just sprinting around the rift. But ultimately, it is the Baron that goes the way of Frank. So despite being a member down, I think should be able to, keep their base in a fine condition. TP is coming through though, and they have to try hold until Pretender's up. They do have decent wave clear with the Ezreal.
Have to be careful though, there is a minion wave building bot lane. And with double TP available, there could be a base race which almost favors Frank.
Oh, TP's coming in, so CFO, they want to force the issue.
Yeah, they're trying to look. Pretender's still not up for 15 more seconds as the game of the game has just survived. Kite away, kill the minions. They land a nice Winter's Bite there onto Rest, but he's okay to run away. And now can they stop any of these recalls? There is an option to try and look for their own inner bot here with the teleports available. Pretender will be able to use it as soon as he spawns.
Yeah, they're trying to chase Pretender. Does he have a TP flank? It doesn't look like he does.
Yeah, will be a disengage from. So Inhib picked up top here. Man, what a game.
Yeah, this is insane.
There's still a minute left on this Baron here for Frank, a minute 20, and 4 minutes until the Elder Dragon will spawn. So those are the key timers here. Frank are headed into the enemy side of the map to try and get some pushing done. Maybe look for that Inhib, look for some Inhib towers.
Yeah, 1 minute left on this Baron. I'm not sure they're going to get a whole lot done with it, though. I think this is going to come down to the Elder.
We go again.
We do. Now, Ari picks up the Void Staff, is working on the Rabadons now, it looks like. Imperial Mandate was that purchase from the Maokai.
Oh, one shot, yeah. So got a bit of AP, got a bit of extra damage there for the boys. Now has his own stopwatch as well, so that will eventually be a Zonya's, but the immediate power, knowing how any fight can be the last.
Yeah, I really don't think there's much to say for the next 3 minutes. I mean, should just be farming, kind of waiting, buying elixirs, buying any other items that you can get to try and swing this Elder Dragon fight in your favor.
Okay, Eminem sold boots in favor of the Frozen Heart, so even he is now a lot harder for CFO to take down.
Wow, and I think, can Ari complete the Rabadons? I think that's the only relevant item really remaining. Everyone else is basically full build. I think Jimmy's been full build for about half the game.
Yeah, he's been full build for a long time. Definitely seems like he values the cooldown reduction, doesn't want to sell those boots.
I think he probably should. I'm not sure what the best buy would be, but
I think you could
yeah,
even, he sold them now.
now.
You could look for a more, even though there isn't that much AP damage. It does, give you that, what is it, the lifesteal after you proc it. But it is going to eventually be not that, getting a bit more lethality into his build.
Yeah, I think the Edge of Night Shield as well does make it a little more difficult for the Vi to ult him if it's not poked out by Ezreal first.
I do feel like Ezreal has a fairly okay chance at getting that, as well as Ari, honestly.
Yeah.
Either of them are two of the better champs at proccing these item shields.
2 more minutes now on this Zelda. I feel like everything is kind of building up to this. I really want to see Ari's gold. I'm not sure if Pretender can get the Rabadons. He's basing now. Let's see if he has it. Because if he does, it's a very big spike. I mean, he has a lot of AP items already.
Solo has to be careful here. Has the Wherewithal for now, but Nature's Grasp could be available. Oh, this could be really, really dangerous. If they find Solo Kill here, he's likely to go down.
Even if he does, though, I mean, Elder's still not up. And it looks like Ari did not complete the Rabadon, so will not have it for the Elder fight. There's only a minute and a half away, and both teams just absolutely melt objectives at this point. So whoever can start it up will force the other team to contest it just a few seconds after. Solo Kill, maybe, or Rest, excuse me, maybe getting looked at, but he's very tanky, has a GA as well. And not often do you see a Renekton getting 400 CS. But it's been one of those games, everyone's got a lot. 474 is the most here on Shun. He's going to break 500 this game, I think.
Yeah, well, 1 minute until Dragon, so maybe not. I guess it depends how that fight goes, really. Giving the gold away as well, so his Renekton can try and get that last item built up.
I wonder if Ari can go for another reset. She has the TP. I'm not sure she can farm the Rabadons, though. It's so much gold to get, especially when your inventory is just full and you can't fit any more components.
I mean, from here, she needs like 2,400. if I'm correct.
Yeah, I think it's 2350.
Yeah.
Now 25 seconds remain. Frank are the ones with the control. Definitely bodes well for them. It's quite difficult for CFO to regain. Rest does complete his gargoyle.
Okay, so Steric shield, Gargoyle shield. There's a lot of shielding that will be done onto this Renekton in the next fight.
Ooh.
Isn't able to land ultimate there, but
Rest, he's maybe looking for something.
Rest getting a bit aggressive. Winter's Bite does land, but no stun to follow it in. Pretender now is early having to use the stopwatch. Is going to just be called out. That's an early reset now for Shun, and it's damage control. Can Frank get away? There's a lot of follow-up. Gemini finds two. Eminem's doing every bit of damage he can from over the wall as Jimmian is going to be exhausted. Kenny Chan not long for this world. He will be going down after this GA. It's going to be Elder Dragon, but can it be more?
I think it should be Elder, Baron, and then probably the game. In fact, they might not even need Baron if they just want to run straight to top, but Baron probably would make it a little safer. And that's a very weird way for this game to end, if I'm honest, with Pretender just kind of walking up and getting Maokai W'd. Really unexpected. Looks like they're not going to look towards the Baron at all. Instead, just going to run it down bot lane. And I wonder, does Eminem have time to look at the Baron? I mean, they're recalling instead, so won't be going for that. No, they need to defend. And CFO, I think they can just end, right?
Yeah.
Like, still 34 on the Vi. Pretender might not even be up until his Nexus is already being knocked on here.
It's going to take a massive mistake. I guess Ezreal has quite a bit of wave clear, so maybe can get rid of the minions before losing too much of the base. Pretender up in 2 seconds, so will be available. That is the minion wave cleared out. But look how much damage is getting done to Kaiwing and Eminem.
Yeah, I think on this next wave, really going to be looking at those towers. Health bars are low from Frank. They can't hold this much longer.
True Shot Barrage almost up. It is the Glacial used first, but look at how much damage. Kaiwing just goes down. It's now Jimmy coming in. Eminem 1 HP. Kenny Chan trying to keep him alive, but Gemini will eventually find him. It's now going to be 3v5. Elder Dragon in pocket. CFO are going to take the game, but not without a fight.
Whoa, 48 minutes. I mean, that was an insane game. I think the way it ended was a little sad, to be honest, but I think the fact that Frank managed to fight in that game for so long, because in the early game, honestly, CFO were annihilating them, but they had that colossal throw on the mid wave where that double TP came out from the side of Frank, and unfortunately the Devour from Tom Kench used on the wrong target, allowed the side of Frank back into the game. And I think you'd have to say for a lot of that game after that, Frank was actually, they were the ones in control. And, I think even at the Elder, like they had the setup, and unfortunately Pretender, he just walked up a bit too far.
Yeah, that was kind of an uncharacteristic mistake, I have to say. It was kind of weird. He didn't use ult, he didn't use flash, he just got W'd and died. And that was really all she wrote for the rest of the game. But I want to say one thing that looked like a real good improvement from Frank is that from yesterday, there was that one play against PSG where solo kill teleported in too late, or the fight started too early, or whatever was wrong with the comms there. And in this game, we saw the double TP, which is kind of exactly what happened yesterday, but executed correctly, and it allowed them back into the game with a real chance.
It did, yeah. Very nice, I think, for that coordination to come out this time properly, and they definitely got rewarded for it. I think questionable early game, obviously, from Frank, Kenny Chan being picked on the Raptors twice, and that's why I don't want to be too mean to Pretender. I mean, obviously did kind of throw the game for his team there at the end, but I think the rest of it was also a bit lackluster at the same time. When your enemy mid starts 2-0, look, it doesn't feel that good. And I think Kenny Chan, I mean, it's kind of, especially the second death, I think, well, I don't know, even the first one, if he'd executed it better mechanically, would have got out, right? Second one, I think he was kind of dead to rights. He did Q in, might have been dead anyway, not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, there was Gemini with flash at the time on Maokai, so he probably dies in any case, but, I mean, the first one was really weird. I feel like there were so many ways you could not die. You could flash before releasing your Q, which means you're not going to get blocked by Maokai, or just flash earlier before you can get Twisted Advanced again. But didn't do it, and it led to Jimmy getting his first kill. He then got the second kill for the same reason, essentially, and then went down bot and found, I think, he threaded that minion, which was pretty crazy. I think Jimmy has to be the player of the game.
I'd say so.
But like that thread in bot lane, which led to him being able to pick up Eminem, who then lost a lot of minions, also crucial. So I don't know, Jimmy played really well. I think Kenny Chan played pretty poorly. But other than that, I think Frank did really well to get so far behind and then pull it back.
They did. And I think I want to say CFO, you know, a lot of the time last split, they did get those big early leads and then really struggled to close it out. It's hard to say whether that's actually the case here or not, because I think, you know, unfortunately, I think if the Devour goes on Jinx mid, they're probably fine, right? Like, even with the double TP coming in, I think they're probably okay. And if that hadn't happened, you know, that's one misclick and suddenly they're actually in a fine position. As we are going to take a look at some of the highlights, though, and this is just one of the many, many fights, the very last one, in fact, and Pretender, yeah, he has no business being here. Unfortunately, there's just so much chain CC, and once the reset comes in for Shun, it just becomes so easy to play the fight. And I think as well, you know, maybe could put some question marks towards the Frank draft, which I think, you know, that 4-5 Ezreal Braum, I didn't really like how it played out in the game, but ultimately, they definitely could have won, had the winning position, I think, for a lot of it. And let it kind of slip through their fingers. Jimmy and damage, 53,000.
Yeah, definitely impressive. Israel, 40,000, and Shun also pretty much 40,000. I think solo kill up there. Kind of surprising how much damage he did. I guess he was wailing on the Renekton, and you saw how much damage he was able to chunk even in those short trades. But, I mean, all around, I even think Frank had an opportunity when all those Guardian Angels were down and they had the Baron to just play a bit more risky. It definitely risks the game a bit more, but you can look for a dive. There's no Guardian Angel on Jinx as well as Jimmian. It's your best chance at trying to find a winning team fight. Didn't go for it, obviously, and then the game sort of fizzled out. One mistake led to the loss, but I think a bit more aggression there could have also been a key to success for Frank.
Could have, yeah. And take a look at that gold graph real quick. It kind of represented how that game went. Not often do you see it like that. And I want to say as well, the solo APs of each team, the Maokai and the Ahri, Maokai actually ended up doing quite a lot. Obviously, a lot of it is sort of fake damage, right? Like, it's a lot of poke that is maybe just live-stealed up by Ezreal. But I think, you know, the solo AP Ahri going for the build that she did of Everfrost Zhonya's, I really think that's a big problem, honestly, especially when you're playing with the likes of the Vi. Jimmy and no, to no one's surprise.
100% KP.
Oh, I did not even notice that,
No.
but wow. Yeah, 11, 2, and 11 makes sense. Wow, yeah.
Wow, that's
great performance
crazy.
from him.
Yeah, I mean, he was sort of the person that was benefiting off some mistakes early game, but to maintain 100% KP in a 48-minute game is pretty insane.
That is really incredible. And we'll see. I believe this is the... Yeah, so this was that fight where they had to kite back. This was very well played, I think, from both the CFO carries. You know, Jimmy and Shun here. They're just free hitting the whole time. You know, making sure to really just play around all that threat, right? Flashing these jacks, jumps, avoiding the stuns. It's just so well played by them. And Jimmy and I think finding the window to damage over the wall here was so nice. And with how fed he is, like, you really can't afford to just let him DPS for free like that the whole fight.
Yeah, kind of interesting. I mean, here we're going to look
This is
again.
your one.
Yeah, this is the snipe. This is so crazy.
Oh, I love the camera
Yeah,
angle.
look at this, man. Oh my god. Doesn't find the kill on Kaiwing, but still, that is so crazy to see it threaded like that.
Yeah, wow. Credit to the production team. I mean, that was a cool replay.
That was insane.
I like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I want to say as well, I think, I don't know, I'll get your opinion on this as well, but Pretender end of last split versus Pretender now, he looks not as good, and I think maybe it could just be maybe a bit rusty, maybe like not used to being back on stage, which can change things. So I wonder if your opinion is the same there. I feel like there are a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes, even just not going in at the right times and things like that.
I'm not too sure. I think I just haven't seen enough of it yet to really say. And he's also been against some very tough competition, right? So I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt for now. But that is it for Frank versus CFO. Man, that was a great game. And I think there's another one coming up next as we have PSG versus DCG.
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
If I had nothing but myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me,
to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just hide to it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's help. When it's time for action, I'm headlines and cashing. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause, wish I could pause all they reaction. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just hide to it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
I thought I told you once, but I'll remind you. There's certain things you're not supposed to do. I saw you in my dreams and you were falling. No way to know if it will all come true. Let this be a war. I want it, but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. But let this be a time and time again. I've seen you around here. You're playing with fire. Don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear. A cloud is forming. The storm is heading right in front of you. Let this be a but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it
Well, we're back here for game number 3 of the PCS Summer Split here in day number 2, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. And if you're just joining us, the most exciting game yet just happened, and what a thriller it was. It was back and forth the whole time. No one really knew who was going to win. It first looked like CFO, then Frank, and CFO eventually took it out. You don't want to miss it if you did, so definitely give that a watch after the broadcast. But here, Maybe even more exciting, we have PSG versus DCG, and while I would have thought maybe Maple versus Mission is the most exciting, after yesterday, it might just be Hana versus Junjie.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, across the board, I think these two rosters, they look so good, and you have to say that both rosters got stronger, right? Maple coming in for mid, and you know, DCG, they acquire Mission, so man, like you said, it's hard to pick a matchup to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, last split, the very last game these two teams played against each other was a 50-minute, 54-minute, something like that, absolute banger where Wako and Chris Carter were just going at it, doing 14k damage per team fight. It was honestly insane to watch, and now maybe a run back where we get to see the same thing, but possibly through a different role. I mean, Wako's still standing the test of time at the moment. Aza yesterday played phenomenally on that Renekton, so I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, PSG talent on your screen here.
We will, and on the other side, DCG, the mid-jungle of DCG, Hana and Mission, I think they are looking so strong right now. If I have to give a criticism to Mission, I think it's sometimes his champion pool isn't that great, but I think in the current meta, Mission should be looking very good, and I want to see if there's any Nico prioritization, because I think yesterday both of these teams largely ignored Nico, and it feels too strong not to play, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and it feels weird having a team like PSG especially just let Nico go. They traditionally, if there is a strong champion on the patch, they're the first ones to just pick it no matter what, and Nico has seemed to be, at least internationally, like almost has to be pick or banned, and fell through both of these teams' drafts yesterday, so we'll see what happens in this one. You have to expect maybe yesterday, I mean, they probably, both teams, especially DCG, probably felt like they were just going to be able to take the game fairly handedly. We saw Oriana on Mission, and he really went for some dark tech on his Oriana build, first iteming Shadow Flame. I don't know that it was exactly what you'd want. He did do the most damage in the game, but again, he probably could have done that without going the build he went.
Probably. I think he did pick himself up the MVP, though, if I'm right.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so, hey, it worked. And, but maybe Hana was a little robbed, right?
I think Hana was robbed. Hana on Sejuani yesterday, if you didn't catch it, played one of the cleanest games of Sejuani we've seen. He managed to dodge out of some vision early, pick up a gank mid. Have to see if he can do that again against the likes of Maple, which seems like it will be a little bit harder than doing against Nuli, but we'll have to wait and see. Azir banned, LeBlanc banned. Have to see what the rest of this draft looks like.
The Azir ban, I mean, a timeless classic against Mission. Whenever the champ is meta, they do take it away from him. Sometimes even when it's not meta. Azir, I don't think we've actually seen played this split so far in the PCS, which is a little surprising. He's getting a lot of play internationally. The Nico ban is taken away, so it seems like we've kind of come to a consensus here in the PCS that LeBlanc and Nico need to be banned on that red side. Maokai is the other ban from PSG. Probably just want to take that away, and I wonder, will the Vi get banned, or are we just gonna maybe first player? Okay, they banned the Sedge.
Right, so PSG might be cooking here.
Yeah, so I wonder if they won that first pick Vi. There's still the... I think when it's answered by Xayah, it does lose a lot of its strength, but I'm interested to see what they do here. So DCG, do you... I feel like you can't ban the Vi, right? You kind of have to trade the Vi Wukong.
Yeah, unless they've got something else up their sleeve, but that does feel like the natural next look as Azir stares us down in the face. Okay, Vi is banned now, so Wukong left open. Junjie very comfortable on that pick. Wouldn't be surprised to see that locked in here for the first pick, but Azir for now just scrolling through a few top champions.
Yeah, that is very different though. I'm really surprised by the Vi ban. Maybe they don't want to prioritize Xayah or something, so anyway, they're going to take it away. Melio is locked in.
Okay, first time we've seen Melio. Looks really strong, and Wako, Woody were the premier sort of Lucian Nami in the former season, so have to imagine now they're going to be very comfortable on this pick. Woody traditionally preferred enchanters to those engaged supports, so not overly surprising. If Blitzcrank's locked in here, Orca's got a lot to live up for from yesterday on Chelsea.
Now, I would be kind of surprised to see this locked in, but maybe they are going to go for it straight away, and it looks like it's going to be locked in. So, hey, like you said, big shoes to fill. I'm honestly not too sure if Blitzcrank is that good up against Lucian Melio, because it just feels like you can get punished so hard in the laning phase. I mean, I guess you still always kind of have that hook factor of if you do hit one, it means a lot, right? Like you can oftentimes get a pick, get an objective off it, but it definitely feels like throwing the gauntlet to me. You know, it's risky, and we'll see if it pays off. Kai'Sa looks to be the pick alongside it.
Yeah, we'll be locked in. So Kaiser so far, I believe, sitting at a 100% win rate. I might be wrong there, but from memory, it was only picked up from
Betty. Yeah.
And so with that, I mean, Kaiser definitely a strong champion on the pitch. Can go AD, can go AP. Means that mission might be open to picking something like the Jace here on the third pick for DCG. But first off, we got to lock in that Lucian. Almost certainly will be locked in here. And then they also get their pick of the litter for the third pick. Now, Wukong would make logical sense. Could also look for the Jace and then something AP up top. There is also Kennen open for Azir.
Okay, so they pick the Annie instead, which forces DCG into a difficult position. Do you take your mid into Annie and risk losing this Wukong? And now, hovering the Poppy. This very well could be Poppy jungle. It has been getting some play.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of a flex. It could also be Poppy top. I don't think that's very terrible or by any means. And it means that you're sort of going into this 4-5 without really knowing exactly where that Poppy is. I think logically it probably will be jungle into 2 jungle bans, but still can be flexed into that top lane.
Can be, yeah. And I wonder now, what do we look at for those second phase bans? Because most of the time in the PCS so far, we've been dropping our bot lanes to 4-5, picking those solo laners up early, but instead, you know, we've got all the bot lane picks picked up already. Maybe you target the Jace. I mean, that's kind of an obvious one for the side of PSG. They ban away the Viego. And PCS Viego, look, it hasn't put up the numbers, but
Junja has. I think Junja looked like probably the best out of the lot. Although, didn't seem like one of his strongest champions.
Yeah, I do prefer him on other stuff instead. PSG, I think you ban away the Jace here. Alternatively, maybe you can ban and protect top lane, you know, take away stuff like the Gnar. Hanabi is very good on that. They ban away the Tristanas. They're a bit worried about the Trist versus Annie matchup. Honestly, I think that matchup's fine for Annie, so maybe they're just giving some respect over the mission. Could also be that they're a little scared of maybe an AP jungler coming out and Tristana enabling that. Lots of things to consider. Now, second ban should be another jungler, you'd have to think. What will it be, though? I mean, the Wukong is the obvious one, but is it that good against their comp? Doesn't really feel like it. Well, they banned a Renekton instead, so I wonder if that means they're going to blind pick their top laner on 4 and instead last pick their mid. I wonder what they would go for if they're banning away the Renekton.
Yeah, this is an interesting draft for sure. Still waiting for that last ban here from PSG. I think likely to be, oh, okay, so Jax is the choice.
Okay, so they
here.
were worried about the Jax blind pick coming through, I think. So now will Hanabi just blind pick Gnar? Or are they going to pick mid? I mean, they've already seen the Annie, so it kind of makes sense.
Ooh.
Yeah, they should pick mid, because they want to keep this Poppy Flex alive. I keep forgetting that Annie was locked in for some reason. Now, Orianna, mission's classic. It does very well in the versus Annie matchup as well. And I'm not sure how good it is with the comp. I mean, I think it's decent with Poppy and Kai'Sa. It's kind of weird to be paired with Blitzcrank, though.
You can chuck the ball on Kai'Sa and use her as a delivery, kind of akin to what we used to see with Kayle Kai'Sa.
Okay, now 4-5. They lock in the Graves.
Okay, so this is kind of exciting.
Graves Scion, okay, and now does Hanabi pick Gwen? Yeah, should be. So, I mean, yeah, Graves Scion, not a 4-5 we've seen so far in the PCS, I don't think. And that is very interesting. I mean, I think Graves and the Poppy should be pretty good. Definitely feels like you should have a big tempo lead. In the team fights, could be a little tough maybe. And the blind pick Scion, I mean, I feel like Arja does pretty well when he blinds no matter what, but I feel like Scion versus Gwen is honestly a pretty horrific matchup. Ooh,
yeah.
Okay, so he goes for the Gnar instead.
Better team fighting, which is more akin to their comp. I want to say, though, I think this Graves pick is very important because when you do have the Lucian and the Melio, it is actually about 60% AP damage that comes out of the Lucian instead of, I mean, you do think of obviously all of Lucian's damage is pretty much AD, but when you pair it with the likes of the Nami or the Melio, it's about 60% AP. So with that matchup, you have more AP damage coming from your team, so Graves adding in consistent AD damage makes the build paths a little bit harder here for DCG. Ultimately, I think there's not a big discrepancy, I think, in the draft phase here. Lots of tools for both teams. It's more about setup, I think. If you get tempo lead, then the Gnar really thrives with getting tempo, being able to stack up the Gnar bar, as well as it's hard to push into a Poppy with the ability to push you against a wall, as well as deny any sort of dashing around.
Yeah, I think there are win cons for both teams. Personally, though, I do prefer the PSG draft. I think I just feel like their champs are overall a bit stronger. You know, pound for pound, it feels like in the current meta. We'll have to see, though. It kind of feels like a battle of comfort versus meta, right? You've got Mission on his Orianna, Hanabi on his Nara, two champions that they're famous for. On the other side, though, just very strong meta picks coming out. That Lucian Milio that Annie picked up. Graves is a little different, though. I mean, we'll have to see how Jinjia does. I have to imagine, like pretty much every jungler Jinjia puts his hands on, turns out to be incredible on it.
Yeah, I don't think I have too much fear. I guess it is a bit of a question mark. Like, how much can he really get done? Graves not really known for providing for the lanes. It's more like the lanes have to play around him. And with mid lane, there should be pressure going to Mission instead of Maple. So might make it a little bit harder for Jinjia to find a foothold and gain himself an advantage over Hana on the Poppy. I think actually both top sides are losing for PSG. So it might just be a case where Jinja's having to play around bot side and try and use the power of the Lucian Milio to get himself an advantage there.
Yeah, I think you'll definitely see the DCG laning phase, put on display here, especially in that mid and top. Like you said, they've got the matchups for it. And PSG, even last split when they were extremely dominant, they were never a super fast-paced team, right? Like, they preferred to generally just play stable up until kind of that second, third dragon mark, which is when they'd really just kind of out-team fight you, kind of grind you into the ground from there, whereas DCG, with Nesty previously, were very active in the early game. Kriskata as well would often play early game ADCs. You kind of saw the likes of those pushing ADCs a lot, the Varus, the Caitlyn as well. And now with Mission, I think that really kind of cements their identity as this is a team that wants to kind of beat you in lane. They want to get ahead early and really kind of take it home before you can scale up.
Absolutely, but we are now going to be headed onto the Rift, and I think one thing to take note of is where these junglers start. I mean, we say that every game, but this game more than ever, because Graves really does rely on getting faster tempo in the earlier game. He's definitely got one of the faster clears, especially in the current meta. So we'll have to see. They are invading early. It is spotted out, and Hanabi might look for a wrap.
A couple interesting things here. Oh, as the pause comes out, I want to talk about some of the keystones. So we've got Airy on the Annie instead of a Spellbook or a First Strike. So definitely wants more lane power to fight back up against Mission's Orianna. Kind of like it. And also, Wako going for the PTA instead of the First Strike with Milio. I'm not sure how common that is, to be honest. Obviously, you used to run First Strike with Nami all the time, and I think you still run First Strike with the Milio a fair amount, but doesn't have it here, so maybe wants a bit stronger early game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I'm not entirely sure either, but my belief is when you play with Nami as Lucian, her proc with the buff does proc off your abilities too, so you can get a lot of First Strike damage from just throwing out a W with that Nami on top of you. Whereas with the Milio, you have to reliably land your auto attacks for it to mean any substantial damage. And so maybe that's the difference between going PTA with the Milio versus Nami having the First Strike.
Yeah, could be. And Blitzcrank, level 1, will he look for anything? Doesn't look like it. Ooh, although, PSG, they've got Arja down here on the side. Are they going to invade this blue and split the map? Yeah, looks like they're going to. So this, I think, is a very intelligent decision. I think Sion can weak side top completely fine, and Kai'Sa Blitzcrank is not a lane that wants to be weak-sided, especially against double range that can just push for free, and I think this is extremely well played from PSG to make this decision, and it's really going to be up to Arja to see how well he can minimize, but at least for the bot side of the map, this is so nice for PSG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sion never really meaning to win his lane, and Orca already missed the same amount of hooks as Chelsea did in his entire game yesterday.
It's not a good sign.
Losing a lot of health, really, considering how early on it is.
Yeah, they can't afford to take too many bad trades either, although Poppy is actually running straight bot side. So she did Raptors and ran here.
Okay.
Ooh.
Flash forward is going to be onto the Sion. Definitely not the target you want, because going into that zombie could actually spell disaster. Massive knock up here. This is terrible for the DCG bottom lane.
Yeah, not good for Hana either, who just very narrowly missed that blue buff. I'm surprised he ran all the way down here. I guess he felt the need to cover, but Sion is still here.
They're looking for a dive.
This
now,
is insane.
Decimating Smash will be cancelled out by the hook here, and it is going to be Azir going down first, but he picks up Blitzcrank on the side. They're chasing them down early. Jinjia is good. Actually, it's Sion picking up a double. Wako finds himself one. It's 3-1, 2 minutes into the game. What a way to start.
Yeah, insane start. I think Arja just, you know, being willing to do that for your team is so big, and he's so rewarded for it now. Starts the game with 2 kills. Despite what he lost topside, you have to say it's worth it for him.
Oh, absolutely. He's got 3 KP and the game has just started. Let's look at the replay here and see how Arze really played this.
I think, yeah, so Arja, he's deciding whether to go back top or not. Finally decides that with this wave crashing, with Hana having no buff, it's just a free dive, and if he dies early, if he tanks, it doesn't really matter too much. Just can't go into the passive and look to clean the rest of this up. And just, you know, he deals so much damage early. He's tanking the tower the whole time. It makes this just so easy. Sion is the perfect champ for this, and I hope some of the international teams do look at this, because lane swapping or doing kind of crazy level 1 stuff with Sion is, you know, it's very impactful, and a lot of the time people don't know the correct responses to it, because just how often do you play against this in scrims? The answer is pretty much never.
Yeah, I think that's an important thing to say as well. And when you pick Sion, it's generally a blind pick, and in which case you just lose lane. There's so many champions that will just beat Sion in lane. It's kind of expected, especially when you get up to the pro scene. And Mission now is in trouble as Junja looking for another gank. Mission will be able to escape, but not before losing the majority of his health, and he's going to have to teleport back.
That's pretty bad for Mission, I think. If you're playing Orianna versus Annie, you should normally force her to base first, you know, be the one that's kind of pressuring the lane, up in items, but actually going the other way. I'm not too sure if that was just, you know, he lost a lot of health in the 1v1 and that enabled Jinjir to gank mid, or how his matchup was going before then, but either way, definitely not the start he wanted in that lane. DCG's bot lane, they're trying to push this in. I think PSG might just be able to hold it, though. It's not going to be super easy to break. And that CS lead bot, it's going to get bigger and bigger. Looks like Lucian's going towards the Kraken Slayer as well.
Yeah, I think that is what generally gets built now as Lucian. You go for the Kraken Slayer into whichever form of Mythic you want. You can go for Navori, you can also go for Gale Force. I think Navori is the more traditional one. Hana sitting here is quite important though. It does allow the pressure to get this wave pushed in, although now they will still be able to hold it, and it should hold because they have the 4 ranged minions still alive.
Yeah, this sucks for Hana though. He's having to spend so much time here, in which Graves is just getting further and further ahead, and even with him here, they still can't break the freeze.
Yeah, they can't break it. In fact, they lose a trade, 3v2. Wako getting a lot of damage off.
Yeah, absolute disaster early game for DCG. I feel like it's not super represented in the gold lead, at least just yet, but these lanes, especially bot lane and jungle, they're going to get worse and worse. I mean, take a look at the jungle difference already. It's getting pretty big.
Yeah, absolutely. And while there is obviously a CS lead up top for Hanabi, it's fairly inconsequential because of those three kills and assists that Arze has combined. And Sion doesn't really care. Sion will still be Sion despite being behind, whereas Kai'Sa doesn't function the same, and neither will Poppy.
Definitely not. All this kind of came from Hana making that very risky decision of just running from Raptors straight to the blue, and was admittedly very close to getting it. The hook lands.
Oh yeah, Mission is going to lose a lot of health. It is going to be the shockwave. He's going to get low. Tibbers comes out as well as the stun, but he does go down. So well done by Orca to find that kill.
Yeah, very important there. I think that's going to swing this matchup into Mission's favor. And we've seen what happens when this guy gets a lead on Orianna now.
What is the cost? Hana is in the area.
Yeah, they want to try denying this cannon. I think he's still going to get it. Yeah, it's still going to get the cannon, but lost a lot of HP in that. Maybe sets up for a dive later on. G starting this up. Does not have his mid laner on the map, though. Maple dying to that mid gank has kind of thrown this early game awry. And they're trying to do it. I think they should grab it. Wako, he's losing a lot of health. Ooh.
Yeah, nice dodge. And with that, they can't really contest it, you don't think?
I'm surprised Hana's still here.
Yeah, he does have flash, so he should be safe to get away if he needs to. Actually looking for something onto Woody. Heal is going to be expended. Nice knockback there. Flash forward to knock up Wako as the heal comes through. Wako does have... Oh, he gets grounded. Nice usage of that W from Hana. Is going to find Wako and an important kill over to Kriskada to somewhat even up this bot lane. Maybe even ahead slightly.
Yeah, that's really important there, I think, for Kriskada to get that kill. And I think PSG probably just didn't commit hard enough to the Dragon. I think they kind of spent a lot of time not sure whether or not they should force them off. And ultimately, it gave time for Mission to come back from base and Kriskada to finish clearing his wave. So a bit of indecision from PSG. It does cost them, but they still have the lead, and I think they did walk away with the Dragon as well. This is kind of what I mean. I think if you're just focusing the Dragon here, it's probably not a big issue, but there's so much DPS lost, just kind of walking around, you know, trying to zone people off. But the reality is, if you're just hitting it, Mission cannot be here in time. But once they realized, you know, it's kind of already too late, and Wako, he thought he was safe here, you know, has the E, has the flash. Blitzcrank has no mana for the hook, but, you know, yeah, needed a flash there. Unfortunately, went for the dash and was grounded.
Yeah, well done. We heard the Sion ult. I don't know where that went, but maybe just back to his lane, perhaps. This Junjia now on this Rift Herald will definitely help if he is able to pick that up. It does look like it will be unanswered, and while things are sort of evening up down the bot lane, there is still a 20 CS gap, and the jungle gap is actually phenomenal. There is still 3 assists to the 1, as well as what is almost 20 CS, and as a jungler, that is not very common, particularly when you've picked up both early objectives.
Definitely, and Junjia, maybe he could have looked for more in that top jungle, but instead is going to reset, probably going to clear out his bot side, and then look to pressure for his Milio Lucian. And definitely when you come up on your 1 items here, you know, it's very similar to the Lucian Nami, where you hit those spikes and then suddenly just the strongest champs on the map and no one can really contest you. Unfortunate there on the cannon. It does happen to the best, and the best is RJ.
Absolutely. I've done that so many times where you think you have enough damage to kill that cannon, but it just goes flying away and dies to a ranged creep.
Oh, so pings onto the bot river. I mean, there is very good vision set up here for DCG. Wako is denying a lot of CS in this bot lane, but they haven't managed to snowball their lead any further. And Cascada getting those kills, and one off that initial dive and another off that dragonflight, has allowed him to at least stay even in this bot lane. And once again, Mission, he's going for that Shadow Flame rush. He's got himself an alternator.
Yeah, the dark tech continues. I wonder if he will change up his second item. He went Crown yesterday. Perhaps not. I mean, Crown may be even safer this game, being that you are against the Annie. Lucian can proc it pretty easily, and I must say Leandres would do a lot to try and get some health off of the Scion.
Yeah, it would. I better not see a Crown this game. Mission's better than that. Although, he's in trouble here.
Ginger looking. That is flash now down for the Orianna.
Oh, Poppy-ult.
Will be cancelled, so won't be that long of a cooldown, but it is Woody getting found from downtown. He's okay to use the blast cone away. The Orca's hook starting to look more accurate now as the game progresses.
Ooh, a lot of damage on the Orca.
Yeah.
Ooh, Culling comes out. There's nothing to cancel it here. Orca's very low, and Junjia's here with Rift Herald. I think DCG might have to give up this tower, although they get a kill onto Maple. He didn't have flash. I think he just got Ori-ulted and taken out, but now they will be punished for it bot side. They've seen Hana mid. I want to say credit to Hana, who's managed to find stuff in this game despite having an absolute horrific start.
Absolutely. Now, while kills are now in favor of DCG, it is ultimately 5 plates, almost 6 plates to the 1, which is far more valuable in terms of just gold. It seems like a little bit here now is onto Mission to be able to try and find advantages based on the pressure he's gotten and the kills he's received from it.
Yeah, without the flash, has nowhere to go. Oh, actually uses the bear to get onto him there. It's a bit unfortunate for Maple, but without the flash, it's going to be hard to survive. And Mission, I mean, look at his items. He is really strong. Even without the completed item, he's just got a lot of AP.
Yeah, wow. It's such a crazy build path.
Yeah,
I think he's the only person I've ever seen go for it. I mean, it will give him a lot more early game damage as opposed to just going straight for the Mythic.
Yeah.
You do lose out on things like cooldown reduction when, in fairness, Orianna isn't that worried about too much early. It's kind of, if you can get one big shockwave in a skirmish, you've definitely done your job, so maybe playing into that.
I want to see if he does go for that Leandres after, because it would be very good against the Scion. On the other side of the coin, though, it is Wako, who's also extremely accelerated. He's got himself a Kraken Slayer and 2 swords as well.
Well, Hana starting up this Dragon, and with both bot laners from PSG being top lane, they should be able to pick this up fine. It looks like PSG aren't too concerned with the Dragon, rather trying to get more and more gold onto Wako's Lucian.
Oh, Cascada.
Yeah, Cascada's in a world of hurt here, and Maple Ult will secure it. That is a kill found back for Maple. Now they're actually going down to contest. Hana's going to lose this, and they're losing plates top.
Oh, no. This is a disaster for DCG.
Yeah.
I think Cascada... Oh,
Mission now is the next target. He still does not have Flash. Decimating Strike will land. It is going to be Flash committed from Jinjie to ensure it, but Ozzy picks it up for himself.
Oh my god. And on top side.
Oh, wasn't able to keep Woody alive with the heal, but still a 1-for-1 there. It's a free kill bottom. Cascada also found, Dragon found, and a lot of plates top.
Yeah, a series of unfortunate events there for the side of PSG, or sorry, for the side of DCG, and it felt like Cascada, you know, kind of let all that happen. I hope we get a replay of it because he was actually just walking up and hitting the Raptor camp, and I don't even think he got a single Raptor. And then kind of passed back in greedily and dies. Here, the dive on the Hanabi. I don't think there's much he can do to outplay this, to be honest. At least he managed to trade one back.
Well, he did quite well, like avoiding a lot of culling damage and flash the Lucian Q, but yeah, does get taken down. Is able to trade, which is good for himself, but definitely better for PSG.
For sure, and Cascada, you know, despite finding those kills, is now at a very significant item disadvantage as Wako continues to accelerate further and further ahead. Mission, he's got his Shadow Flame now, and will definitely want to fight with it. Triforce on the Gnar.
I'm really concerned. Is this going to be a Collector Kai'Sa?
Oh, I sure hope not. Okay, yeah, so let's take a look at Cascada. So he doesn't check this pink, he doesn't DPS the drag. Instead, he drops a ward, which is good, but I think he comes in... I don't even think he kills this little Raptor. Let's see if he does. Okay, he got 8 gold. He got 8 gold, but it cost his team so much more. He dies, 450 gold in their pockets, lost the drag, lost mission. Look, Cascada, I hate to say it, but that Raptor was not worth it.
It certainly doesn't feel like it.
Oh, no. Do not look Kai'Sa items.
Oh, no. Okay, I've got to say, that has to be... I don't know why you'd do that. You're against a Scion, who is probably the person you're hitting the most in a team fight. I mean, maybe you can get yourself altered in there from a Gnar ult or something similar, but I just don't see a world where Collector is the correct item.
No, I think you're right. Definitely, especially against Gore Drink at Graves as well, right? That's probably the other target you're hitting. Gonna have a lot of armor as well.
Yeah, weird itemization here on Kai'Sa. If you are able to somehow get onto Woody or Wako, then I'm sure you'll be able to do a lot more damage to them. But it feels pretty hard to be able to do that, considering you've got a Graves, Annie, and Scion to get through first.
Definitely is, yeah. Now, 2 more minutes on this third dragon. I think DCG can still fight it, though. You know, despite being behind, they have hit their spikes. For now, though, they're going to have to play to PSG's tune. They're going to have to follow around this Herald. Oh, Woody.
Yeah, Woody. Okay. Isn't in the shop. Actually, still sticking around. Could be a bit dangerous.
Yeah, okay. He might try chase him. I don't
Has
think
Flash
he'll be able to get him.
available. Woody does as well in response. Okay, nothing will come from it.
I do want to say Shalsey had Moby boots at this point. Did not have the Swifties. He knew what he was about.
That's right. Get around the map quicker. Who needs the combat movement speed?
That's right. Now, PSG, they still have this Herald, so they can drop it ahead of the third drag, either in one of the side lanes or even on that mid-tier 1, which is going to make it very difficult for DCG to actually get a good position on it. They do have items, right? They're spiked on Ori. Gnar's got the Triforce. Kai'Sa is strong at this point, but I am a little worried about just being able to actually get there, because it feels like PSG, you know, with the Herald as well and control over the area already, they've got this dragon on lock, and it's really up to DCG to try break their position. And look how ahead Graves is in the jungle as well. Up 2 levels, up 50 CS.
Yeah, there's a lot of power in both the Junja's, Graves, as well as Wako's Lucian. 2 items on Lucian. You pretty much have to find him with a Blitzcrank hook or Ori ult to be able to contest this dragon. Look how much damage that culling just did to Orca. He's going to have to recall. 40 seconds until this dragon. Culling will not be much longer than a 40-second cooldown as well. Maybe about a minute 15.
Now, we'll just back away.
Okay.
20 more seconds on this drag.
A lot of sums up. Pretty much every sum is available here. Naples teleport being the exception.
It's so hard for DCG to get in here. I mean, can they trade anything on top side? It doesn't look like it. So they're kind of forced to contest, but it's so hard to get in here. Maybe you just go down mid and give up the drag, but even that doesn't seem like a good option.
Yeah, kind of feels like there's a bunch of losing options here for DCG. I mean, there is also the option if Orca can land an important hook, can just turn it around. But how is he supposed to get somewhere unseen to land such hook?
Yeah, not sure. PSG, though, they're slowly giving ground, and they haven't started it up yet. Aja, he has the TP. Hanabi is basing, and he has the Mega Gnar almost prepped. Junjie should be able to dodge this very easily. Yeah, Poppy ult was wasted. This is looking better and better for PSG. Although
Poppy ult will be up again in a couple seconds.
Oh, look at Maple's position.
Yeah, Maple in pretty much the perfect position. No scrying orb to be able to scout him out at the moment.
Oh, he's going to get found, I think, by Hana. Although I think he managed to avoid it, actually. Yeah, still in his position.
Now, very tense.
Hanabi's mega popped.
Oh, yeah. Once that's gone, it does feel like your ability to team fight is pretty lost here.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of restraint shown by both teams, though. Ultimately, I think it's getting better and better for PSG. But DCG looks like they still want to find a fight. Hanabi, he needs to charge this mega up, and Junjie started as soon as they see the Gnar bar is empty. I think PSG should look to force the issue. They should have confirmation now. Mission, though, he's holding this area so well with the Ori ball.
Recall's coming through. Are they just going to give it? That feels kind of weird for them to do so.
Yeah, nah, no shot. Okay, he's going to try to look for something,
Okay,
but Aja...
Azu walking in first means Blitzcrank can't really look for a hook because killing Sion isn't an option.
Okay, now it's finally going to get started up. Hanabi's Gnar bar is halfway. Maple, he finds himself a flank again, but is spotted out.
Yeah, Hanabi half. He needs to start throwing out some boomerangs, try and stack that up. Has flash to look for a flash Gnar.
How long have we been here?
A couple minutes. Very restrained from both teams. I think maybe PSG are being restrained to a fault almost.
Yeah, I think they maybe could have forced it when their Gnar bar was down, but really giving respect to Mission's Orianna. But can they trade more on the other side of the map? I mean, it looks like resets have come through, and they've reset first. You've got the Navori on Wako. Okay, so PSG are on the map earlier. Cascada's completed his Essence Reaver.
Essence Reaver?
That's a
this
weird
Kai'Sa
build.
build getting wild.
Yeah, definitely haven't seen this one before.
Definitely will not have the attack speed, obviously, to have Invis, which is generally such a huge spike for Kai'Sa.
Wako playing around that ball really well. And it looks like we're going to our third minute of dancing around this. Ooh, the hook almost connects onto Woody.
Ooh, nice decimating smash, lands onto Orca, but he will be fine, gets shielded up there. Hana again just baiting out his ult, will have it back.
Hanabi's just about ready.
Yeah, he's
the
building
Mega
it
Gnar.
up off of this Gromp.
I think Mission's going to TP back. I think he has an item. Yep, TP's back. I'm pretty sure he has his Mythic here. Not sure which one. Maple has a flank.
This is Poppy ult again.
Mega Gnar is popped.
Is going to let it go out. Yeah, the Mega Gnar pop now. PSG just have to wait till that goes down.
Oh, they're playing it really well. Dragon's on 50% HP though, and I think DCG, are they going to still try fight it with the Gnar gone?
Yeah, no more Gnar bar. Going to be about a minute until that is even possible to get back up. Again, Poppy ult is going to be able to land. Oh, nice channel by the Sion. Junjie manages to find that dragon, and now Wako, what damage can he do? It's actually going to be Poppy flashing onto Junjie. He's not where he wants to be. Orca's so low, but that nice shockwave is going to stop Junjie in his tracks, but he gets one. It's a 600 gold shutdown, also found from Cascada. A lot of gold onto that Kai'Sa. 1 for 1, but Dragon does go to the side of PSG.
It was a 1 for 1, and I think it should have been even more, but Orca hit a really nice hook onto Maple, who died without using flash or ult, which made that fight a lot closer. I think normally DCG, with no Gnar bar, should have had no business, even coming even in that fight, but we'll see it here. So Gnar pops early, and PSG, they play around it very well again. They wait it out. They know that they can just wait for it. Don't need to make this fast. I mean, they've been doing it for 3 minutes. But you see here, I think the Poppy ult was charged up, and I think he almost thought he was just guaranteed getting RG out of the fight, but Sion ult used for the unstoppable at just the right time, as you'll see here. They managed to keep him in it. And very, very nice. Now pay attention to the hook, because Maple, he gets flash hooked and Wako kind of gets him killed, but Annie going down with no flash or ult is pretty big, right? That's a lot of damage and CC missing from the fight. Wako leaves a lot of people on low HP, but can't quite finish them off. And DCG, I mean, unfortunately, there was only a 1 for 1, and the Dragon was still given over, so still better for PSG, but I think it was a better fight than it should have been.
I actually think that it's possible DCG don't lose anyone if Hana doesn't flash into the pit to try and stun Jinjia. Oh, flash! Oh, there's the flash shot we were missing. It is going to land onto Orca. Bit of payback, finds one, and they're going to pick up their second tower on the push.
Yeah, he was saving it, and I think, could they do Baron? Probably not. A lot was invested, and it was just a Blitzcrank kill. But still, the goal keeps going up, and they can play towards this 4th dragon. 3 more minutes, and they definitely are spiked enough for it. Goal difference has been in PSG's favor basically the whole time. If you remember, there was that really clever level 1 that they had, and ever since then, they've been in control.
Cryscata going for another lethality item.
Interesting.
This guy's cooking. I wonder what it's going to be. It should be a mythic. But does he go Yomu's or Duskblade?
Maybe you just sit on it? No way, though, right? Not this.
I think the other
not this late.
longsword should mean it's going to be mythic.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe a Duskblade or something. More invis. Then you don't need the attack speed.
Yeah.
All right, wait, it's untargetable now, not invis. But either way, I mean, we'll see what he's cooking next time he bases.
Yeah, I mean, interesting build, definitely. I don't know if it's what I'd want to see from my AD carry, but we'll see what it does for him. Wako definitely ahead at the moment, but I mean, importantly, Cryscata has picked himself up, I believe, 2 shutdowns so far, as that hook barely misses.
Yeah, there's been a few near misses. Orca, if he had maybe 50 more range on that hook, would have hit a couple on the Woody. How's that movement speed from that Aether Wisp, actually? Makes a pretty big difference. Just flying around the map. 419 movement speed here.
Maple really committing here to being utility for his team with that Rylai's purchase second.
I'm a big fan of the Rylai's on Annie, actually. It's so annoying to play against. It's really hard, I think, to tell how useful Rylai's is, but it always feels so annoying to play against. And Wako, he's being looked at here.
Yeah, Orca going real fast down here, looking for Wako. Isn't going to hit him, but it's going to be Azu somehow finding Hanabi. And what looked like it was DCG on the front foot. I don't even know where Azu came from, but he drifted around and managed to find himself with Nah.
He did, yeah. That was some insane racing coming out of Arja. I do want to see a replay. I don't even know where he came from. Managed to find him, and Wako, flashes the hook, also flashes in. Very, very nice. Now 50 more seconds on the Dragon. Importantly, Wako and Maple both missing their flashes for this fight. I think Cryscata's will probably be up in time. So that's maybe a window that DCG can abuse. Won't have their Gnar flash, though.
Yeah, and that can be very important, obviously. Looking for a flash ult. Often one of the scariest engages there are.
Okay, it is PSG who have control. With the 3 dragons to their name, they can also sit up around Baron and kind of force DCG to choose. Really feels like they should be able to get that Ocean Dragon, though, and with no healing cut to speak of on the other side, it's going to be so difficult for DCG to play against, and you can see PSG, they're moving up very far in mid, which is going to make it so hard for DCG to contest. They're going to have to come in very late. Maple should be able to find a flank very early as well.
Now, question, how do you think DCG ever kill Azu?
It's impossible, they can't.
Yeah, it's Crown, it is Crown on mission.
Dustblade on
then-
the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, but they just have no tank damage, and Azu right now sporting almost 4,000 health.
DCG, they have to fight, but
Yeah,
no
they have to,
Narbar.
but it's going to be everything committed, and the Dragon is going to be picked up. That's Ocean Soul, and the fight now will start. Nice ult from Azu is going to find 2. Hanabi trying to build up that Narbar, does have it now, but what can he find? It doesn't look like anything. Smart of PSG just to disengage. They could have perhaps won the fight, but better to not risk it after picking up that soul.
The Siren just does not take damage, and TP's back to mid. He's going to be able to hold that.
Oh,
Jinjia.
Jinjia having to flash out. That's a big cooldown used now, but importantly doesn't die, and he comes back in. Azu's in the middle. Jinjia's trying to live. He is going to be able to for now. He's very low, but Ocean Soul maybe can heal him up. Maple now looking for Cryscata. Cryscata ults just on the spot, basically. He will eventually go down to Leandres, but Azu, look at how unkillable this man is. Hanabi jumping away. It's a 1-for-1, but yeah, there is absolutely no killing Azu, especially now with this soul.
Yeah, there's no healing reduction, no tank busting items, no Leandries even on the Orianna, and Arja just will not die. That teleport was very aggressive.
I can't believe they
Surprised he
didn't
got
turn
away.
around.
Yeah. I am very surprised he got away with that, but PSG, they pay their respects, are just going to walk away.
Yeah, wow. So far, a flawless game here from Junji. He manages to get hooked and flash away, but was it about 1 HP? Now, because of that Ocean Soul, we'll be back to full.
Now, do you think this game goes to Aldo? Because I'm guessing not. I think that PSG will look to pressure with this Baron. Maybe it does end up going to Aldo, but I don't think we're going to see kind of the same just farm until Elder that we saw in the previous game. There's a lot of potential for action to happen here. I'd like to see PSG kind of move towards that Baron.
Yeah, well, I think Azir can pretty much start a fight whenever he wants. And there is no way really to kill him. And so they could just go to the Baron, and that could be their angle to try and get this game sort of progressed and end it. But like, he can just sit in this bush. If he gets hooked, they're not ever killing him. In fact, here we go. We're going to see that in action. Hook does land onto him. They use absolutely every one of their abilities. They take about a quarter of his health, and he has Ocean Soul, so he'll be back to full in no time.
That's pretty depressing for the side of DCG. They are going to slowly lose control of this top side, and that's going to allow PSG to start this up.
Okay, Azir now going back in, fights both the carries, and it's going to be Orchid getting solo. Janjir will find him. Azir now in the middle of 3. He's taken no damage, as we said. Hanabi, though, does get his Mega Gnar very, very late, and his mission with 1 HP should be fine for PSG just to take that kill and now start the Baron.
Yeah, they can start it up. Mission does not have TP either, so it's not going to be at this fight in time. It's effectively a 3v5.
Maple looking, Chris Carter has to be careful.
Oh,
Might have seen him on that. Maple no flash, but does have Tibbers available. Wako trying to fight some damage here. A lot of DPS falling off the Baron. Chris Carter into the middle of 3, looking for Wako, but he is absolutely headshot. Now Hanabi trying to find Maple on this side, but just not got the damage. Mission eventually comes and cleans that up, but it is the Baron now found for PSG. Hanabi sticking around a bit too long, does get found as well from Wako, so 2 kills found. They're not even recalling. They're fine to just sustain back up with the Dragon and look to push top.
Yeah, can probably get a lot off this Baron, especially if they don't need to reset immediately. Want to keep the pressure on. Going to be hitting this top tower here, and it's going to fall very, very soon. There's not a lot of wave clear up just yet. Now they're going to reset. Can probably just look to pressure really hard with this Baron and then go back towards the Elder afterwards. Not sure if they'll actually end off this Baron, but it just allows them to so easily transition it into the Elder after him. RJ played this fight so well. I mean, he eats the hook, obviously, but also manages to find CC onto both the carries here. I mean, just look at this. This was so nice here. I mean, he gets them both.
Yeah.
The entire fight, both the carries are just hitting him, and they can't do any damage to him whatsoever.
Wako was just standing still, culling them.
Yeah, it kind of feels... They just really don't have the tools to deal with RJ at this point, and he's such a menace. I think here, PSG... I really like what Maple was doing, his position here, and I think, honestly, DCG were doing a good job of playing this slow and letting Mission come, but then they suddenly just really changed it up. Like, I don't know what Chris Carter's thinking here was. I feel like they can play it slow, just wait like a couple more K on the Baron, wait for Mission to be here, and maybe then you have a chance, but pulled the trigger way too early. Mission did manage to trade one back after, but unfortunately, you know, PSG, they walk away with everything there.
Yeah, that play by Chris Carter looked like a bit of a normal Summoner's Rift experience there, but ultimately now it is PSG heavily in the driver's seat, 8k gold ahead, looking to push in this top lane, bottom lane even, inner. Now what can DCG really do? I mean, you can hope for a miraculous Orianna roll, but even then, do you have the damage? Probably not, as Azir's just going to dive. He's going to be in the middle of 4 of them. He's taking no damage. Teleport coming in now from Hanabi, but it is just going to be a tension turn now towards the tower. And Maple flashes in 3-man Tibbers. Doesn't have a lot of damage, so nothing comes from it as it's turned around. 1-man Shockwave will find a lot of damage onto Woody, but he's not the target you want, as Mission's trying to do everything he can with what is at his disposal. It is not enough, though. Now look at this healing coming from this Ocean Soul, as well as Woody on the Melio.
First inhib goes down. There were a lot of sums burned there, though. You know, no sums on Woody, no flash on Maple, means you won't have the flash engage. 15 seconds on the Elder, though. DCG, they're going to have to find a way in here, but it's currently PSG. They hold complete control of this area. Are they going to give it up? I'm surprised that they're giving up so much control. Okay, they're still holding the pinks, but I think they shouldn't let DCG into the river.
Ooh, Hana. Very aware there. Hanabi, though, is in trouble. That is all of his health gone. He doesn't have teleport available, and Azir now Happy to be Blast Cone into the team. It's Ganahana versus Wako. He doesn't even get to use an ability. He just goes down, and with the jungler down, it should be Elder. I think DCG have to try and fight, but without Smite, they can't look for a steal.
Yeah, it's an impossible fight, but it's one you have to take at this point.
Yeah, Maple on the flank, doesn't have Flash, does have Tibbers, but it is going to be DCG backing off for now.
I'm surprised they gave it up. I feel like it's almost worth Hail Marrying it. I mean, it's so hard of a fight to win, but it's also so hard to delay an Elder. We'll see if they can. I mean, they do have decent wave clear with Orianna now having the Rabadons. And there will be resets coming in from PSG, but you really have to try hold on now. One inhib already broken. You do have your other towers.
Cascada going Gwinsu's now, I presume? No. I don't even know what this man's building
That's
anymore.
a Shadow Flame,
Yeah.
I think. And I don't think that's that good, but hey, we'll see. Zonya's now completed on Maple. That feels very good. And oh my god, Arja just completed another armor item.
Yeah, I definitely don't think the flat pen build is going to do anything ever to this Scion. Even the
not.
Graves, honestly.
Okay, now 2 minutes on Baron. Will PSG need it? I'm not sure. I feel like if Waku culling someone, it probably kills them with the Elder.
Yeah.
It's very, very close if not. They're waiting for Junji to push on that top wave. Just calm and collected here is the side of PSG. Don't need to force it too much. They know that they're in a unlosable position unless they do something really dumb.
Yeah, I think even there, it takes a lot of mistakes, and those mistakes have to be egregious with just how strong this Scion is.
Now knocking on these base turrets. Mid tower. They have that Oriole. Waku has to make sure he dodges that, has the flash, has the dash. On top side though, Hana looking for something down 4 levels.
Yeah, there's going to be Cascada coming in. Junjia might look for his first death of the game. The Gold Drink is going to keep him alive and actually almost turn around a kill.
Cascada's
It is now
low, though.
Hussey in the middle of everyone again. We've seen this time and time again. There's nothing they can do to him, and with Hal's that low for both Hana and Cascada, it should be at least one tower going down here. Arze just needs to stand in front of whatever they're doing.
Yeah, I think there should be 3 inhibs at the very least. I think if they're brave, PSG should play for the end here.
Yeah, doesn't feel like you have to wait any longer. Arze ult halfway to being up, and this is both inhibs that were remaining now going down. Half health on one of the Nexus towers, and so much power in the PSG lineup.
Yeah, one tower's about to fall. Elder's still on, not for very much longer though. I think about 15 more seconds.
Yeah, DCG trying to wait out that Elder buff. It feels like PSG could just pull the trigger. Scion ult now is available.
Yeah, Elder is very close to expiring here, but they got a lot of
Junji
damage.
is going to engage. It is going to be Wako picking up Orca with that Elder buff, and now Hanabi running for his life. It's going to be Hana looking for Junjia. Stopwatch will save him for now. He doesn't have flash available, but he does get out. Hanabi now should be going down. There is no more Elder buff. It's not going to be executed as Cascada is going to be killed on his fountain. That will be the game for PSG. 35 minutes. It was longer than perhaps you'd think, but was eventually done. Oh,
It
but a happy
was.
gaming there at the end.
Bit of happy gaming. Hopefully they do end this. Come on, fellas. Let's clean it up.
Hit that Nexus. Come on.
They got it. I think even if 5 members spawn, they wouldn't be able to kill RJ.
Yeah, I
in
think
time.
RJ was just so unkillable that game. And it has to be said, the Kai'Sa build, I think, was very, very questionable.
It was a bit out of space,
Yeah.
if I'm honest. I also think that Mission probably should have gone for the crown. I kind of do like the... I'm not sure how I feel about the Shadow Flame Rush, just because I think that you know that the main person you're going to be hitting is Arja the whole game, right? And Shadow Flame, I mean, I guess Sign has a shield, but it's not... You're not really building Shadow Flame for this shield cut or anything, you know? So it's like... I think it might have been better just to go Leandri's Rabadon's Void or something like that. I'm not too sure, but either way, I think Mission actually played a pretty good game, and I wouldn't say it was his fault they lost. And I also want to give credit to PSG's fantastic level 1, especially for RJ, who played just a flawless game, you'd have to say.
I think we might be looking at RJ picking up his second MVP.
He has to.
I think while obviously the damage graph won't show him at the top, I'm expecting, it was
It
really
might.
him sacrificing his lane to find such a massive advantage for both Ginger and Wako in the bot lane there. And from there, it was like, even in his own lane, I think he caught up a lot of that CS he did lose early. And it was just a real snowball effect from that. And then, you know, once he got one item, he was just unkillable because no one itemized against him. And he really used that. I mean, even some of the mechanical plays against that Poppy ult and whatnot in team fights, managing to find both carries in between 5 members of the enemy team. And it was very impressive on Sign gameplay.
It was, and I would be kind of curious to see what happens to him if they, they just take away the buffs and they don't end up going for the dive. Because I think they went for the dive because there was a lot of HP lost. They managed to get a lot of chunk. If Arja just TP's back top, I wonder how much can Hanabi get done in that Gnar Sai matchup, because it's a good matchup anyway, and Hanabi, very good on the Gnar. So I kind of wonder, I think it should still be good for the Sion in my mind. Like, it's a tough matchup. You should be able to neutralize, but getting those 2 kills really made it even easier for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he played pretty much exactly how you'd want. I want to say Maple didn't have the best showing, but being that he was playing the Annie into the Orianna, you didn't really expect him to be that far ahead. He was just there to sort of start off team fights or
he still
follow
found
up
nice
even.
engages.
He did. He found some really nice, I think, 3-man tibbers, but I think that 3-man tibbers, if he had damage, would have likely ended up in a lot of kills, but because of his build, it was more just, it set up something. It didn't end up getting any kills eventually, but they found towers, and it led to, I believe the Elder Dragon was at that time.
Yeah. I think overall it did still look like PSG are the cleaner team, right? I don't think you can argue with that. There is maybe something to be said that if, it was a very disastrous level 1. Don't get me wrong. Not how DCG would want to start that, and probably not something that's going to happen to them again. But so maybe they can show a closer game next time. I think they definitely have potential. Once again, I think a lot of question marks towards Cruscata, though, like you said, because it wasn't just the build. It was some of the play as well, right? Like, there was the time where he just dashed into 4 people and died at the Baron, and I think overall it just... He got some kills. Oh, and there was also the time where he went for the Raptor. He got the +8 gold and ended up losing probably about 1,000 for his team. So, unfortunately, not a good performance from him.
Yeah, it's so surprising. I feel like there probably is instances, very rare instances, where you can go for a lethality Kai'Sa build, because you saw it did a lot of execution damage when was able to be on the right target. But against the Sion, you're never getting to that right target.
You really aren't. And here we'll take a look at, I believe this was the third dragon fight, I think this one is. This is the one where Orca managed to thread the needle with his flash hook onto Maple. But it was really well played by RJ. Obviously doesn't get CC'd there by the Poppy ult. But if not for finding that hook onto Maple, I think this fight would have been, pretty tough for DCG without their Mega Gnar.
And I think Hana didn't need to die. I think if he didn't flash in, they probably all survived.
Just walk away,
Yeah. Because even though he flashed in, it took them a long time to take him out, but this really was just the beginning of the end. That dragon fight, I believe it was, went for about 8 minutes in total, so it was a weird way for it to end, but look at the damage dealt there by Wako. Pretty much double anyone else in the game. I mean, Mission did do a lot. To his credit, he was finding a lot of damage there onto pretty key members. The problem is that even if you'd find it onto key members, once you have that Ocean Soul, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm very unfortunate. I think Ocean Soul is one of the most polarizing ones in a way, because if you're very ahead playing against a team that has Ocean Soul somehow, it's actually not much of a problem, right? You can take them out fairly easy. Or if you have a lot of healing cut on your team for whatever reason, like if they have healing champs already, it's actually not too bad. But when that Ocean Soul comes in, you're already behind, you're struggling to chunk them out. It just really restricts your options and just completely chokes you out of the game. It's very tough to deal with.
I wonder if the sort of build paths and whatnot we're seeing from Mission and Cruscata is lending an ideology that they have when it comes to the game. Like, it does tend to me, it seems like building those items means you want the game to end early. And it is going to be Aze picking up his second MVP of the split so far. 2 games, 2 MVPs, definitely a good record. And playing tanks both games is quite impressive.
Was, yeah, and I think very well deserved. I mean, that was an incredible performance from him, and I think as we'll take a look at some highlights, I'll come back to that, but this was the thing that started it all off. So Hana was so close to smiting that blue, but can't quite get it. And then RJ, very smart to stay around. I think probably would normally just base and go top at this point, but once they realize DCG's bot lane has taken so much damage, Hana has no buff. They can't defend this dive. I guess they could maybe TP Hanabi down, but that would kind of doom his own lane at this point. Really no good choices left to make, and also I want to say well executed by RJ. Make sure he takes the turret tank there. There's really just isn't anything else he could have done better. No. And it's just such an amazing start there. Cruscata lost his Psalms, lost the wave. Really horrible.
Yeah. Oh, this is where he finds both carries, I think, right?
Yeah, this was incredible as well. He blocks the hook for his team, somehow manages to get both carries right on top of each other, and I think
then knocks up both of them too. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, and I don't think either carry hit anyone except Sion in this fight. So it's like all your lethality, all your magic pen, it's for nothing.
Onto a Jack Show 3-item Sion. I don't know. Incredible. But do you remember what you were saying before that?
So what I was saying is actually, I think level 1s is something that's sort of underutilized in League. It's I remember there was this one series I think it was FPX versus G2 back in like 2020 or 2019, where it was a 3-0 for FPX, and it was just every game they found some like massive advantage at level 1 through some creative pathing, jumping over walls or whatever, and it just snowballed the game to an insane advantage, right? There's no reason that obviously you can't do an insane level 1 every game, right? But I think it's something that you can kind of practice in scrims against some teams, save it for playoffs, and I think it's just an underexplored area in League altogether. It's there are potential for some really creative level 1s, some jungle invades, some split maps that don't often get used.
Yeah, I think maybe it's sort of the thing between scrims and stage is that it's far more risky if you do it on stage. If it goes wrong, then you possibly just lose the game straight up level 1. But in any case, that will do us for the third game of the night. Please come back afterwards. Fan favorite Godtone is coming up against JT. You don't want to miss it.
Second shift's the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch his son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. black.
Welcome back, everyone, to the fourth game here of the second day at the Summer PCS Split, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. I hope you got yourself some water and some snacks, and we're coming in now to probably the fan favorite, I think, in the league at the moment, in Hell Pigs with their jungler and Godtone. Coming up against J-Team, Driver's new home. I'm kind of excited to see how they go. I think J-Team looks to be the stronger team after at least yesterday's games. It was a pretty poor performance, I have to say, from Hell Pigs, but can absolutely turn it around. It's a one-game sample size, and it was Chelsea absolutely smurfing.
Yeah, and I think it was, Chelsea smurfing. Also, IC8 had a very rough game, fell apart extremely early. And hopefully they can have a more stable early game and we can see something different from Hell Pigs. As here is their lineup on your screen now. It is Godtone in the jungle. I mean, that's the man everyone's hyped to see. Gragas God, as they say.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully we see him on the Gragas. I wouldn't note him down as a Vi God after yesterday. Didn't really have much to do in that game, but again, there was like 8 deaths before like 15 minutes on that Rakan from IC8, so definitely hoping for bot lane in particular to have a different performance. We have seen Tide and IC8 have good performances in the spring split, so I will say a little bit uncharacteristic in how that went. But again, it could have just been a one-game roughie. Have to see. Yeah.
Definitely there's potential, I think, for this team to do well if they can get the things lined up. Up against J-Team, though, it's going to be tough because J-Team, look, they actually might be a pretty good team now. We're kind of starting to bounce back towards the end of last season, and I think, with Driver coming to the team, on top of having that time in the off-season to, finally work out their issues, they're looking a lot stronger here. And I think I am...
ban Blitzcrank.
We'll never know.
Oh, maybe I need to learn Mandarin to see what Hell Pigs say before every game.
And on the other side is J-Team, who added Driver to their roster. And I think now, this is a pretty well-rounded roster, because I think before, oftentimes, you'd have someone carry the game, but the rest of the team wouldn't be stable enough. And something I said about Driver yesterday is that he is extremely consistent in his value as a top laner. He's similar to Arja in a way, maybe with a bit more carry potential, maybe a tiny bit less stability, but it's just a super solid player overall, and absolute asset for any team to have.
Yeah, it's so exciting to watch him play, particularly if he gets himself a counter pick. And I believe in this game they will be red side, so have the ability to perhaps see that. We did see Champions League was probably one of the first ones where we did get to see the top laners come in at those last picks, whereas pretty much for the rest of the split thus far, it has been support rounding out the comps and the 5th pick. So see if this is much the same. Maybe we're seeing something develop just out of how PSG and DCG wanted to go through the draft phase, but that's yet to be seen. I think Driver is one of those players you can comfortably get the last pick to and know that he will use it to its potential.
Definitely, yeah. And I think something we've seen throughout the draft today is that Nico getting the respect she deserves. I will be interested to see if Milio starts getting picked a bit more, because I think it is a very strong champion, and maybe a little surprising that it hasn't been picked up more.
I think last game was one of the only games that hasn't been banned in. I think it's been banned pretty much every game, and then, I mean, out of all the teams...
Second phase though, right?
Yeah, usually it is second phase, and whereas they usually have the jungle priority on those Sejuani. So we'll see. Not banned yet. There is an Aphelios banned against Bruce, as well as Renekton, and then the Nico, as you touched on, and Vi.
I wonder if LeBlanc's going to make it through. J-Team haven't banned it yet. Maybe they're trying to force Hell Pigs to ban Tristana or something first to protect the LeBlanc. Let's see. Let's pay attention to this last ban here.
You think they have to look towards it, right? Even though Pretender lost on it, and that's the only game we've had so far, it was definitely the best champion in their lineup. Okay, LeBlanc is banned. Don't want to give that over.
So Sedge is open, but Renekton and Jax are both gone.
Ooh.
Tristana first pick. That's wild. I guess it's an AD mid that could allow Godtone to play something like the Gragas.
Can also, in theory, flex to AD carry as well, so not set in stone, but well, to be honest, we don't even really know Adiogs' champion pool at the moment. We have had one game sample size, and even that game, not really much to go off in terms of himself as an individual.
Okay, so Jace picked up. It's definitely a flex, but most likely will go into the mid lane versus Tristana. I wonder now, do you just take away that Maokai? It's probably the best AP jungler. I want to see Helpix pick up the Gragas. I mean, if he's good on it, I see no reason why he shouldn't pick it here. Zeri being hovered, would be very surprised to see that locked in. Yeah, I guess we'll see here. Is Godtone going to play the meta, or is he going to play what he's comfortable on? But I think the Gragas would be what I want to see.
Ooh. Oh, there was a lot of thumbs up when Lee Sin was selected. I was hoping for it.
He goes back to the meta though and grabs the Sejuani. Obviously it is like probably the best pick here, right? On paper at least. They grab the Sejuani with the Cassante and Milio being hovered.
I don't think you want to pick Milio going into bans.
I mean, there are a few champs you can play with Milio. Like I know Jinx Milio is good. Obviously Lucian Milio is good. I'm sure you can play Ophelia. Oh, it's banned, actually. We'll see what ends up being paired with it, but...
I know Caitlyn Milio is thought to be good as well, but Caitlyn not the best of AD carries with the item changes.
Sure, you could probably play Cog Milio too, right?
Yeah, it could be. Definitely. Cog definitely gets a lot out of auto attack enhancements.
The Lucian banned away makes a lot of sense. I'll be interested to see what gets banned alongside it. Should be another support ban. Ooh, I'm a little surprised I'm surprised Rakan didn't get banned.
Maybe they saw IC8 play Rakan yesterday, and honestly though, maybe have thought not his strongest pick.
Could be. I guess maybe they could take Xayah with it, but surely Xayah Milio is not the best. Let's see though. Yeah, Jinx Milio would make a lot of sense, and I think it does do well into this comp.
Yeah, you feel like the answer will be the Xayah Rakan though, and an extremely strong lane. I believe it is what they played. No, that was actually Shun was Xayah yesterday. So maybe getting the chance to play the Xayah and Rakan will change how this bot lane looks for Helpix.
I wonder what else they would go for. Because Kaiser's... Okay, they take the Nautilus. What do you play alongside it though? Varus or something? I don't want to see a Varus. Yeah, I mean, ADC pool is getting smaller.
They might again look for an AP building.
Ooh, Ziggs. Okay.
Okay, I like this.
I don't like it. Okay, what's your thoughts?
Well,
Why do you like it?
I think if they are able to get somewhat of a lead or even stay even, if you ever get pressure over a lane, you just demolish towers completely.
Yeah.
And there is a bit of wave clear, obviously, if Gragas is picked up too, that adds to it. But if you are able to get an advantage, your team will do extremely well. And then in the 2v2 down bot, Nautilus is able to set up a lot of damage for the Ziggs. Isolated, kind of how the Leona Ziggs works as well. It's very similar. And then moreover than that, it is nice to have the ult from Nautilus to use on this Jinx, who doesn't have anyone really there to support her and help her survive.
Yeah, I can kind of see it. I just wonder if there's not enough damage to actually secure the kill. You know, a lot of the time when you're playing Ziggs comps, you're playing something like Ziggs Camille or Ziggs Vi. Or even, you know, Ziggs Nautilus is fine. It's just, do you actually have the damage to follow up on it? I guess maybe you've got the Cassante, who, despite being a tank, does put up the numbers. Honestly, though, I'm not sold on it, and I think Jinx Milio should deal pretty well with the Ziggs overall. We're going to have to see, though. I think it's definitely a different comp.
Yeah, I quite like it. I think, especially after yesterday, going for something completely different, and maybe just seeing where your strengths lie, giving Adiogs himself to be that AD threat. Maybe that's where he's comfortable. Tide, I'm sure, is capable of playing Ziggs. It isn't the most difficult champion to pilot, although has some difficulties in remaining safe. It isn't so much of a worry, though. I mean, Gragas is probably the biggest threat onto the Ziggs in this game. I don't think anyone else really threatens the Ziggs, so I kind of like it. I think it's a safe pick. And again, if you are able to find yourself ahead, you will be able to snowball so hard with Tristana Ziggs on the same team.
And definitely, if you can get that first Rift Herald, could find yourself taking 2 towers in pretty short order. And I think this is a good chance for Helpix to kind of show what they're really made of. You know, yesterday's game, it fell apart extremely early with that level 1 ICA dying for first blood. But up against J-Team, you know, a team that is reinvigorated, I have to feel like J-Team is the favorites. But if Helpix can show us, you know, a better performance, I think we could be in for a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is probably can be closer than we might think. I do think Taipei J-Team are pretty heavy favorites just based on the one games we've seen between them already, but I definitely think like Hellpigs in the last split, obviously they had Taco instead of Godtone, but they were taking a lot of games off teams that were, in theory, a lot better than them. I think they were the real underdog in a lot of those games, and they were pretty much the team that found the most wins unexpectedly. And so if that is carrying over with the change in the jungler and mid, then definitely a winnable game. I think I enjoy seeing a bit of change up in the draft, not just deciding to be meta slaving and sticking to what we already see, especially if you do think you are sort of the underdog. Having a different comp can just add a level of uncertainty that can give you a sort of advantage.
Can do, and I think if you are adding uncertainty that snowballs is a good way to do it, because it just means if you do manage to get, a killer here, even just by chance, it's going to allow you to take that so much further. A lot of the time you see some kind of uncharacteristic champs coming in, with very heavy scaling, but I think something like the Tristana Ziggs, while I don't like it that much in this game, I think it has potential for like a big upside, right? If you do get ahead with these champs, you can make this game, very, very fast.
Yeah, I think also both of those champions are fine to go to 40, 50 minutes as well if the game were to, so I think there's pretty rounded champions. There are clear weaknesses, but I don't know that Taipei J-Team have the champions to sort of exploit those weaknesses. Like getting onto Ziggs, he's pretty vulnerable. He will have his Zhonya's eventually, but that's really his only defense. But like, who on J-Team can get onto him? Gragas? Driver Gragas certainly could. Maokai maybe, but it'd be pretty poor out of Tide for Maokai to be able to make it to him. But anyway, we are going to now head onto the Rift, see how this looks. I have to feel like Godtone shouldn't spend a whole lot of time down in the bot lane. There is setup, but there isn't the most amount of continuous damage to follow up on the Sejuani gank. I think more so maybe look towards the mid lane here.
Definitely, yeah. I think making sure this Tristana gets ahead is very important. I think as well, securing the first Herald has to be a major objective. It is fleet footwork on the Tristana, as well as Comet on the Ziggs. Sometimes you go for first strike on Ziggs, but has gone for the stronger laning phase, which I think is probably good here. Probably need it up against the Jinx Milio.
Yeah, and it's our second look here at Milio, so obviously the first time was in our most previous game where it was Milio Lucian, which you have to think is the strongest Milio lane. So now seeing it paired with the Jinx, we'll have to see if it can have a similar amount of success as Woody was able to find on it.
Looks like it will be another solo start here from Lauva. Godtone, he's going to get a leech, and he's pathing towards bot, which I think probably is the correct choice. Normally, like, Ziggs can be a strong side or a weak side. It's very versatile. Oh,
here we go, we're seeing it again, and that's a massive amount of damage onto Enso already. Yeah, good start here in the lane, you have to feel. IC8 taking a bit of damage himself, but should be okay.
Yeah, and I think you'll find a heavy trade with your jungler pathing towards you, especially with that Nautilus for the gank setup. As I was saying, Ziggs, he's very effective as a weak side if you need him to be. He can just wave clear a tower, but also obviously has the tools in his kit with that W to kind of speed things up, take towers. If he gets ahead, it's very oppressive to play against. And there isn't much point, I think, pathing to the top side matchup. Cassante Gragas, pretty ungankable, and also just two solid tanks.
Yeah, this is going to be fleet footwork out of Driver, and Driver just being the player he is, I expect will go more of an AP-focused build.
Yeah, it's a very good Leandry's game if he goes for it.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of health. Even Ziggs gets a lot of health just through items that he often purchases. I wonder if he'll go tier. Obviously will slow down his sort of power, but adds a lot more survivability, as well as sustained damage as the game progresses.
Both junglers now crossing onto that bot side. I think whichever jungler gets to bot first, it's going to be able to impact it quite a lot. HP bar on Bruce is pretty low, but he is pushed up very far to the tower. I say he might look for something in the 2v2 here. I think if the hook hits, the trade should be good. Ooh,
yeah,
they have
still
sweeper.
Low.
Yeah, so normally you don't go sweeper, I think, versus range, but they sweep the ward.
Okay, Godtone might have a nice angle here. ICA's going to have to land the hook, although he does. He manages to land it, and nice satchel to get Enso back into the team. Flash will be used. Nice flash by Godtone. Doesn't quite hit Enso, though. Enso 1 HP. Can Godtone get it? Doesn't look like it. Now Lauva finds off the twisted advance. This has now turned into a disaster. Bruce flashing forward, gets another reset. IC8 likely to go down too. How long on that snare is not going to be up in time, and maybe just a slight mechanical misplay there out of Godtone. Doesn't secure the kill and results in disaster.
Yeah, very, very sad there for Hellpigs. That was honestly a really good play at the start. I think they should have been able to kill Enzo and get out, but unfortunately he lives with just a sliver of HP. As we'll get a replay on it. I think initially this is very, very smart. I think this is probably pre-planned, given that Nautilus has the sweeper. They set up this gang very nicely. I think here it's probably better to flash on Bruce, flash auto, than it is to hook onto Enzo. But either way, they've committed to killing Enzo. I think at this point, unfortunately misses the Q, and then they're unable to get this kill for so long. In fact, they don't even get the kill at all. And then that just allows us to be cleaned up. So I think, you know, both a mechanical and a decision-making misplay from the side of Hellpigs turns what was a very good play into just an unmitigated disaster.
Yeah, it was very close, and it's good to see the proactivity out of them. Even though it does slightly go awry, I think it's nice to see that they are still willing to take these risky plays. And again, one or two things go slightly different, and we probably have a different game on our hands already. But as it stands, 900 gold, in favor of J-Team. It is Bruce picking himself up a kill and an assist.
Ooh, heavy trades coming out in mid lane. Minji with the phase rush can disengage before Tristana can stack up the bomb. Godtone, he's looking for something in the top jungle. He just drops a ward. I don't think there's anything he can do mid. Should just go to his top side.
I think both mids should be fairly happy at the current way the lane's going. Obviously, Adiog's a little bit lower, but has far more mana left than the Jace. Bot lane could become a talking point, though. Again, I think even though the game is how it is right now, if you are able to secure that first Rift Herald, really changes a lot.
Vamp Scepter for the Tristana. We've seen this a couple times into the Jace. You can even just go Vamp Scepter and not upgrade it until your second or third item. Just allows you to kind of lane a lot better, especially with the fleet footwork as well. Just has a lot of sustain. And I think it is going to be difficult for Hellpigs to contest that first Herald, but at the same time, they really need it. Lost Chapter picked up for Driver, so we'll be going an AP build. Remains to be seen which one.
Oh, Adiogs.
I think he's fine. Has that vision that he can retreat to if need be.
What's up the J-Team
yeah, I was gonna
emote?
say, that's a J-Team emote. I respect that.
Is it a respectful one, or is it a disrespectful
I think
J-Team
it's disrespectful.
emote? Yeah, I think generally if you've got the other team's emote, it's not there for good purposes.
Also, even with the phase rush, bomb is fully stacked. Trade ends up being better for Adiog, especially because he has a lot more sustain than Minji does. And with that Vamp Scepter, it's going to be able to stay in lane for a very long time. Minji, you know, starting to struggle here. I think we saw this matchup, I want to say, one more time already. And it was going pretty well for the Jace, but not the same here. Ooh, hook lands.
Oh, hook will land now onto Enzo. No mana left on Tide though, so really won't be much follow-up. Godtone coming around. But again, there is no damage that can really come out of this Zig, so... Another problem with dying that early on is you had to commit the teleport just to get back to base to start farming again. And with no mana and no teleport available, it should mean that J-Team can pretty comfortably secure first Dragon. It is a bit later than we've seen previously in the day, but still 7 minutes 30 isn't that terrible.
Yeah, pretty early, and I think it's still early enough that they can swap to topside and contest the Herald. Definitely don't want to give that Herald over for free, although recalls are coming in fairly late. I see it's going to path out mid, and I think he's going to try set up for that Herald.
Yeah, how important do J-Team think it is, though? They are looking like they're committing Bruce to it as well. Now, they might get this Herald, but even without the Herald, Ziggs and Ziggs' passive will be able to secure himself a couple of plates in any case. So it can be just as dangerous to commit everything up here.
That is true. I think you probably just bring your support. I think Bruce should probably go back bot, but either way, he's here. They really want to make sure it's guaranteed. He's just going to show some presence here. Minji needs to reset, though. I'm not sure he can stay. Yeah, so at least for now, Herald won't even be looked at. In fact, I'd say the tempo is probably better for Hellpigs, who, you know, didn't invest their AD into going mid.
Yeah, Adiox cancels the back on Jace as well.
Wow, yeah, I think this is looking better and better for Hellpigs, at least for now. They have a lot of choices here. They can bring the support up for Herald, or alternatively, they could try dive Bruce with Enzo showing mid. Looks like IC8 is going to start walking up. Oh, trades in topside. Driver's looking good.
Okay, what can be found here, though? It is Lalva coming up. Taco's trying to go aggressive, and with this all out, can maybe find a lot of damage here. Flashes away, Nature's Grasp, does go unstoppable. He's getting himself out. Smite used, is going to be able to be found. Now, Goldtone trying to trade it back. Adiox has the first rotation up here. He's trying to do damage for now. I don't think he gets a kill, but maybe with the fact there is not much mana on Lalva, as well as the priority on mid from Adiox originally, might still be able to maintain pressure around this Herald.
Yeah. He's maybe going to look to start it up here. The plate was lost on mid. Both ADCs just farming bot in the meantime. Goldtone starts this up, and I don't think he's allowed to do this, but we're going to see.
Lalva hasn't gone back, and oh my god, Bruce is so low.
He has flash.
Yeah, flash available, has used the ult though. Okay, well Bruce is going to have to back, and even if they don't get this Herald now, Ziggs will find a lot of damage here on the bot side.
He will, yeah. Should be able to get, I think, at least a couple plates for himself, and Goldtone was pushed off that Herald. But yeah, Tide, he's going to gobble these up, even has a TP, so isn't worried about.
Yeah, look at the damage he's able to do.
Yeah, I think it should be 2 plates. He's got a cannon wave coming as well.
Yeah, how quick is he able to clear this one out? Actually resets from J-Team, headed towards bot lane. Enzo headed down there. As soon as he's seen, there is the option for Goldtone to start up this Rift Herald. They will have an advantage. Tide also does have teleport available now.
Yeah, I think Tide should probably just reset, walk to bot, but hold his TP. If they try and fight this, Tide can TP up and even just ult bot after if he has to. There's a lot of interesting stuff we can do here with the Ziggs macro. This is being started. TP comes mid from the Ziggs.
Yeah, making sure to get that mid pressure. He will be able to get there, and Bruce again on the Jinx is able to probably pick up a few of his own plates, being how fast he attacks. But it is Rift Herald now going over to Hellpigs. That can be massive for their team.
Yeah, I think now Tide should probably just ult that bot wave. Shut down any chance of getting plates here. Yeah.
Yep, it's going to do it. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
It is 1 plate picked up by Bruce, but securing that Rift Herald extremely important. I have to see where it ends up going. I feel like...
Oh, Adiox getting aggressive here. Phase Rush going to help. Glacial Prison lands. Goldtone trying to show he's a god Sejuani, but not enough follow-up.
Yeah, I think just didn't have the damage. Maybe Adiox could have flashed. I think even if they proc the bomb, probably wouldn't get the kill. Now, as for where you put this Herald, I think you probably put it bot just so you can allow your Ziggs to start moving around. You could place it mid, but it's still going to be a while before you can finish it off. I think if you can break bot, get Ziggs to come mid, you can potentially take both towers before 14 minutes, which would be a lot of gold.
Well, Adiox again going aggressive. This phase rush, though, just means Minji really coming out better in these trades. And now Lalva being here, flash committed.
Yeah,
nice respectful there.
Oh,
Enzo.
It's very low.
Yeah, it's Bruce trying to trade it back, though. There is no ult for Ziggs again, but nice catch. Tide's actually landing so many of these bombs onto the bot lane of J-Team and finding himself some nice positions.
It is the Ghost Blade now picked up by Minji's Jace, who is extremely spiked. And it's going to be difficult, I think, to actually get this Herald onto bot, because mid-priority definitely favors Minji at this point, now that he's got his Ghost Blade completed. And if you take a look at the bot river, it's definitely favored for J-Team. So I'm not sure if Godtone's going to find the angle to use the Herald. Maybe he's going to use it mid instead. Yeah, looks like he's going to.
Do you think maybe he should have used it there as soon as they knew Enzo had to recall?
I don't think so. I think he probably should have gone mid first before and then kind of walked bot with Adiox and four-manned it, but it's tough. I mean, you don't have a lot of vision. Don't have a lot of options. Looks like instead, yeah, he's going to his top side. Maybe use... I think here, maybe they could have lane swapped, given the dragon, put Ziggs top and take the tower. I'm not sure. I think there's some interesting stuff the Hellpigs could have done here. I'm not sure the way they're playing it out is optimal. This dragon should go the way of J-Team. They're going to drop the Herald mid, but I don't think this is going to crash.
I don't know that this is the play, but they have done it. It's just, yeah, wow, weird play. I mean, it is going to crash, so that is one positive, but all the gold will be going to Godtone, who is exactly who you don't want it to go on.
Yeah, I don't know if they win this fight, do they? They've got IC8 in the river. They're taking a lot of damage on the way out. I think they're okay. Nature's Grasp has been used already. They're just going to try and escort Adiox out. He is being chased, though.
Hyde is in danger here, but the Glacial Prison will land down to Lava, who's extremely low. It's going to be Adiox picking up that kill. The kite back though, there is a lot of poke coming out of Minji, and Adiox so low, Tide is very low, but the target is going to be Bruce. He's going to flash, he's going to ghost. The super explosive rocket almost kills Godtone. He's 1 HP. He does eventually go down. Everyone else is also very, very low.
Oh, Minji.
They do get away with it, but Minji on this Jace can snipe people.
Oh, they're so low.
Oh my goodness, everyone surviving just barely, but with the health bars as they are, maybe can be tower going down now to Bruce on this Jinx.
Yeah, where's the Karth Assault when you need it? Now it's going to be able to grab this bot tower. And it looks like Driver, he grabs the Everfrost. But overall, I mean, again, it's a fight that starts off pretty well for Hellpigs, and unfortunately they just kind of reach for a bit too much and really comes back to bite them. And I really don't think the way they used the Herald was the best. Need to get more out of this Ziggs early game. We're going to replay of it, so I think, you know, Hellpigs, they're escaping from the river. Lava's walking up way too far. In the meantime, Tide and Bruce fight on the side. And I think if Hellpigs are just, you know, they either turn onto the Jinx quicker, because they spent a long time chasing river, or they could just leave. But ultimately, they kind of don't choose either and kind of mis-execute onto Bruce as well. And that just allows them the opportunity to chase them all down. Very lucky, I think, for them that they all managed to live, other than Godzone, on those extremely low health bars. Could have very easily just been a 4 for none.
Godzone does not look impressed. I hope he's not flaming.
He had emotional, what was it? Emotional management. Now, Adiox, he gets solo kill by Driver in the bot lane. I guess he got Everfrost comboed or something. Oh, Minji.
Yeah, okay, Minji now getting targeted. That's going to be a really nice ult there from Ziggs. Should be him picking it up. Actually, IC8 with the auto attack will find it. Oh, actually, Bruce going down now too. Cassante, 4,700 health, 320 armor.
What is that champ? I mean, he's full tank and somehow he killed Bruce even though Enzo was right next to him. Oh, Tide got mid tower.
Yeah, Tide should be dead now. That is a flash. Twisted advance. Third kill now found for Driver. This fight's everywhere. Not sure who's coming out the victor here. It looks like IC8 might be next to go down. Oh, nice channel there. He's going to find it. And now Godtone is the next target. Definitely in favor of J-Team at this point.
Wow. Driver's just running this game over right now. In fact, both top laners just got themselves some kills. Driver got a few more. We're going to replay on what happened to Adiox. So I'm not sure what would have happened. I mean, did he just get...
Oh my. Oh my.
I mean, look, it was a good combo from Driver, but I'm also not sure what Adiox was up to. Because he thought he was a bit stronger than he was, and unfortunately Driver, you know, very accelerated. You know, took him out without too much trouble. Now, it is third Dragon already in only a minute and a half. We kind of haven't paid too much attention to the Dragons because a lot of it has been about their Herald. The Hellpigs, they haven't really used the strength of Tristana or Ziggs just yet. We'll have to see how they do in the team fights, though. 2 items on Driver already.
That is a very, very scary Gragas. Maybe the best Gragas player in the game.
Okay, replay on top side. So Taco somehow gets a kill with 3 J-Team members around. Let's see. I guess he gets Bruce on the tower and he takes aggro or something? Let's see. Okay, so he just flashes on him and one-shots him? Is that what happened? I love this champion.
Yeah. Does manage to just find it. You feel like Enzo would have died too if his W was still up. Okay, they find themselves another Herald.
Oh, but they're giving up a lot mid for, and Adiox, he's maybe in a bit of trouble down bot. I think they lost the tower mid and maybe took some damage on the second. Yeah, I don't think that Herald was worth it. I mean, mid tower's already down. Hellpigs, they're going to try chase, but it's difficult to chase into the bot jungle. I think J-Team definitely have the better position here.
Yeah, and it is... Oh, teleport coming through. It is 5 strong for both teams, and they have the...
They're just going to run it down with Tristana.
Is it time to just push it and end?
I think it is.
Okay, ICA going to block out that Nature's Grasp, as well as the Shock Blast, importantly. There is 1 or 2 minions, as well as the Rift Herald, can be used. They will be able to take towers extremely fast. I feel like Godtone should just go and put down. Just give the Dragon, I feel.
Yeah, they could probably get an inhib if they just ran it down mid now.
Yeah, I think that is the better play. Or even just put the Herald down and let Ziggs deal with the wave.
Ooh. Really nice flank from Driver.
Yeah, Driver going to find a lot of damage onto Godtone. Now, Dragon almost dead, but it's Adios trying to find something. Driver flashes away. The Tristana Insect will not land. In fact, it's Driver who's finding so much damage. He's got a solo kill, 1v2. Now, nothing else can really come. I think that was really, really poorly played by Hellpigs. I think they just need to run down mid, put down the Herald, and just lose the Dragon.
Yeah, definitely don't think the macro around the Ziggs has been the best. And unfortunately, for the side of Hellpigs, their Driver, he just runs rings around him, literally with the phase rush. Now, onto this bot tier 2. They have a Jinx, so can take towers pretty quick in their own right. I'm not sure they can actually get damage on this with Taco here, but maybe they can look for a little bit of chunk. Looks like they will just back off safely. Ooh. Oh no.
Oh no.
That was bad timing. I think that Jinx might be in trouble, but let's see. So Driver, he's got a great flank. I think it would be better.
Oh, there we go, down the bottom left. I'm more interested in the...
Okay, well,
Looks like
Jinx
he's
got
fine.
out. But yeah, Adios, he goes for the Insect. Driver, he plays around it well, but look how many cooldowns have been wasted over here on the side to not even kill Driver. He's only on half HP, and he buys so much time. I mean, Driver, he plays this so well, or maybe Hellpigs just play it so poorly. I'm not too sure. And back to live, Driver, he's
finding
taking
himself
names.
another maybe.
Ooh. Taco, he just barely got out.
Yeah, I'm pretty perplexed. You've had 2 Rift Heralds with a Ziggs on your team, and neither of them have gone to that Ziggs. I know Tristana takes towers pretty quick, but in the isolated 1v1 against Jace, you can't really get to the towers as soon as he finished that Youmu's.
Yeah, I think there's potential for like lane swaps and stuff after you pick up the Herald with the Ziggs as well, and we didn't see any of those. Instead, it feels like Hellpigs are kind of just playing a standard 5v5, even though this isn't really what their comp is good at. You know, this comp wants to accelerate, wants to pull the enemy team around the map. They haven't really looked for any of that. Now, maybe controlling this Baron vision. Godtone, he should not be here.
Godtone again being caught out. He's going to go down likely. Aftershock keeping him alive for just a little bit longer. But yes, he will be found. It's now attention towards this Baron. It might not be that easy for them to take. It depends how well Driver can mark the Ziggs particularly.
Ooh, TP's coming in. I think J-Team should just turn and kill them.
Yeah, I think you can't sit here and do it. Ziggs will be able to do a fair amount of damage, although they have almost taken it. They found it, they're turning, that is 1 kill found. Adios is down, IC8's down, Taco's next. He is going down very slowly, but now it's just tied. He cannot do anything. It's 4th found, Baron as well for J-Team, and I don't think this game's got much more in it.
Yeah. Hellpigs massacred there by J-Team. J-Team managed to not only turn the fight around and kill them, but got the Baron as well. Literally everything they were after, and this all started from Godtone just being way too far up in the river, kind of had no business being where he was. Drops the Herald to bot lane. And that tier 1 bot tower is still standing for J-Team. Really a reflection of just what's happened, right? We haven't put anything towards helping the Ziggs accelerate, and you're really paying for it now.
Yeah, it looks like it will be this top inhib turret getting extremely low, but Ziggs able to clear the wave for now. I think J-Team are able to just stay here, push in this next wave, claim that tower, probably claim the inhib. Mid tower almost down as well. Yeah, Bruce will get this. He'll also get a reset with it. Taco a bit too tanky for now, though. It is going to be Godtone actually looking onto Lava, which will be immediately cleansed by that Milio. Turn around, Nature's Grasp. Godtone going to go down again. Found out of position as Driver's on the flank. As Jinx with the triple. Is he going to go for the penta? Taco is so fast. It's not going to be the penta. It is the triple for now. Inhibs are going down 2. It's 2 versus 5. Ziggs might be able to delay their game, but this game is certainly going to go to J-Team.
Does look like it. 22 minutes in, there really is no way for Hellpigs to clear this out. They have a Ziggs, but he has no ult. Lacking in the mana as well. And against those Baron creeps, it's just so difficult. Turret 1 is about to fall.
That's another reset given here to Bruce, who should be able to turn his attention towards this second tower. Although Respawn's coming in, it's Taco going in first, looks for Bruce, followed by the death charge, but no damage can come through. Tide not in a position to land any. It's going to be IC8 going down again. That tower will be also found now as Bruce continues on. Driver finds one. Bruce looking for Taco or Tide. On the other side, though, Driver claims his second. It's going to be Adiox going down yet again, and J-Team will take the game in 23 minutes.
23 minutes and 4 kills to 20 there. I mean, it really just was Type A J-Team pretty much taking it to him start to finish, right? A shellacking, you might even say. And Hellpigs, I mean, that early bot skirmish, if they played it a little better, could have had a very different game. But despite that, I think the macro was very subpar.
Yeah, I honestly, it felt to me, even though that one mistake down bot early, obviously that mattered. But I think once they got the Herald, they had a real opportunity to be able to sort of turn it around. They could have possibly just either roll swapped, as you mentioned in the game, to put the Ziggs up top, or even just forced with the Sejuani, because they will have the wave clear advantage having the Ziggs. Didn't look for it. They put it mid. It crashed, but didn't really do anything except give Godtone some gold, which on the Sejuani, definitely not what you want. They even lost Dragon for it at the time, and then even the second Herald, I feel like you can give the third Dragon. Obviously, you don't want to, but if you're going to get 2, maybe 3 towers, maybe even an inhib with the speed at which Tristana and Ziggs can take those objectives with a Herald, definitely worth it.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think early game especially, there's so much you can do in that first 14 minutes to, really accelerate hard, pull the team around the map. There's just a lot of creative stuff you can do with the Ziggs and Tristana. And we just didn't see any of that. Like, there was a lot of stuff that could be done, and I think any of them would have been good, but they really just played a completely stock standard game, which I don't think is how Ziggs wants to play. Like, you can play Ziggs as just like a sit back and scale champ, and he's fine at that, but there are better champions for doing that, right? And I think if you are picking the Ziggs, it's so you can, get the ball rolling early and then scale into a game from like an ahead game state, right? And they just, I don't know, they didn't really do that. I don't think the Ziggs worked out.
No, I definitely agree. I think, I honestly feel like once you get the Herald, you actually have so much play you can do, but just nothing was done. I think it almost felt to me like they were just trying to play to get to the next level, wave clear, get past the zombie rounds, try and make it to their record. But I don't know, it was just really, really weird to see they had such an interesting comp with so many different ways you can play it and just didn't really do anything but play as if they had a regular team comp.
Yeah. There was this Ziggs game, I think back in Season 10, played by Knight. I think it was on Top Esports at the time. And I remember he was playing Ziggs, everything's going normal. They got the Herald, they drop it mid, he takes the mid tower. And then he walks top and he takes the top tower after. And I think on the second Herald, they dropped the top and they took like 3 towers. Then he TP spot, takes another couple more. I felt like that's really how Ziggs should be used, especially if you are getting those Heralds. Obviously, it was mid Ziggs compared to bot Ziggs, so maybe a bit easier to move it around the map. But still, just so much potential. And it's kind of sad to see it not realized, I suppose.
Yeah, I think having the Tristana as well as the Cassante, you're pretty fine with just putting them in whatever lane they want to go. Cassante's fairly okay at dealing with multiple threats. I mean, we saw him in between 3 people. He found himself a kill. And then Tristana, while ideally we saw, doesn't really want to go up against the Gragas, especially with how far ahead Driver was, can absolutely just play safe against whatever matchup he was. But ultimately, we will take a look now at the highlights.
Oh, that cannon creep
montage.
That cannon creep was doing some work on that tower. I guess this is Driver TPing in for the flank. Did he find Adiox here? Looks like he did. The Nature's Grasp had him CC'd up and just Everfrost him. Wow, so much done by Driver. I mean, again, can't say enough good things about him. He just, every game does so well.
Definitely MVP, I think. I think this game has to go to Driver.
Yeah.
I mean, by himself, pretty isolated. He found himself a solo kill and then found Adiox, I think, 2 or 3 times by himself, and even there, found a massive flank through that middle wave to really seal the deal. And look at the gold graph. Driver with the most damage done is top Gragas. I mean, it really was an absolute clinic that Driver put on, and I think you can't really say it was Taco's fault. While he probably shouldn't have died solo, Taco had a reasonably okay game, and he found opportunities for himself where no one else really could.
Yeah, definitely agree. I think it was more just the case of Driver did manage to find a ton of kills elsewhere and really ran away with it. I think you got to kind of question, I think, the Hellpigs mid-jungle this game, because both of them are the new players coming to this team and unfortunately just really didn't show up, right? Like, I think a lot of those fights were mis-executed by Godtone. Could have been very differently, admittedly, if it was just a tiny bit better. And mid lane as well, Adiox fell very, very far behind and didn't find purchase into the game at all. So, yeah, maybe you have to find something more comfortable for them to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Jace is starting to look like a bit of a power pick here. I think that's not very surprising, I guess. It's always, the PCS has always had a few Jace players that have looked strong. I don't think Minji traditionally was one of them, but now we see him playing it here. He looked extremely good on it. And I mean, Jimmy as well has looked good on the champ. But, of course, it is going to be Driver picking up that MVP. To no one's real surprise. 35 almost % of his team's damage, up 4.5k gold.
Yeah.
That's insane.
807 as well. What was the score yesterday? I'm not sure he's died yet. Can't remember. But
Yeah,
ooh,
no
this
idea.
one's in the highlight reel. I think this was more Adiog's just... I don't know, man.
Took W off his keybinds.
Yeah. Well, anyway, he did take him out.
Yeah. I mean, not
don't
much
know
to
what
say
to
about
say,
that
yeah.
one. It's just, yeah, Adiogs went a weird way and Driver
This was
executed.
good, though.
This was very good.
This is really nice. He baits out so much on the side, realizes, you know, with the flash very early. Look at how many cooldowns he dodged. And I think even here, you know, cancels the
Yeah.
jump, dodges the Nort hook as well. I mean, this was just perfectly played by Driver. They should have led with this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at him.
Yeah.
That is the best Gragas player in that server.
What a monster.
Yeah, absolutely. Really putting Goldtone to shame, really. Picking his own champion
Yeah, it was
against him
funny.
and putting on an absolute clinic.
You'd think it would be that he picked it away from him, but he picked it last, right? I think it was
Yeah, I
a
think it
fifth
was.
big Gragas. So I am surprised that Goldturn hasn't just picked it up, right? Like if he is, you know, known for the champ, if he's good in the champ, I see no problem with picking it. Obviously, stuff like the Sejuani is good, but if you're just like mis-executing the skirmishes and you would win those skirmishes on the Gragas, I don't see any problem with that.
Yeah. Generally in pro play as well, the one tricks playing their champion is not usually, like it's usually banned against them and that's why they don't play it. Not because it's like out of meta, because generally a one trick can play it regardless of the meta. But anyway, that will do us there for game number 4. Please stay around. We do have Impunity versus Duish next, so we get to find out more about those teams. Be back very shortly.
It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep.
myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me out?
It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it
One more game for tonight that's going to be brought to you, of course, by Riot Games Carry Live. And I think it's a very, very interesting one where we don't really know what's going to happen. We have Impunity versus Doish team. Impunity bringing back one of their older rosters, which didn't really have much success. And it's against Doish team, which again, last split, they have replaced their top laner, but again, they didn't have much success there. Still keeping their mid-jungle together in Zhao 2 and WSL, but I think a lot to be discovered here in terms of these two teams' strength.
Definitely, yeah. I think like not even just so much in the actual team strength, but also just in the players, right? Like individual players, we still have very little idea for Impunity especially, and they've got big shoes to fill. You know, Impunity, I think they finished third in the regular season, fourth in the postseason from the last split, and here is their roster on your screen. 5 new players, so there's, you know, blew up their roster from before and completely replaced it. Now, some of them, like you said, were Impunity players previously, you know, a couple years ago, but haven't been on there for some time.
Yeah, absolutely not. And I think that really is what we're trying to find out, is just how good they were. Because obviously, last split was Impunity's best performance that they've had here in the PCS. And so now they've gone for an entire team. I believe no one on this team is from Taiwan, except for Atlin, who has remained with the team as a sub. Everyone, I believe, from Singapore and Malaysia. So interesting to see if what they can get done here, going up against Doish team, who are now on your screen. Obviously, their only change to the roster being JP up in that top lane. And I mean, yesterday we didn't get to see a whole lot out of him. It was more just everyone kind of got ratioed completely, and not much was to be taken away.
No, I did feel a bit like that. And I want to ask you something. How do you think JP chose his name? Do you think he wrote his password?
Oh, maybe got the wrong field selected. Who knows, actually? It could have just been a random name generator. That is, yeah, there's probably some meaning in a different language, but I don't know. Who knows, honestly?
Yeah. I think with Doish team, for me, I'm kind of looking at WSL a lot. You know, last split he had some very good AP jungle performances, but it's never been anything super consistent to build around, you know? Like, it's naturally a bit more difficult to draft the AP junglers that he liked, you know, the likes of Lilia, Karthus, Elise, you know, that sort of stuff. Nidalee as well. It's just hard to draft those all the time, and I think Doish team needs some kind of pillar to build around. So I'm not sure if that can be JP or who it can be, but they need to solidify their identity as a team as we head into our final game of the day here. Now, Doish team banned Azir. I wonder if Cher is known for Azir or something, I'm not sure. Will LeBlanc be the last ban? There's also a lot of junglers left available.
Yeah, pretty much pick of the litter in terms of jungle.
Okay, so LeBlanc is banned. Now, Maokai, Vi, Sedge, all available. Okay, it's another Tristana first pick, so something's been cooking in the PCS scrims.
Yeah, it hasn't looked too promising yet, but maybe Shera can get more done than we have seen previously.
Yeah, it does open up, obviously, very strong AP picks. Now, they're hovering the Xayah there. I wonder what happens if you take Xayah and Vi, because then you make it very difficult for your opponents to play into the Vi, and you can also just take Rakan on 3 if they don't take it. They instead take the Ezreal, which is surprising to me. I suppose it could be Ezreal mid into Tristana, although I'm not sure how good it'd be, but we'll see. WSL, he's hovering some of his more niche picks. Whether he picks one of those up or not, I'd be either, and I'd like to see. I think it is very strong, and it seems like it'd be in WSL's wheelhouse. Do lock in the Vi, though. It's a safe choice for sure. Now, on the side of Impunity, maybe a bit of jungle respect, you know, hovering each other's champs. They do just take the Maokai, the power pick. It gives them the AP jungler with that AD mid Tristana. Is that Sivir?
Yep, that's Sivir. Updates.
Huh.
I mean, I could see Sivir being fairly decent into Vi, but Rakan makes more sense. It is just able to fit in pretty much wherever you want to put it. Now, what's the answer here? Do you look for your mid laner? I mean, it could also be Israel mid. I think, if I remember correctly, I think Zhao2 did play a game of Israel mid in the last split. Got a close-up on Shera here.
I think the lobby might be getting remade.
Would seem that way.
Yeah, we'd expect those picks and bans to stay the same up until that point, though.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything that outrageous in the pick bans. In fact, it was all pretty much meta picks. Particularly if that Israel is going bot, that is where we've seen him a couple times already. But yeah, I think in this game, really looking to see where Impunity are going to look in terms of their form and where they are on the ladder. Because Duish team, I mean, I'm going off recency bias in terms of the spring split. I'm suggesting they're probably at the lower end of the ladder. I don't know that JP yesterday convinced me that he changed up the team enough to really think of them as one of the contenders for playoffs.
And looks like they are just rebuilding the lobby. We've gotten some word. So hopefully it won't be too long until we get back into it. Probably just have to get their picks and bans up to the point that they were at before, and then we can get back into the champ select. And I think the Tristana first pick is, yeah, kind of weird, to be honest. I don't think it's super strong as a blind. There's a lot of champs that deal well into it, both in mid lane and just like compositionally. It does give some flexibility. Obviously, it allows for those AP junglers to come through. There's the potential that Tristana goes bot, although we haven't seen it in a pretty long time. So, yeah, I'm curious to see if this is kind of a trend that we're gonna keep seeing in the PCS, or if it's just we've happened to have it a couple games now and we probably won't see it again.
Yeah, it seems like the Jace answer looks pretty strong, although in our previous game, Minji was falling a little bit behind early on. As soon as that Yomu's was completed, was definitely winning that lane. As well as I think Mission, when he did pick up that Oriana, did fine into the Tristana as well. And I think you can get aggressive as Tristana into those type of champs. It's just about really how well the other person plays it. Because Minji with the phase rush was fine to just immediately trade, proc the phase rush, run away. And it was winning the majority of the trades. But interesting, I think another thing is, will Israel go to that mid lane? Zhao2 having played it before. As well as, I mean, it just lends itself into being a fairly stable lane. Israel, I think, in either bottom or mid is just a stable lane. There's not really any way you lose it that hard outside of maybe mechanical misplays.
Yeah, I suppose you can just trade out your E with Tristana's W if she ever jumps on you, but I do wonder if you can actually get any priority. I mean, Ezreal mid does scale very well, especially if you play the Shiv AP build. But we'll be lacking in kind of any early game, 1v1 or 2v2 potential.
Yeah, and I wonder if once you get the Shiv as Israel, if you then do start to get priority.
Yeah, you probably do.
Okay. You go ahead.
Well, we have gotten some word that the P1 pick was Xayah instead of Ezreal. So that means that it's Xayah Vi. Like I said, oh my god, they've been listening to me. So that's real interesting to me because I've been saying, all day about how good Xayah is into Vi. So I think taking them both, 1-2, not something you can often do because Vi is often the first pick. But going for that Tristana and giving over Xayah Vi seems extremely questionable to me because I'm not sure what you can pick to deal with that. I mean, there was the likes of the Tahm Kench, but it's difficult to pick on blue side because you can always last pick support on red side. You can go for something like the Thresh, but it can be banned in second phase. I suppose you could take it now, but then you have to drop either your AD or your jungle.
What AD's picked?
The Tristana.
Oh, true. Yeah, probably not.
Yeah. So it's
there's also Thresh you could
that's what I'm saying. I mean, do you go Aphelios Thresh? Because I'm not sure. I mean, you can drop your jungler, or you can, Thresh plus jungle and then hope, Jinx, Aphelios, something. I mean, we'll see.
Jungle's already picked. But here we are.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's going to happen. So your ADC is dropped, and you don't have the Thresh So your jungler's going to have to be pretty self-sufficient up against this. Oh, man. Like, I love Duish Team's comp so far. If they slam a Rel and not Leona here, ooh, man, it's so hard to play against.
It definitely is. Now, what will we look for the bans here? Top for Duish Team looks like it could be an angle, and Impunity mid laners, being that Tristana most likely will be the mid lane pick here.
Impunity, I think you need to ban away follow-up mids, maybe Ahri, Syndra, Talia, all that sort of stuff. Something that pairs well with Vi needs to be taken away. They ban the Annie, I think that's a good choice. To be honest, there are just so many that it's possible to ban them all. Duish Team, they're probably going to, it looks like they're going to ban away neutralizing tops and then try to get that red side last pick to be good for them. Especially, yeah, we'll have that top side kind of pick. Maybe the next ban is Sion or some other neutralizer. I mean, you could take away the Jax if you don't have a champ to play into it with the Gragas banned. Let's see what they do.
I think you can leave Sion open as long as JP can pick the likes of Gwen.
They banned Kai'Sa. I mean, it is one of the only remaining ADs that kind of has some form of safety, but honestly, I think it'd be pretty easy to deal with. Ahri ban from Impunity does make sense. And I want to see Zhao pick his mid here. Something that can follow up. Even something like a Vex, I think, could be very good here if he could play it. Ooh, so they're going to go for top instead. So they're going to try to take Jax with the Gragas band, hoping that there isn't a counter to it. Okay, so what do Impunity play into this? You know, Jace is gone, Gragas is gone. Maybe you just play something like Cassante, just 50, or his band as well.
Oh.
Okay, maybe they're going to play the Ezreal bot lane. I still think it's a fairly mediocre answer. I mean, it's still...
You can get Zhonya's, though.
Yeah, but then they just go on Tristana instead.
Okay.
Zillion.
This makes it a little bit different. That would be exciting.
I don't think it's playable versus Jax, if I'm honest, but hey, I'd be down to see it. Ooh, hovering the Fiora instead. That'd be a very exciting top matchup. Is he going to do it? It's done.
Okay, well, this is pretty much just a straight skill matchup up in top now. Really relies on who plays their Counter-Strike versus parry better.
Yeah. Okay, last pick. Don't do Silas. I think Talia would be very good. I'd like to see them go back to that. Or something else that works well with the Vi. I guess the Silas with the Malphite ult's good, but
yeah,
I really
as well, not too
don't
bad.
think Silas versus Trist is very good, but Silas versus Fiora in the side lane. Okay, well, they've gone and done it. I'm not a huge fan of last pick, but overall, I think Duish's comp is insane, especially in the 5v5. I think on the side of Impunity, they really have their work cut out for them. They have to find some snowball with Tristana, really execute fights well with the Ezreal, and then maybe even just play for split push with Fiora. So I think tough game for Impunity. Maybe their individual skill will come out on top because we don't know too much about them, but man, I think Duish comp is so good.
Yeah, definitely. And I think there's one thing to consider as well is, I mean, going back to playoffs, the Yubel Tristana, if they're able to move around the map to a similar level as PSG, which seems unlikely, to be entirely honest. But if they are able to do something akin to that with having Fiora and Tristana find advantages in the side lane, there is an angle to do it that way as well and just avoid team fights for the most part. It gets hard around the dragons though. If they do start to just give up dragons, then it can often lead to their demise. We'll have to see. I mean, I'm interested. I think both of these team comps are pretty unique. Having the Silas in one, having the Fiora in the other can lead to a bit of a different sort of style of game than what we're used to so far in the summer split.
Could be. At the same time, though, I feel like Duish team can just so easily 5v5. You know, imagine the Silas just takes the Nature's Grasp, and then suddenly it's just a bunch of people that press R, group up, AoE team fight. Pretty much the bread and butter of any simple team comp.
I think it's important too, they can take Nature's Grasp or the quickness, because Silas, if he's on anyone, he's in melee range. Getting that speed and the charm will allow him to get a lot more damage. Pretty much guarantees his Q2 will land. There's just lots of things like that. So yeah, I like Duish teams at comp, and I think Jiao2, not one for known for like sitting back. He's definitely the kind of guy who wants to just pick someone that fights and just fights constantly.
Definitely true. Yeah, he's been probably the most off-meta mid, I think, in the PCS. Is played, I think him and WSL had combined the biggest champion pool of last split.
I think it was 25,
Yeah, 25
champions.
is what I'm thinking too. Yeah, it was a lot of different picks, and most of them were pretty different as well.
Complete footwork on the Silas.
Yeah, probably does just need that to survive the lane. Being up against Tristana in lane is very difficult. Tristana has gone for the lethal tempo instead of the fleet. I think it makes sense. You probably can get a lot of auto attacks off. At the same time, though, how much are you going to auto attack in the team fights when you're getting ulted by via Nautilus? I'm not too sure. It's not like you can take anything else really, but
Guess you could play more aggressively with Hail of Blades. Is one thing that some Tristanas opt into.
true. Nesty with his Electrocute, Ignite, Gragas. We could have seen Electrocute or Ignite, Hail of Blades, Tristana here. Would be pretty good up against the Silas. And we can get a little bit of poke on the way to lane. Level 1 ward comes out from the Tristana. Oh, do they know about it? He's going to path the long way to mid, so maybe they don't know about the Raptor ward. Yeah, looks like they won't know about it. No pings on the map unless it was communicated verbally.
Okay, now early game here. I think actually there is a good chance that Impunity can get priority over the bot lane. As long as Ezreal's throwing out his Qs and it's connecting with either minions or champs, stacking up the passive, getting more auto attacks in. But it seems like he is fine with just letting this lane push into him. As Inhao looking aggressive down there by the looks of things.
Yeah, he's getting pretty aggro, taking control of that third bush. Level 2 comes out for LJW, uses that to get a nice little trade for himself. And this Jax Fiora, I think, could be a pretty important factor, because if Fiora gets strong enough, maybe you can just avoid playing into Duish teams 5v5 altogether. Just play for a split push win condition instead. Oh, jumps in. Can't find anything else with it though, and bot wave is going to crash. Hook lands.
Okay, nice route there, and it's going to be the hook onto Blaze. He loses a lot of health, but should be okay. He's got a Bicky as well as a potion still in his inventory.
Yeah, we'll be able to catch this wave as well. No junglers around, so won't be able to look for any dives or anything like that. WSL, he's entering the bot side, but there are no camps up here, and he's going to find that out soon enough. Just going to check the Krugs here, but they're all gone. Maybe can look mid. Does have gank set up with the Silas. Probably scared of a potential counter gank though. Silas is fairly low on her health. Now bot side. Kind of just looking at each other. Not a whole lot probably going to happen in this lane. It's just too much neutralization here. Likes of the Ezreal Rakan. And top side, so far, I mean, it's been relatively quiet. As I say that, they jump on each other, but it is just a little bit of HP traded. And Arashi on the Maokai, he's on that top scuttle. WSL is now moving to the bot scuttle, so yeah, very slow early game here. I haven't seen anything happen just yet. Oh, another hook lands.
Yeah, hook will land again here onto Blaze. Does use the Arcane Shift to reposition, but it's now Smurf who's taking a lot of damage for Blaze's mistake.
The Arcane Shift usage was a little weird, to be honest, but he's not in trouble, so it should be fine. Zhao Tu, he's not getting priority over mid, kind of to be expected from the Silas just matchup. I think very difficult to do stuff before your first base, especially. Is just getting kind of shoved in under that tower.
All right, Shock, take me through it. Impunity, their win con. What is it?
I think they should get Fiora ahead and try avoid the 5v5. I think if they just play a standard 5v5, it's not going to work. But if they can get Rift Herald, you know, give it to Fiora, give it to Tristana, play a 1-3-1, U-bow Tristana style, could be very good. Ward comes out on that Grom, and WSL will get his base cancelled. Can he look back to mid? Still feels like no, the health lead is too big for Tristana. Well, he might get cancelled again here if Maokai checks. Oh, Tristana has first move. Does manage to queue out though.
Yeah, not going to make the same mistake as Kenny Chan and just get out as soon as possible.
Yeah, he watched that game probably.
Yeah.
Ooh, so it's Shiv, Static Shiv Silas. This is something I've seen a couple times in solo queue. It offers really good wave clear, obviously, and Silas actually does make decent use of the AD ratio. He has it on his passive, so it's still going to mean, though, that he's very weak early game. He has to definitely wait until he gets the Shiv before he gets involved. But once he has that, should have a good time.
How much does it affect things like stealing ultimates? Like, does it mean his Tristana ult will do much damage if he is to choose it?
Yeah, I guess it'll do less.
Ooh.
Oh,
This is going to be a 2v2 here. It's both supports, both mids, but it's going to be Arashi who comes first and first blood found for Impunity. It's going to go over to Shira. Now, Inhao having to run away with his life.
and that kind of skirmish sort of shows the weakness of Sars with this build. You know, Sars is normally made for kind of 2v2s and 3v3s. But with this Shiv build, you're going to be very weak for a very long time. You know, Shiv is amazing once you complete it, but especially for a melee, the build path sucks, to be honest. Now, looking at this play here, I mean, anyhow, he hits a really nice hook, and he has Vi around, so he probably thinks this is good, but just look at how little damage Silas does in this whole thing. The chain gets blocked, and just other than that, doesn't have any damage really to speak of. Oh, 2v2 kill in bar.
Yeah, it is going to be
2v3 kill even.
Smurv that goes down. Pepero quite low, but are able to find the kill, so it's now 1-for-1.
That was
The
a lot
extended
of
play.
sums burned. I want to see a replay on that. I'm not sure how they got that kill in the 2v3. We will have to see, though. Jump comes out. Yeah, nice little trade. And looks like both mids are going for Shiv. We will get a replay on what happened bot. So Pepero, it looks like he's in big trouble. He pops the ghost early. Doesn't have the ulti. Flashes, brings Arashi closer. Oh, okay.
Oh,
really nice
nice.
hook. I mean, Enyao has been kind of smurfing with the hooks all game. I think he might have hit 4 out of 4 even from the ones I've seen.
Yeah, definitely good job. Right place, right time. Manages to come down, secure the kill. That's much needed gold here onto Duish team, and Pepero especially.
Oh, nice little chain. Doesn't look like there's be any follow-up, and damage just is not there yet. Looking back on a Pepero.
Pepero now definitely in trouble. No summoners available. Smurf importantly does miss that, but that is a massive root. WSL not going to commit to this just yet.
Yeah, Pepero, though, avoiding another gank. Dodges almost everything he can there. Didn't even have the ghost movement speed, I don't think, so just had a great time dodging all those. Now, Dragon is being started up. I think if you're a Duish team, you probably should give this one, but it looks like they're going to contest.
WSL not level 6. I think that's really, really important. There is 6 now for Pepero on the Zaya.
Can Xiaotu steal Nature's Grasp? If he can.
Yeah, he's a bit slow to get down there. It's WSL trying to look for it, but it is going to be picked up by Arashi. The resulting team fight should be Pepero doing a lot of damage. Isn't able to get that Blade Caller back, and it's low health bars for both Blaze and Smurf. JP turning up as well, but not going to be able to find anything, and it is just going to be Dragon for 1.
Both top laners TPing in is very the Jax walked down. So I think Duish team deciding to contest that if Jax can walk down is a good idea. And forcing Fiora's TP out is really nice. Yeah, okay, so they decide to contest it with that top move, knowing that this will eventually be a 5v4. An initial play, you know, they get a lot of damage on the Smurf. I guess Xiaotu doesn't steal any ults here. Yeah, not sure. I can't really find anything. They get a lot of flashes though, while they do lose a drag. They get a kill, and I think forcing out Fiora's TP is also really good. I really don't think Fiora should ever TP to that.
Yeah, it definitely feels weird, and now, considering that is one of the most important lanes to at least remain even in, seems a bit strange. She is actually ahead despite that, but with teleport disadvantage, things may change.
I think this Herald should go the way of Arashi here. And very important in that fight is that kill that was picked up by Duish team did go on to the Silas, who, again, Xiaotu really needs to get that Shiv as quickly as possible. And so getting a little bit of acceleration there does feel very, very nice. Herald picked up, and I'd love to see this dropped for the Fiora at some point, just for the gold injection.
Yeah, definitely not often you wanted it in your top side, but here comes...
Oh, that's pretty sad to watch, obviously, but you know, getting there earlier is actually a big deal. There's no flash on the Ezreal right now, so if you can punish while that's down, would mean a lot. Xiaotu, though, he's playing on, I'd probably say, the wrong side of the map right now. He should be trying to move towards that bot side. They had the window there where Maokai was seen topside, you know, cleared the Herald. They know they could have made a play bot, but unfortunately they don't take the window. And it looks like Blaze is going to get through this period relatively unscathed.
What's the I think, importantly for this next Dragon, Xiaotu is really going to need that static Shiv. Should allow him to get more pressure in his lane as well as actually have damage for the skirmish, but Right now, we see a couple of fights breaking out on both sides of our screen. It's going to be Smurf rooted up before he can get over the wall. WSL as well. Nature's Grasp will land on him. It's going to be Shearer picking up that kill. So WSL very, very overextended. Another kill given over to this Tristana.
The spirit of Kenny Chan lives on, but it feels to me like the mid jungle from Duish team are really not on the same page, right? Like Silas will not get priority in this matchup 1v1, so oh no.
Okay, another engagement here from Xiaotu, who does use a Tristana ult, buster shot, doesn't quite get the kill, but now it's Arashi hot on Xiaotu's trail. Is he going to be able to get away? No, Shearer picks up his third.
Yeah.
Oh.
As I was saying, not on the same page at all. I mean, what is going on? WSL invading so aggressively without priority instead of freeing the Silas up to dive bot. And then why is Silas heavy trading after your jungler just died? It doesn't make sense. You have such a strong team fight comm. You're trying to buy time until you get the Shiv, and they're just, I don't know what they're doing.
I think the worst part is he had Shiv if he went back.
Yeah. But anyway, he does have it completed now. We'll have it in time to fight that next drag, but I was saying how good the Duish team comp was, but they're really doing their best to make it difficult for themselves. Three members
here
top
we go.
Ooh.
Impunity, don't think they were spotted out at all. WSL just clearing his camps while there's a three-man dive going on. Arashi should tank up. He is. He's still kept the Twisted Advance, changing over aggression now, but it's not going to be long until JP goes down. Shearer picks up his fourth kill. This Tristana is going to be a menace.
Yeah, this Tristana is getting very strong. There still is the potential to take him out. They've got a lot of lockdown, but they aren't very far behind, and this Fiora is about to get absurdly accelerated. Can maybe even play for a chunk on the tier 2 tower. Xiaotu, I think he traded back one plate mid, not sure. Maybe he got a couple.
Oh,
just
what a world we live in.
Yeah, what a meta.
Might as well not even have minions anymore.
Who needs them? 30 more seconds on this drag. And I think both teams should be looking to fight this. If you're a Duish team, you're really trying to punish this Tristana while she has no flash. You can just flash Vialter and have the follow-up come through. Should be able to take her out rather easily, although there is a fair amount of peel.
I think the biggest problem you're going to have is it is Demonic Embrace finished on Arashi's Maokai as well as the Divine Sunderer for LJW. So if either of the top lanes are to be involved, it should be an advantage for Impunity. However, teleport advantage for JP. So WSL starting this up. Maokai headed towards the area. I think Xiaotu has to scout, pick up that Nature's Grasp, but it looks like it will just be given.
Yep. It's picked up for free here, which does feel good. No trade coming out anywhere else on the map, but maybe now Impunity members around mid, they could just allow Tristana to probably knock this tower down naturally. Obviously is extremely strong, although with how quick everyone clears minions, maybe you can't actually ever hit the tower.
Yeah, what a meta. We have now Rift Shield spawning in a minute 30, which should be the next piece of contention, especially having that Tristana. If you are able to pick it up as Impunity, it will help so much.
I want to watch the mid waves just explode, you know?
Therapeutic?
Yeah, it's nice to see. Red buff should be taken away here by Arashi. It is Black Cleaver, now completed by WSL. But starting to fall pretty far behind on their top side. Their jungle, mid and top, all very far behind. It's really up to Pepper, I think, to put in a lot of work in this team fight. There still is, I think, the element of, right now, all the gold is on Shearer pretty much in that team fight, sitting at 4-0. So if they can just Vialt him, can become difficult. And maybe they're looking now. Oh,
there's Xiaotu in there, but doesn't land at the chains. Luckily, it is Shearer actually getting depth charge, and it is a kill found. Xiaotu finds his first. The next one on the target is Arashi, but with Phase Rush and the Maokai tankiness, we'll be fine to get out. But important pick found. Smurf is now dead. Still has ult, still has flash, so just blown up.
They do, yeah, they get that kill. I'm surprised they didn't go for more, but I think with Pepper being bot, they were just content to let him keep getting gold. Oh my god, that is so unfair.
Oh, hook lands again. Inhale really on target, but it does cause his demise. That's Shearer picking up his fifth.
Wow. I mean, maybe it was tactical. You know they're going to get this Tristana bounty eventually. Just give him one more. It's fine. And 2 kills on the Silas now. He's got himself the Smork shoes. It's getting pretty strong. Now, there should be, I think, mid tower falling here if Impunity choose to play for it. Instead, going to go towards this Herald on the top river.
When are we going to go full circle and just have Fiora and Jax's also getting static shift?
Yeah, I could see it. Oh, fight coming out.
Fight coming out. Shearer does have 5 kills. He's looking for a 6th. Should be able to pick it up. 6 of 6.
Yeah, it's just a very fed Tristana at this point. And remember, this is your Silas last pick that is picked into, I would say, a bad matchup. A pretty bad matchup and a decent game for it, I suppose. But I really think there could have been much better options. And maybe it speaks to Zhao2's champion pool, right? He's played a lot of different stuff, but I never really feel like it's the super 1v9 pick that comes through that just wins him the game. So that kind of just feels like he plays what he wants on the day.
Yeah. I don't know. It does seem strange. I think he's played relatively okay, but a couple of times not playing around WSL. I think it's less of a mechanical problem than it is just playing at the wrong times.
I definitely feel like it's a mid-jungle synergy problem.
Yeah, like when he had the static shiv and could have just gone back and bought it, instead he fought while his jungler was dead. That's not so much him playing the champion, more, you know, using his timings correctly, or incorrectly in this case.
1 minute 30. This is only the second drag. I think this is the first game in a while where we haven't had, you know, 2 drags stacked up early. Instead, it's just 1 apiece right now. Tristana must be getting pretty close to her second item here. Herald is dropped in mid in that tower. It's not long for this world. Lots of members coming down, even Tristana being pulled. So they really just want to guarantee this. Now it looks like Duish team maybe wants to collapse. They do have flanks.
Oh,
that was close to just dying.
That's kind of unlucky.
Well, I think Duish team want to fight, but it's a hard angle, I think.
Zhao2's looking. He can take the quickness from Rakan. I don't think it's that terrible. But down the bottom, we do have JP and LJW fighting. Nature's Grasp will catch him, and he shouldn't be long for this world. LJW getting quite low, though. Maybe can use that to try and turn it. Actually, it's WSL getting absolutely demolished here by Tristana damage.
Ooh.
Catches the True Shot Barrage, sorry, and is down extremely low. Too little too late for this Nature's Grasp pickup here on the Silas, however.
Yeah, and I think with those picks, should probably be the Dragon just going the way of Impunity. Pulling ahead in this game. TP comes out from Tristana, has the Navori completed now as well. Yeah, really, really fed. And I wonder, the way Duish team are positioning kind of suggests they want to still contest. They do have TP on the Jack, so I wonder, is he just going to TP to the Dragon? He's just walking out. Nature's Grasp.
Oh, hook lands. In-how.
Flash used.
Remaining consistent on landing those hooks as Zhao2's will not quite land on that Nature's Grasp. Does force out the flash from Blaze, however.
I think Duish team need to leave, though.
Oh, the twisted advance will find In-how. He's so low. Quickness, 3-man knock-up. It's now Blaze, not the Fed AD carry, but an AD carry nonetheless. Double kill for this Israel as Nature's Grasp is up again. It's going to be... Oh my god, Shearer's doing so much damage. JP has to be careful of accidentally catching that explosive bomb.
It did almost jump on the bomb, and Duish team really overstayed their welcome there. They used all their cooldowns. If you have a press R composition, after you press R, it's time to leave. And they didn't. And they got chased down, punished for it. Was the Fiora that TP'd in. Wow.
The minion wave stuff is just still funny.
Yeah. That will be the tier 2 falling. And I think the tier 2s on both side lanes are pretty low as well. So Impunity, despite having a, I would say, much harder to execute comp, but just having the game gifted to them by Duish team.
Yeah, at the moment.
And we'll get a replay of, I guess, what transpired here to initially take JP out. I think JP, he's trying to find a flank into this fight, but they're finding flanks on so many angles that they don't actually have anywhere that's strong. You don't want to flank on too many sides at once, and once he finds Fiora here, kind of just has nowhere to go. Probably should have tried to jump over the wall and go towards the tower, but unfortunately it was too late. Flash was, I think, just panic more than anything. And I think after that, you know, you get the flash here, okay, it's time to turn around. You can just leave at this point, answer your side waves, and it's okay. Even take the mid tower could be a good option. Instead, though, entering the river when both side lanes are crashing and you've got no ults left, it just feels like Duish team don't know what to do with their comp, and I think Impunity, they're punishing them for it.
Yeah, really nice engage there from Smurf. Following up, of course, off Arashi, but... Oh, come back to life. Xiaotu getting extremely low. Shearer looks to finish it off. Will has to flash away as Smurf now takes a bonk on the head for good measure.
Shearer's just Goomba stomping them. He's jumping around all across the rift, getting close to 3 items here. And with the Shiv as well, just makes it so easy to keep your CS up. You know, you can go to the side lane, one-shot the wave, come back, and still have the opportunity to pressure with your team. Duo's team, they're going to try play for this tower. Yeah, I'm not sure they can get it. Feel a little bad for Pepero. And Inhao, to be honest. Inhao's had a pretty good game. Tier 2 tower falls top. Nature's Grass
coming out. Pepero should be safe behind Inhao, but it's going to be Inhao first focus. Is able to get away thanks to that dredge line, but not before losing almost all of his HP. True Shot Barrage comes available now. Oh, the dredge line gets him away.
Wow, so now can we go to Baron? I mean, we have a lot of damage. We know they're chunked out. I think they can. Impunity.
A lot of damage on this Tristana and Ezreal.
Yeah, they should be able to do this pretty easily. I like what Smurf's doing. He just needs to find the Vi and keep her away. Blue Trinket comes out, but I think it's too late. TP coming in.
Yeah, Xiaotu is looking. It's going to be Smurf who finds a double knock-up. That's Baron picked up, but the cease and desist used onto Smurf, who is completely fine with just dashing out, and it's a bot lane tower now as well for LJW.
Yeah, if we're ulting Rakans as Vi, we're in trouble. We're in big trouble. And Fiora, with this Baron buff, is going to be able to get a lot done in the side lane. Is up 2 levels as well. BT now completed on Tristana. That guy's going to be difficult to kill.
Yeah, it seems like this one's a little bit done at the moment.
Pepper has Navori on Xayah. You know, this is where we would see the Wako Xayah come in 1v9. So it's possible. I mean, down 9,000 gold. It's not easy, but it is possible.
Yeah, I could see it. I think the difference between the Wako Xayah plays of last split and now is that you can't get Navori and also the Gale Force, which often...
True.
Just levels up how you can play Xayah so much, being able to pull back those feathers and instantly reposition yourself. But again, I think out of all the AD carries, if there is an AD carry that's really good at just 1v9ing, it is probably Xayah, because she has so much sort of ability to play around herself, doesn't rely as much on getting peeled for.
Yeah, can definitely see that now. WSL, he has a very deep flank. He's behind the Tristana. Can they look at him? He's about to show on this top wave. They have to collapse on him here. He does not have flash. If they find him here, they're going to go on him.
Xiaotu's looking. Nature's Grasp available. WSL is there. Can he channel the jump? He does, but it's not before getting cease and desist. Nature's Grasp comes across. Can the Bloodthirster heal him up? It will not. Xiaotu finds that, but it's Smurf coming in alongside with LJW. Finds one. What else can they find? It's looking like Inhao is next for this world. Actually flashes away, but that sapling is chasing him down. It is going to be the True Shot Barrage, and WSL is next. I don't see a way he gets out. In fact, he just... goes ahead and Vault Breakers right into melee range of LJW. What can they find from this?
I think they can go at least 2 inhibs here. They're knocking on the top tower already. Fiora did have to TP top, so that means she won't be sieging that bot tower, but 1 inhib looks like it will fall here. They can transition this probably to mid lane next. Although Reset comes in from Fiora, so I think they're just going to stick with 1. We'll Reset, probably look towards that 3rd Ocean Drag. Now Stopwatch on the Tristana is going to be very hard to take out.
Yeah, good job finding her. That's a massive shutdown that does go on to Xiaotu. Maybe it can make a difference, but I do have my doubts. Just based on there's a 7-1, 3.5 item Tristana you're against, as well as a 4-0 Ezreal.
Yeah.
I know, things look bleak.
I think it's very hard for Duo's team to come back into this game. They do have a good comp, but it doesn't really function if you're this far behind. When you've got to just, you know, invest everything into killing one person and they have a stopwatch, doesn't leave you with a whole lot of options. Now Baron is going to fade here, but even without Baron, Impunity might be able to just keep going. They are pressuring mid and bot right now. Fiora is extremely strong in that side lane.
Yeah, should have the power to Smurf actually looking for Xiaotu. Both of them use quickness, and
quickness wasn't used, I think, by Smurf.
Oh yeah, it wasn't. Okay, just Xiaotu.
Oh, bot inhib.
Yeah, bot inhib's going to go down, so is mid inhib. A lot of damage coming out. This looks like it will be 3 inhibs.
Yeah.
I don't know there's a way to defend here. I feel like Arashi can just go on, and he's going to go onto Inhao. There is a depth charge onto Shearer, who will use stopwatch to avoid it. Viol comes down, it's onto the Maokai, not the target. That's 1 kill. 2 kills will now be found. Shearer's going ape, and he is going to take down the Zayat. Not quite. Pepero might have a flawless game by the end of it, but it is unfortunately going to result in them losing this one.
It looks like it will. Maybe fiending for more. Pepero not allowed to have his perfect game. Was taken out there, and oh man. Look, Impunity, I think they played well, but I have to say, I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed in the Duish team mid-jungle. I don't know, it was very weird for me at the end of the draft there for Duish team, because I think going into, their first 3, I really like it. Second phase bans, I think are good. When they blind pick the Jax on 4, I don't really like it. I think that should have just been, you pick your mid into the Tristana there. You see the Tristana, you can pick a winning matchup into it, and then you can use your top lane counter pick on your last pick, right? And that should mean you have, winning top, winning mid, and then you've just got a solid comp. It should be real easy. Instead, they blind pick top, get countered by Fiora. So now they've got, I'm not sure if, I think the matchup's more 50-50.
I think it's
but
just
they
skill
were,
based,
he was losing top. I'm not sure again if it's matchup or player. But then they go to this 5th pick, Sylas, and I think, while Sylas has some good ults to steal, it's not a good matchup in the Tristana. And I think also if you're building Shiv, you want to be able to proc Shiv reliably, right?
Yeah.
And there's no way you can proc Shiv as Sylas into Ezreal Tristana. There's just no way. So I think the Sylas pick was a big, a bit troll. And I think if you are going that, probably shouldn't go Shiv. And then on top of that, I don't know, the Duish team mid-jungle, they were not on comms together.
Yeah, it was really strange. I mean, I think the most egregious part was when Vi dies in the red buff, at which point Zhao with enough money to buy Static Shiv, which is his big item spike, tries to look for a 1-for-1, a kill to sort of trade back or whatever, but he just goes down, and that's 2 kills that go over to Impunity that didn't really need to.
Yeah. So unfortunately, it wasn't the best game coming out of Duish team. But I mean, Impunity, I think we go a bit more of a read on them. So they're probably, at least from what we know of them now, probably one of the more middle of the pack teams, but with the potential to, who knows, maybe shoot higher. And I like what I saw from Shearer, especially. I think he played a very good game for himself there. And I also think that other than the TPs from Fiora, I think some of the TP macro wasn't good. The rest of their macro was actually quite nice.
Yeah, I think they played around the map pretty well, and they played to their team comp strength, where they didn't really group up the Tristana or the Fiora with the team, more grouped it. If Dragon was spawning, Tristana would come along, obviously having 7 or 6 kills. She had to be there to really secure it, but for the most part, left them on their side lanes and got a bunch of towers, got a bunch of objectives, and played to their strengths. And I think, obviously, this game it will be Shearer picking up the MVP. I don't really see a way where it isn't. I guess Maokai could be the only other
I was going to say honorable
option.
mention, I feel like, to the Maokai.
I think he was at the right place, right time the whole time. And even the first 2 kills that were found on Shearer were mainly because of him in many ways, finding WSL, then coming mid, finding Zhao 2.
Some highlights then, as we will take a look at. This is the fight where Duish team, they've lost a member before, but they managed to find another good hook. They find engage, but they overstayed too long. I think because they TP'd in, they kind of felt like they have to do something. But look at their side waves. They're in awful spots, and they have just nothing left, and they're still greedily pathing in the river. And Impunity realize, hey, you guys have no business being here. So not only do they win the fight decisively, but also there's like a tax that Duish team pay on top of it of both your side waves are ruined. So you lose so much extra gold on top of this that I think this fight really kind of sealed the deal.
Yeah, definitely seems to. And even here, JP, for a second there, I thought he might have mistimed it and get blown up. He didn't eventually, but take a look at the damage here. Actually, Pepero, I think, played pretty well. The bot lane in general from Duish team, I think played extremely well. I think Inhao pretty much did the most he could in that position as a Nautilus against a 7-0 Tristana. I think there's not much more you could ask for him. Pepero remained safe the entire game and found damage where he needed to. It just wasn't enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, like you said, credit to their bot lane, did what they could. Were kind of held hostage, I think, by the mid-jungle, but to no one's surprise, Shearer with a 22k damage, up 4.6k gold, at 11-1 and 3. Have to be happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even his only death was kind of like, you couldn't really avoid that. I mean, WSL managed to just find his way into the weirdest position, as we'll take a look at the replay here on your screen, but his only death really wasn't that avoidable, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that one death, I mean, maybe I'm not sure if they'll show it in his highlight reel, but it was very, I don't know how WSL managed to get to the place he was in, and you know, catches Zhao 2 here on the side lane, can pretty much just face tank all of his damage and take him out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even the Krug's joining in.
Yeah, he's got the Cassante emote too, making it known he's a Chad.
Yeah.
I don't know, incredibly well played by Impunity there, and I think that definitely does look good, because I think what we've seen so far, you have to think that similar to last split, it is looking like West Point and, Duish team are looking like the bottom two.
Maybe
And
Hellpigs as well.
Yeah, actually, good point. Yeah, maybe sort of between them, and then honestly after that, it could just be Impunity looking like they're the fourth from the bottom, perhaps. I think every other team has looked pretty strong. I mean, Frank are currently sitting 0-2, but that doesn't tell their tale. They're versus PSG and then CFO, who between those three, maybe you could include DCG and beyond, but I think mainly those three are really who you're looking towards to be the top three contenders heading into the end of the split.
Yeah, so looking at today's games, I mean, again, beyond CFO, PSG pick up wins, no surprises there. Type A J team take out Hellpigs, and Impunity versus Duish team, I think that was kind of the question mark of the day. Impunity do take it away, and like you said, Frank are down 0-2, which we're going to see in the standings here. I definitely don't think that reflects Frank. Like, yeah, they're a very strong team, but honestly, the rest of that kind of top six, I think, all have a lot of potential.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think again, back onto the Frank Esports, because obviously they came second last split. I think if they versed anyone that wasn't PSG or Flying Oyster in their first two games, you could probably bet on them winning. I mean, Beyond looked really strong with Betty now. But again, I think in both of the games, Frank looked extremely strong. They didn't look weak at all. I think Solo Kill, especially in the game tonight on the Jacks, looked really, really good. And it was only just faults. I mean, you're going against the two maybe best teams in the league and you've lost. I don't think you can be down too hard on that. I think a lot of good things to come from Frank. Maybe even in tomorrow's game.
Yeah, could be. And looking at tomorrow's game, some games to be excited for. I think game 1, game 2, game 3 all look really good. I think game 4 and 5, we'll have to see how they go. Kind of expecting Beyond and CFO to kind of clean those up. But I think all of games 1, 2, and 3 could be quite interesting. And I think PSG Talon versus Type A J team, that'll be a good one to tell, how good are J team really? Because I think PSG still look like they're probably the best team. But J team, they have improved. Do I think they'll beat PSG? Probably not, but it could be a good test for them.
Yeah. I think on your note of PSG looking like the best team so far, I think even more than just the fact they won last split, I think the level 1 today really shows there's so much depth to their strategy. They're not just, we'll go to our lane, we'll play normal, out macro and win. They out macroed from spawn. They ran out of spawn, went to blue buff, got themselves 3 kills and just got the ball rolling immediately. And no one else has even looked close to trying to do the same.
Yeah, definitely agree. And I'd be really interested, I think, to see PSG versus Beyond, because I think that's a series that could be really interesting to watch. Like, obviously, we've seen PSG now take on Frank and CFO, and while the games were close-ish for a while, ultimately it was PSG to clean them up. But I'm really looking forward to PSG Beyond. Yeah,
Wako versus Betty. Who do you reckon you have as the best AD carry out of those two?
I feel bad betting against Wako, but I feel like Betty is really good.
Yeah, well, I think to argue for Wako, I think he's versed better teams so far. Being that he versed Frank and I believe DCG today. Yeah. So I think Chris Carter, I don't know what to say about that Kaiser, the Kaiser build. That was very interesting. But I think Wako has versed better players. So again, more excitement for when that matchup eventually comes out. But that will do us for today, guys. I hope if you missed any of the games, particularly game 2 or 3, please go back and watch them. They were phenomenal. But for now, that will be all, and we'll see you tomorrow.
and I